Brexit, including providing reassurance on participation on EU-funded programmes, future migration arrangements and access to student support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He was always energetic and determined when he was Government Chief Whip and we worked together, but I wonder what reassurances he can provide to the University of Glasgow in my constituency, which is having to issue emergency advice in the event of a no deal. It's reminding research teams to conduct inventories of their materials in case it's not possible to pre-order perishable goods such as gases, and it's reminding staff and students that in the event of a no deal withdrawal, EU countries may not admit individuals with passports which are due to expire within 6 months of the date of travel. This is the kind of debilitating effect it's having. Wouldn't it be better to accept the inevitable and rule out no deal and ask for the extension now?
Well, we have and will continue to work closely with higher education institutions, including the University of Glasgow, to ensure that if we do leave without any deal with the European Union, that all mitigation is put into place. And I very much look forward to working with him in this role as I did when we were both Chief Whips together.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 96% of EU students that study at Scottish universities enrol in courses that are longer than 3 years. Does he agree Scottish universities cannot be adversely impacted by the Home Office's current temporary leave to remain scheme, which allows for students being here for 3 years in Scotland, and then they would need to apply for a Tier 4 visa? Does he agree this is unfair?
I think the honourable gentleman raises an important point, and I know this is something that has been raised with me by a number of Scottish Conservative and Unionist MPs as a matter, and it's certainly something that I'm looking at closely, but thank him for taking the time to raise it in the House.
Sting Greening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think leaving the European Union with no deal would be one of the most anti-social mobility steps that this country could have seen taken in many, many years. And does the Secretary of State agree with me that those left behind communities that are so often talked about by ministers will be the ones worst hit, and perhaps the only double whammy that could follow that would be to then scrap the opportunity areas that are at least helping some of them improve education standards?
Well, I've had the opportunity sort of speaking to quite a number of colleagues about the really valuable work that the opportunity areas are doing and the impact, the very positive impact they're having on the communities that they're operating in, and we're looking at how we can develop that in the future.
Maggie through.
Speaker, would my right honourable friend reassure the House that, as well as ensuring that our great universities such as Derby and Nottingham, near my constituency, can continue to educate overseas students from the EU there, that he is working towards reciprocal agreement so that young people in my constituency of Erewash can continue to study in EU countries?
We're having such discussions with European member states, and we're making very good progress on this. It's very important that we ensure that the United Kingdom remains a destination that EU students want to come and study in, and we have big ambitions to ensure that we continue to deliver on that, but also our students from our constituencies have the opportunity to study abroad as well.
Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been alarming reports that the Department for Education is considering an Erasmus Plus replacement programme for England only, with potentially no consequential funding for devolved administrations. Would the Secretary of State admit that this would amount to a complete abandonment of students across the UK? And will he take this opportunity to confirm that an England-only scheme will not be something that this government will consider?
We see it as very important for us to look at the interests of all students across the whole of the United Kingdom.
Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure that was actually an answer, but last Thursday, my friend, the honourable member for Glasgow Central, asked the Minister for leaving the European Union about the status of Erasmus students who are currently in Scotland, specifically if they go home, for example, at Christmas, whether there's a guarantee they can get back in the event of a no-deal Brexit. In response to her question, the Minister stated yes. So can the Secretary of State detail how this process will actually work, given that these students will not be applying for settled status?
I'll be very happy to write to the Honourable Lady with more details and give her the reassurance that she does. We recognise how important it is for the UK as a whole to remain a very attractive destination for people who wish to study, and that's vital in every component part of the United Kingdom, Scotland included.
Lorena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Secretary of State has had quite the start. Rumour has it he forgot to appoint a Skills Minister, and we're now waiting our 5th Higher Education Minister in just 2 years. So, can the Secretary of State now tell us what will be the fee status of European students after 2020, and will our universities still be benefiting from Horizon, Erasmus or the European Universities Institute or not?
We continue with our negotiations and discussions with the European Union to ensure that we have access to these schemes.
Angela Rayner.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Secretary of State would just like me to shut up and go away, but I'll have to tell him I'm not going to do that, and he's got to try harder than that with his answers. Will he now officially publish his no-deal impact assessments and contingency plans and tell us just how much his department is now spending on no-deal preparation? And can he give us a clear guarantee that his no-deal plans will not include suspending or weakening food standards in our schools?
I can give her that assurance, yes.
Ian Austin.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Dudley will benefit from the substantial additional investment we're making in education, including £14 billion for schools across England over the next 3 years and £400 million for the 16 to 19 education next year, on top of additional money provided to cover pension costs as well.
Ian Austin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's my job to stand up for Dudley, so I'm absolutely delighted that our campaign for a new university-level technical skills and apprenticeship centre has paid off, with the announcement on Friday that we're getting £25 million from the Stronger Towns Fund. And isn't this exactly what's needed to bring good, new, well-paid jobs in high-tech industries like advanced manufacturing, digital media, low-carbon technologies, autonomous electric vehicles and healthcare, to replace the ones that the Black country's lost in traditional industries? Very good.
Well, I'd like to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the Honourable Gentleman and my honourable friend, the member for Dudley South, for all the work they've been doing in terms of campaigning to deliver this for Dudley, and also for work that they have been doing in terms of delivering the Institute of Technology that will be in Dudley as well. This will all go towards generating the right skills, the right educational outcomes for the whole town of Dudley, but also much more widely as well. And I very much hope to be visiting Dudley, and hopefully the Honourable Gentleman will be able to join me to discuss how we can do more for Dudley and the surrounding area.
Okay, James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the deeply regrettable closure of Stourbridge College earlier this summer, could I ask my right honourable friend whether he would consider meeting the principals of all the Dudley colleges, Dudley College, Halesowen College and King Edward's, with a view to discussing their wish to continue to provide vocational skills training, particularly adult education, in my constituency of Stourbridge?
I would be very happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss this in detail with those stakeholders.
Robinson.
Question 3, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're increasing the funding for 16 to 19 participation through T-levels and providing support for college improvement. The Office for Students and Ofsted hold HE and FE providers to account for delivering quality and successful outcomes. The Teaching Excellence and Student Outcomes Framework and new digital tools provide data supporting student choice.
Robinson.
Thank you. Last week, at the invitation of Sixth Form Ranner, I visited Cheadle High School to speak to students, and I welcome the announcement that sixth forms across Cheadle will benefit from the £120 million increase in spending. Can I ask the Minister how he will ensure this funding helps students in Cheadle access the widest variety of courses, opening up the opportunities in areas such as high-tech, technology, construction, creative industries and so many others which will benefit the Greater Manchester economy?
Well, as part of this funding increase for 16 to 19-year-olds, a key element was ensuring that we're able to deliver those high-value courses that are sometimes more expensive to put on for students. So a key element of that funding is preserved for that, and very much hope that that will go and support my honourable friend's constituents. And I look forward to continuing to work with her, as I know she's campaigned long and hard in order to deliver this extra money for her colleges in her constituency.
Will he look to build on this good start by raising the rate for 16 to 19 education to £4,760 per student, which would deliver what is being asked for?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I feel as if I have to make an apology to the House, as last time when I was at the dispatch box I did say, I forgot to mention that the honourable gentleman was principal of a college, and I said he was lecturing at the college. So I do apologise for demoting him. But I'd be more than happy to continuously look at how we can give the maximum amount of support for our further education colleges and the 16 to 19 sector. We've seen one of the largest increases in the base rate just last week in terms of the announcement there. I think this is a good foundation on which to build on.
The State ought to be able to detect the status of the honourable gentleman and his intellectual distinction from a radius of approximately 1,000 miles. Julia Lopez.
Speaker, that extra money we've just discussed for post-16 providers is extremely welcome, and it's been warmly welcomed by Havering Sixth Form College in my constituency. However, it appears to be a one-year funding deal rather than a three-year settlement that 5 to 16-year education providers have received. Going forward, can he look at giving colleges more long-term certainty by delivering future increases in line with inflation and raising the overall rate for 16 to 18-year-olds?
My honourable friend raises a very valuable point about the importance of long-term certainty for the education sector and all parts of it. And this was something that was very clearly explained in the report by my right honourable friend, the member for Harlow, in terms of the Select Committee's work. We'll continue to look at this. It was a one-year settlement for 16 to 19-year-olds. We made sure we gave as much certainty in the school sector as possible. We continue to look at what more we can do to give the confidence to the FE sector as to how to invest in the future and the future of our young people.
Another cerebral intellectual, Dr. Roberta Blackman-Woods.
Mr. Speaker, can the Secretary of State tell the House what plans he has to implement the recommendations of the Augur Post-18 Education Review?
We will be looking at updating the House later on this year in terms of our response to the Augur review. I met Philip Augur just a few weeks ago to discuss it in some depth, and we'll continue to keep the House updated over the coming months.
Jack Lepresti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask what conversations my honourable friend has had with the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government to specifically talk about continuing the process of devolving further education to our locally elected mayors?
Well, this is something that we are taking a lead on, and we're already in the process of devolving many responsibilities to locally elected mayors. I'll be having further discussions with my right honourable friend, the member for Newark, as to how we can make this work as efficiently and as well as possible to deliver the skills that are needed for our urban areas.
Your Aldous.
Number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have fundamentally changed what apprenticeships involve with new high-quality standards developed by industry for industry. Apprentices are now getting more off-the-job training, whilst endpoint assessment ensures they're fully competent. Our new quality strategy will ensure that all apprenticeships are of the highest quality, both in design and delivery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for that answer, but will he work with and support the new Anglia LEP in setting up their levy pool that will ensure that more SMEs in Suffolk and Norfolk obtain funding for training and apprenticeships?
My honourable friend raises an important point there, and we've already increased the amount of a levy from 10 to 25% that's been directed in that way. We'll very much look at working as closely across the whole region in East Anglia as how best we can support this important initiative that makes sure that those young people who are wanting the training and those people who are retraining have the right skills to be competitive in the jobs market.
Rachel Reeves.
Mr Speaker, last Friday I met graduates of the Forging Futures scheme at Kirkstall Forge in my constituency. Those young people who were previously not in education, employment or training now have a bright future to look forward to. But because it's a pre-apprenticeship scheme, it gets no government funding. Will the government look again at funding such schemes to give young people like those I met on Friday a better future to look forward to?
I'll be very happy to look at the details of the scheme that she outlines. It's important for everyone on both sides of the House that we do everything that those who need the maximum amount of support always get it.
Anne Milton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will my right honourable friend ensure that the apprenticeship programme has the year-on-year cash it needs to continue to deliver the life-changing opportunities that it does to people of all ages, but without restriction?
Well, if I may, Mr Speaker, if I can take the opportunity to thank my right honourable friend for all the work that she has done for this sector, and I know that much of the work that we've inherited is down to her close attention to the detail in terms of delivering for a sector that she was so passionate about. And may I also thank her for the work she did as a Deputy Chief Whip as well, where she was slightly less friendly, but equally as effective. I will certainly be looking at how we ensure we have the right funding for apprenticeships. Apprenticeships has been one of the greatest successes of this government, where we have achieved so much over the last 9 years, encouraging so many young people to take up the opportunity to train in an apprenticeship, have the skills that they need in order to succeed in the future, and we will be determined in building on that success.
I think the Secretary of State is rehearsing for his conference oration. That's got to be what it is. Gordon Marsden, we're grateful to him.
Mr Speaker, this government is making a complete hash of the apprenticeship levy in quality and quantity. It's running out of money, so the trainers who provide 70% of all apprenticeships can't meet demand from small businesses, like the two I met recently in Blackpool who've had no money from DfE. There's nothing new in the spending review for providers or small businesses for apprentices. Starts for 16 to 18-year-olds, down 23% on pre-levy numbers. Nothing for the 800,000 young people stagnating in the NEETs category, as my honourable friend has just pointed out. Not even a dedicated day-to-day skills minister to tell them, or us, why they're in this mess. Has anyone in this disappearing government left the lights on?
What we have seen is we've seen a change in attitudes as to what apprenticeships are able to deliver. After a decade and more under the Labour Party, where you saw apprenticeships devalued and reduced, what you have seen is a seismic change in terms of what we're doing, driving up the quality and status of what apprenticeships are. And I know that colleagues on this side of the House take great pride in what has been achieved, but always conscious that so much more needs to be done.
Bambos Charalambos.
Thank you, Speaker. Question number 5.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. With permission, I'd like to answer questions 5 and 7 together. In August, the Prime Minister announced an extra £14 billion for schools in England over the next 3 years. This will bring the schools budget to £52.2 billion in 2022-23. This will allow funding increases for all schools. In particular, our pledge to level up pupil funding means every secondary school will receive a minimum of at least £5,000 per pupil next year, with every primary school getting a minimum of at least £4,000 from 2021-22. This is the largest cash boost in a generation and has only been possible because of our balanced approach to the public finances and careful stewardship of the economy since 2010.
The Department for Education is no doubt very illustrious, but it is not well versed in the application of the blue pencil. Mr Bambos Charalambos.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Chancellor's promise to increase the school funding is welcome. However, he's given no extra money for schools for this year. School budgets are already at breaking point. So will the Minister acknowledge today that he's leaving schools on the brink?
Well, what he says actually isn't true. We've given extra money to fund the pension, the employer pension contributions this year, and we've given extra money to fund, partially fund the pay grant over and above the 1% and now the 2% that is affordable. So we have provided schools with extra money this financial year.
We've got here the voice of Shipley, Mr Philip Davis.
Very much, Mr Speaker. Can I congratulate the Minister and the Secretary of State on securing the extra funding from the Chancellor in the spending review? Can I, as the Minister knows, I've been arguing for this for quite some time. Can I urge him to front-load this money, because we know that the costs of schools have been outstripping the income that they've been receiving, and they need this money through as soon as possible. And while he's there, as the Secretary of State is Bradford educated, could the Minister encourage the Secretary of State to return to Bradford district to come and visit some schools in my constituency?
Well, can I pay tribute to my honourable friend for the work and campaign that he has done to secure extra funding for schools in his constituency, and I would say that he has been successful in ensuring that we have the most generous school settlement in a generation, and that is in part a tribute to his work as well as to the work of my right honourable friend, who has heard his request for a visit to Bradford, and I'm sure he will comply.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And not that I would ever wish to appear ungrateful to the unmovable Schools Minister, but he'll be aware that there is a funding shortfall of £1.2 billion for children with special needs and disabilities, and in Hull alone the funding shortfall is of £4 million. So will the Minister please ensure that all our children can have their needs met by urgently addressing this funding shortfall?
Well, this is an issue that we take equally seriously with the honourable member, which is why we have announced within the £14 billion a £700 million increase for special needs. That's an 11% increase, so we absolutely do understand the pressures that local authorities have been under, and we are addressing that pressure.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I welcome the extra £14 billion school funding that the government has committed? And can I ask my honourable friend to make sure that some of that money goes to schools in my constituency of Faversham and Mid-Kent, some of which have been historically underfunded. They're fantastic schools, but could do even better with some more money.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, who has been a redoubtable campaigner for school funding in her constituency, and thanks to her efforts and the balanced approach that we have taken to the public finances, the school funding settlement will mean that every school in my honourable friend's constituency will attract an increase in funding, and 75% of secondary schools in Faversham and Mid-Kent will benefit from our pledge to level up school funding to at least £5,000 per secondary school pupil.
I'm informed, can I suggest to the honourable gentleman that it doesn't cost any money at all to save children's lives from a measles epidemic by making every school see a certificate of MMR vaccination before they get to the school. But will he also take on board, my schools tell me, it is all these years of deprivation in schools since 2010, it takes a long time to come back, even with the quick fist of money that he's now throwing at them.
Well, on that point, the IFS have said that this funding represents a large increase in per pupil spending and reverses the reductions to real terms per pupil funding for 5 to 16-year-olds. He's right about MMR. It's very important that parents do vaccinate their parents. There's a lot of information available about the safety of the MMR vaccine from the NHS. We would encourage parents to look at that to look at that information before making a decision.
Sir David Ebener.
I warmly welcome the recent education financial settlement, which is good news for all schools across our country. Would you agree with me that such resources will help to make the schools even better and education provision better, so that all children across the country benefit?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He is absolutely right, and this funding will mean that we can continue our education reforms, continuing to drive up standards, continue to drive up standards of reading in our primary school, maths in our primary school, and the whole range of the curriculum in our secondary schools.
They say that faith, Mr. Speaker, is the substance of things hoped for over the evidence of things not seen. The Right Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye, in her resignation, said, "Judge a man by what he does, not by what he says." But the Secretary of State has been a part of a government that has slashed £1.9 million from schools in his own constituency in the last 4 years. Cudsall Community High has lost £700,000 in his constituency. Staffordshire has had to slash £60 million from its budget. Therefore, the electoral promises made are not worth the textbook they are being written on, have they?
Well, I wish he'd cited the figures in my constituency since he's asking me the question rather than the pre-prepared question that he had for the Secretary of State. As I've said, the IFS have said this funding fully reverses cuts in 5 to 16 funding. We've only been able to deliver this large increase in school funding because of the way we have managed the public finances since the banking crash in 2008. That's why we can do this today and why we've been able to announce a 3-year spending package for schools, something that all schools, including schools in his constituency, have been seeking.
Gareth Snell.
Number 6, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next year, local authorities, including Stoke-on-Trent, will share in an increase of more than £700 million in high needs funding. We will hold separate discussions with those local authorities who have raised specific issues with us.
Gareth Snell.
I thank the Minister for that answer. She will be well aware that as part of its higher needs recovery plan, Stoke-on-Trent City Council plans to plunder classroom budgets by £14.5 million over the next 4 years. The head teachers in the city are opposed to this plan, but for it to go ahead, it will require sign-off from her department. So will she commit today that rather than signing off that plan, she will convene a meeting of the head teachers in Stoke-on-Trent so that alternative arrangements can be found that don't require robbing Peter to pay Paul?
We are aware of the issues that have been going on in Stoke-on-Trent. The Commissioner is due to submit their report to the Department today. Officials will review the report and provide recommendations to me in due course. Once a decision has been received, then the Commissioner's report will be published. Thank you.
Anne Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A number of the children with higher needs in Stoke-on-Trent attend the Horton Lodge Special Needs School in my constituency. There are great concerns at that school about the provision of funding for residential care, which may mean that the school becomes unviable. Could I ask the Minister to meet me and perhaps consider visiting Horton Lodge to see what we can do to make sure this wonderful special place continues for many years to come?
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for raising this case in her constituency. And yes, this is something that we should be able to do for her. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister just referred to a report that is currently underway referencing children's social services, not the high needs budget. The proposed cuts by Stoke-on-Trent City Council will cost every secondary school £100,000 and every primary school £50,000, money we can't afford. Will the Minister undertake the request by my neighbour and friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central, and convene a meeting of head teachers before the Secretary of State signs off a deal?
We are aware that local authorities are facing significant pressures, and that is why we have this additional investment of over £700 million, which will help them manage these pressures next year. This is something that the Department has been looking at, and we will be in touch with Stoke-on-Trent in due course to decide what the best possible actions to take in the future are.
Steve Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I welcome the new Minister for Children and Families to her place? As she will know, children with special needs rely on help with speech and language and on counselling support. But the Children's Commissioner has published research showing that the severe underfunding of these services is severely damaging children's lives and children's futures. Even after the spending review and the additional funding she just referred to, special educational needs still faces a £1 billion shortfall by 2021. Now, if the government could so easily find, as they did, £1 billion to bribe the DUP, will the Minister agree here and now to find the same amount to fully fund the services that this country's most vulnerable children so desperately need?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did meet with the Children's Commissioner last week and discussed with her this amongst many other issues, and we welcome her report. But I do want to remind the honourable gentleman that this government is spending £7 billion on special education needs, and we are adding an additional £700 million. This is part of £14 billion extra that we're spending over 3 years, and I think that is something to be welcomed.
Number 8, please, sir.
The government remains committed to making the necessary changes to allow children to start reception at age 5, where this is what parents want.
I thank my right honourable friend for his answer. He will know it's 4 years since we had an adjournment debate on this and 2 years since I last asked him a question on this. I'm very pleased to hear his answer, but I wonder if he'd commit to laying out the timetable to when the government might be able to publish that and potentially have a meeting with me to discuss the unintended consequences.
Well, my honourable friend has been a formidable campaigner on this issue, and I pay tribute to him for his work in this area. He will be aware that since my letter to local authorities, the evidence shows that school admission authorities are becoming more flexible when receiving requests for children to start reception at age 5. But of course, this will not be right for all children. The majority will do well in reception at age 4, and the government is therefore giving careful consideration to how we will make these changes in a way that avoids unintended consequences.
Very briefly, Lucy Pearl.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister not agree with me that the best way to get all students ready for school, even those that are summer-born, is proper investment in the early years? Yeah. And will he therefore pledge today that the government will do what they said they would do a few weeks ago and make sure our maintained nursery schools get the full funding they need to continue?
Well, she will have been here last week when the spending round was announced, and she will know a £66 million increase in early years funding.
Sound of Strangford, Mr. Jim Shannon.
Minister, there has been a discussion with the counterparts in the devolved assemblies to bring in a UK-wide strategy, and if no discussion has taken place, when will it take place with the Health Department in Northern Ireland to ensure that it does happen?
I'm very happy to meet the honourable gentleman to discuss these issues further. As he knows, we on these benches are responsible for the education system in England.
Mr. Ronald J. Wardener.
Number 10, sir.
Yeah.
In 2019, thank you, Mr. Speaker, in 2019, King's College London Mathematics School reports that 100% of their students achieved an A or A-star grade in A-level maths, and 90% achieved an A-star in A-level maths. The school also reports that over 25% of their students in 29 have secured Oxbridge places. This school and Exeter Maths School are spectacular examples of the success of this government's free school programme, a programme that the Labour Party want to abolish.
Ronald J. Wardener.
May I thank my right honourable friend for that reply and commend the government on what it is doing to level up funding, which I understand will mean another £2.9 million per year for schools in North East Hampshire. But will he expand that excellent programme, the Specialist Maths Schools programme, so that we can do even more for every child across this country?
Well, given the success of the 2 maths schools so far, we are committed to opening more maths schools as we continue to drive up academic standards and social mobility. There are 4 more in the pipeline, including the Surrey Mathematics School, which should benefit young people in North East Hampshire. He'll also be pleased to know that due to the large increase in school funding announced last week, 100% of secondary schools in my honourable friend's constituency will benefit from the new minimum of at least £5,000 per pupil.
Lena Moran.
11, Mr. Speaker.
We have announced a £400 million increase in 16 to 19 funding in 2020-2021. This is the biggest year-on-year increase since 2010 and will have great benefits for FE and sixth form colleges. Colleges are independent organisations, are responsible for managing their own financial sustainability, which includes their liability for VAT.
Lena Moran.
Your state for his response, but does he believe, as I do, that no matter where a 16 to 19-year-old student studies, they should have the same funding, resource and status? And if he does, then why is it that school sixth forms and 16 to 19 academies get their VAT refunded and the teacher pay grant, but FE institutions, such as the brilliant Abingdon and Whitney College in my constituency, don't?
Well, I'm very conscious this has been a long-running issue, and I remember when I was a governor at a further education college, the impact that this has. It's something that we're always looking at how we can reduce the impact, and that's why we have looked at the funding settlement that we've achieved this year of £400 million plus £100 million for pension liability costs in order to mitigate the impact.
Mr Speaker, these funding announcements are extremely welcome in my constituency, and I've lobbied hard at all levels for this funding increases. But does the Secretary of State share my concern that the party opposite is threatening to vote down a Queen's speech, which means all of these funding improvements will actually be falling by the wayside?
Well, I'd like to pay tribute to my honourable friend for the campaigning that she has done in order to deliver better funding for schools and post-16 education in her constituency of St Albans. And I must say, Mr Speaker, many of the actions of the party opposite and their reckless approach is something that gives me great concern as they seem unwilling to listen to the will of the British people.
Smith! Question 12, Mr Speaker.
Leaving the European Union with a deal remains the government's top priority. We're working energetically and determinedly to get the very best deal. We're supporting the sector's transition through Brexit and have provided reassurance for EU nationals on access to student support for 2020-21 and migration arrangements for staff and students.
Smith. What about Erasmus, Mr Speaker? The government technical notice confirmed that if we leave with no deal, we lose membership of the Erasmus programme. Now, given the benefits it provides for tens of thousands of students, what assurances can the Secretary of State give students that those benefits and the support provided will be maintained, and how is he going to achieve it?
Well, it goes without saying that we will always be looking at making sure that all students within the United Kingdom get the very best in terms of their education, and Erasmus has played an important part of that. If we were in a situation where we would not have access to that, we'd look at successor schemes.
Applicant. Is my right honourable friend aware that Israel, Canada and New Zealand and Australia are A, not in the EU, and B, are members of the Erasmus programme?
Well, I think my honourable friend makes an important point that there is an ability to access such schemes outside of the European Union, and this has been demonstrated in the past and I'm sure could also be done so in the future.
Kirk.
13, sir.
To be registered under the new regulatory framework, all higher education providers must demonstrate that they're financially viable, sustainable and well-managed organisations which deliver high-quality higher education. The Office for Students has currently registered over 380 providers, which means to assess these providers to be financially sustainable looking forward over a 5-year period.
I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. Greenwich School of Management is unlikely to be the last private HE provider to go bust in a system where market forces are the ultimate determinant of success. But it's, of course, students and staff who pay the price. Could the Secretary of State tell me how many of the 3,500 GSM students who are overwhelmingly mature, have low incomes and are from minority groups have been found a place at a new institution to date and have the financial support to finish their courses?
I thank the honourable member for raising this question, and it's an important one to be raised. We have been working very closely with GSM and the administrators to ensure as many are transferred onto new courses if they're mid-course. At the moment, I don't have the data to say that, because it does come down to student choice as to how many will actually accept that. As soon as we do have the data, I will, of course, write to the honourable member. But the key focus has been to ensure that all of those students get a place with an alternative provider.
Fiona Bruce.
14, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister has announced a £14 billion increase in investment for schools in England, including for schools in Congleton. And this means that by 2022-23, core schools funding will increase by £4.6 billion more than a real terms protection, and we will be announcing further school-level details in October.
Fiona Brood.
I welcome this announcement, but what has concerned parents and teachers in my constituency in the wider Cheshire East area has been the historic underfunding of our local schools compared with other areas. So to ensure truly fairer funding, will ministers ensure that the government's schools budget boost specifically targets, with the biggest funding increases, those schools in areas which have been historically relatively underfunded?
Here, like Staffordshire.
A tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Congleton. It was as a result of her intervention that we introduced minimum per pupil funding into the national funding formula, and she and her constituents will be pleased to know that as a result of last week's funding announcement, all 7 of the secondary schools in her constituency will benefit from our pledge to level up per pupil funding to at least £5,000 per pupil, and 16 primary schools in her constituency will benefit from the new level of at least £3,750 per pupil.
Judith, come in.
Question number 15, Mr. Speaker.
The minimum per pupil values benefit the historically lowest funded schools. We recognise that schools with more disadvantaged pupils require additional resources, and that's why the national funding formula and pupil premium allocate additional funding in relation to disadvantaged pupils, so that schools with a higher proportion of disadvantaged pupils are the highest funded.
Pupils in disadvantaged areas are significantly less likely to pass crucial GCSEs such as English and Maths. School funding must reflect different needs in different places, but the government's recent funding announcement will do exactly the opposite and sees more money going into affluent schools in the south of England, while so many schools in Bradford South will continue to lose out. How can the Minister justify this disgraceful situation?
Under this settlement, all schools will receive more money, at least in line with inflation, and those schools with the highest proportions of children from disadvantaged backgrounds will receive the highest level of funding. And since 2011, we have closed the attainment gap by 9.5% in secondary schools and by 13% in primary schools.
Mr. Rowell-Alphon. No? Oh, the honourable gentleman wishes to... Right honourable gentleman wishes to contribute on the next matter. Yes, we're very grateful to him. In that case, we must hear from the voice of Kettering, Mr. Philip Hollowbone.
Could I thank the Schools Minister for the particular attention he's given to raising educational attainment in Northamptonshire, and welcome the increase in funding for all schools, but in particular for the 14 primary schools and 4 secondary schools in Kettering, which have been historically the most underfunded.
Yes, I'm grateful to my honourable friend's question. It has been a pleasure working with my honourable friend and other colleagues from the Northamptonshire area to raise standards of education in Northamptonshire, and I'm sure he and his constituents will be very pleased about the funding settlement for schools in Northamptonshire.
Pollard.
Number 16, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question. It gives me another opportunity to let everyone know that the government has announced an additional £14 billion for schools over the next 3 years, and this does include that over £700 million of high needs funding we have been discussing for special educational needs and disabilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pupils with SEND account for nearly half of the 41 pupils excluded from schools every day, and that's contributing to the increase in the number of pupils being homeschooled. Can I ask the Minister what support is being given to pupils being homeschooled that have SEND?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is something that we are going to be looking at as part of a review into special educational needs and disabilities, and I refer the honourable member to the written ministerial statement which we've laid today.
Mr. Rowell-Alphon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Around 100 children in Harlow are without an education today, as the Aspire Academy, run by TBAP, is closed yet again. Despite numerous meetings with ministers and the Academy's Commissioner, no action has yet been taken. Will my honourable friend commit to the rebrokering of this school so that a new academy can take over the running and allow these children to return to their learning and the teachers to teaching? The mismanagement by TBAP Academy chain has gone on long enough.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. An Ofsted inspection at Aspire Academy in June 2019 rated the academy as inadequate and requiring special measures. The Regional Schools Commissioner for East of England and North East London issued a termination warning notice letter to TBAP Trust. A decision is yet to be made about Aspire Academy and whether it will remain in the trust.
Justin Matters.
Number 17, Mr. Speaker.
As the independent spectorate, Ofsted plays a vital role in providing a rounded assessment of school and college performance. And this role has helped to raise standards in our schools. Ofsted's latest statement on its performance was set out in its annual report and accounts presented to Parliament in July, and which reported solid operating performance across all areas of work.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 secondary schools in my constituency have had recent inspections, and both the head teachers, who I respect greatly, have been appalled at the way those inspections have been handled. We've complained to Ofsted. We had a one-side A4 investigation into the complaints. Can we have a system where Ofsted don't effectively mark their own homework?
I know that the honourable gentleman has been concerned about those inspections, and he has met the regional director from Ofsted, the regional director for the North West. I would say to him, though, that Ofsted is accountable directly to Parliament, that the vast majority of inspections go without incident, and there is a quality assurance process and a complaints procedure at Ofsted to deal with those rare instances where it does not go according to plan.
Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the last inspection by Ofsted, Red Hill Field Primary School was marked as good. It's celebrating 35 years, its anniversary this Friday. What message does the Minister have to that excellent school, to Mr Snelson, the head teacher, and all the staff for the excellent work they've done for 35 years, as marked by Ofsted as good?
Can I congratulate Mr Snelson, the head at Red Hill Primary School, on achieving a good grading in the Ofsted inspection, and can I pay tribute to him and all the staff at the primary school for the excellent quality of education they are providing to pupils at that school.
Oh, yeah, OK. Topical questions. Stuart C. MacDonald.
Topical one, please, Mr. Speaker.
We recently announced £14.4 billion investment in primary and secondary education between now and 2022-23. This is in addition to the £4.5 billion that we will continue to provide to fund additional pension costs for teachers over the next 3 years. I'll be working with schools to ensure this money delivers on our priorities to recruit and retain the best teachers, continue boosting school standards and tackle poor classroom behaviour. We're also investing an extra £400 million in 16 to 19 education next year, demonstrating our commitment to teach our young people the skills needed for well-paid jobs in the modern economy.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, universities are desperately keen to see a proper 2-year post-study work visa restored, and it looked as if the immigration bill would have been the vehicle for that. If that bill falls because of tonight's prorogation outrage, can the Secretary of State say when and how a proper 2-year post-study work visa will be restored?
I can assure the honourable member that we'll keep the House updated as to the progress on this, and we're continuously looking and working across government on the matter.
Sir Edward Lee.
Since the government broke its manifesto pledge to allow the opening of Catholic free schools by removing the faith cap, the Catholic Education Service has had to find 50,000 new places. Despite a convoluted plan by the previous Secretary of State to open new voluntary aided schools, not a single new Catholic voluntary aided school has opened, and only one is out for consultation. Now that we have a new Secretary of State, will he bring some vim and vigour to this and try and fulfil our manifesto pledge?
I can promise my right honourable friend we'll bring plenty of vim and vigour to this, and I'll be looking at this closely myself.
Tracy Brabin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At long last, after years of calls from the Labour Party, settings, academics and even select committees, last week the government finally offered some new funding for the 30 hours childcare policy. Sadly, predictions say it's only 10% of what's required to plug the funding black hole. So can I push the new minister, who I very much welcome to her place? How will this funding be spent? Will it be targeted to support outstanding providers who are struggling, increasing the amount of high-quality provision in disadvantaged areas, reversing the disturbing trend of experienced staff leaving the sector?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. This is an area that members on both sides of the House care very much about. The government continues to support families with their childcare costs, and we're now spending more than £3.6 billion to support offers in 2021.
Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the extra funding. Could my right honourable friend confirm that each primary and secondary school in Wimbledon will benefit? And will he commit to writing with me for the revised settlement for each and every secondary and primary school in Wimbledon, please?
I can assure my honourable friend that we'll be writing to him in due course with full details of a national funding formula, hopefully in early October, and the impact that this will have on individual schools.
Jim Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a result of the introduction of universal credits in Coventry, 25,000 children are below the poverty line. What is the Secretary of State or the Minister doing to properly fund school meals properly, not just the holiday period, but in general terms?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. There are 50,000 pupils more eligible for free school meals at the moment. There is very much that this government is doing, and we will continue to look at ways that we can improve circumstances for disadvantaged children.
Craig Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, schools in rural constituencies such as North Warwickshire and Bedworth have long suffered from receiving lower levels of funding compared to their urban counterparts. And whilst the Fairer Funding initiative will go somewhere to rectifying this, what more can be done to ensure that no matter where you live, you will have equal access to the same resources?
Well, the announcement that we made just the other week goes a long way towards rectifying the issue that he has highlighted. The national funding formula will ensure that all schools start to really benefit from increases in funding wherever they are in the country, and is making sure that the needs of pupils are what's the focus as against where they happen to be in the country. And may I pay tribute to my honourable friend for the campaigning he has done for his schools and his constituency to secure this settlement.
I'm sure ministers are aware of the widespread concern in local government at the escalating costs of childcare, much of it driven by private fostering and care companies, often now owned by private equity, and also a tendency to put children into care at an early stage and not as a last resort. Does the minister share that concern, and if so, what's he going to do about it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are spending £3.6 billion on early educational entitlements, and the government has provided free childcare for children aged 3 to 4 years. I'm not sure I heard his question properly, but if he writes to me, I think I can provide him with a more comprehensive response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recently announced multi-billion-pound settlement for education will be hugely welcomed by Stockport schools. Yeah. I know my right honourable friend has had many requests this afternoon, but can I invite him to meet head teachers in my constituency, where perhaps he might share the figures?
I thank my honourable friend for such a kind invite, and I know he has campaigned hard and vigorously to get a better settlement for schools in his constituency and right around the country. I'd be more than delighted to join him in his constituency and hope to make the figures available for all schools available in the coming weeks.
Justin Madden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Bella has Down syndrome and started primary school last week. What was supposed to be a very special time for her was racked with anxiety because the school said they could not afford to make the adjustments necessary for her to be able to attend school. Now, fortunately, a compromise has been made, but the school are going to have to make cuts elsewhere now. Can we have this money for SEN provision brought forward now?
Well, he will be aware from the funding settlement that we are increasing funding for high needs, for special needs, by £700 million. That's an 11% increase because we absolutely recognise the cost pressures that schools and local authorities have been under when it comes to special needs. And we hope that this funding announcement last week made by my right honourable friend will go some way to addressing those concerns.
David Morris.
I'd like to thank the education team for giving Morecambe and Loonsdale £5.5 million for upgrades in secondary schools in my area. But quite recently, there's been a disturbing turn of events. The Skirton High School that was closed down by the Labour County Council is now being hypocritically targeted for an erroneous campaign to reopen it by the Labour Party. The school has been closed now for 5 years. Could my friend, the Honourable Secretary of State, write to me and please tell me what's going to happen to this school in the future, if it could be used for an academy?
Well, if I may take the opportunity to pay tribute to my honourable friend for the campaigning he always undertakes to deliver the very best for all of his schools in his constituency, and the campaigning he's done to get this increase in school funding that we announced just the other week. I'd be more than happy to write to my honourable friend. I'd be happy to meet with him as well to discuss this important issue for his constituency.
Luke Pollard.
Will the Secretary of State send a message to every young LGBT child in our schools up and down the country that they're loved and valued and they will be taught about their existence in school lessons in an age-appropriate way?
I can absolutely assure the honourable gentleman that that is very much the case. It's very important that we teach children about the Britain that we live in today.
Oh, dear, dear. Jeremy Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the additional revenue funding for schools in Staffordshire? Could the Secretary of State outline the plans for capital funding, of which there is an urgent need in Staffordshire and many other schools around the country?
Well, I always recall when my honourable friend, the member for Stafford, and myself first got elected, and as constituency neighbours we campaigned so very hard in order to get a better funding settlement for Staffordshire, but all schools across the country. In terms of a capital settlement, this is something that we're working on, and we'll be working with the Treasury to bring announcements forward in the not too distant future.
Mrs. Sharon Hodgson.
Mr. Speaker, for pupils on free school meals, buying water at lunchtime can cost them up to 80 pence of their allowance. This is often more than the fruit juices or the milkshakes available. Does the Minister not agree with me that free water should be available with cups and bottles for all of our schools, for all of our pupils?
The honourable lady is absolutely right. No child should ever be expected to pay for access to water, and no school should be denying a child access to fresh water. It is a legal requirement for all schools to make it available, and if the honourable lady would be kind enough to forward details as to where this is happening, we'll be sure to take it up.
Peter Heaton-Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for listening to all our lobbying about the need for North Devon schools to have their funding equalised fairly? That investment will make a huge difference. Will he now come back to North Devon with me to see what a difference it will make, and also to thank staff and students for all their hard work?
Well, I know that the honourable gentleman is always campaigning for his constituents, whether it's saving Royal Marine bases or getting more money for his schools. I'd be delighted to join my honourable friend in visiting schools in his constituency that are going to be recipients of the extra money that he has campaigned for and that he has delivered.
Motion to call over.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In summer 2019, Wandsworth Food Bank handed out over 1,024 emergency food parcels to families. That's a 40% increase on last year, and they have reported to me that families are having to choose between food or buying school uniforms. So will the Minister now publish the estimated figures on the number of children that have gone hungry this summer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Lady for that question. We do not collect this information, but there are other schemes which the Department has which we are looking to address this issue, and that includes our holiday activities and food programme, which supported children from disadvantaged families over the last 2 summers.
Caulfield.
Female students at primary school in Lewis were excluded on Friday for simply wearing skirts, which goes against the new school uniform policy. They're excluded today and will continue to be excluded until they wear trousers. What support can the Minister give to the families and pupils affected?
Decisions about school uniform, of course, are made at the school level by the head teacher and the school governing body. But in formulating a uniform policy, schools must consider its obligations not to discriminate unlawfully. I'd be very happy to meet my honourable friend to discuss her work in trying to resolve this issue locally.
Or if I didn't call a retired head teacher, I would be subject to the most condign punishment imaginable. Thelma Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 10 out of 10. I spoke recently on BBC Radio Leeds about the number of young people who suffer trauma and bereavement just before sitting exams and often don't get the appropriate support and bereavement counselling. Would the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss adequate counselling provision for those going through such a difficult time?
Yes, the awarding organisations have protocols in place for such issues, but I'm very happy to meet the Honourable Lady to discuss the particular case that she is concerned about.
Neil O'Brien.
Speaker, I really welcome the extra money for special educational needs. Will my honourable friend look closely at improving school transport for 16 to 19-year-olds with special needs so that we can further improve conditions for the most needy children?
My honourable friend makes a very important point. It's important we allow opportunities to be as widely available to children and to young people regardless of their special needs. There are bursaries available, of course, for particular children, and they can use that funding for transport. But I'd be very happy to meet my honourable friend so we can take this issue forward together. Thank you.
Laura Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A quarter of my constituency, Mr. Speaker, are now reported to be living in work poverty. So is it no wonder that I have desperate families unable to pay for their children's school uniforms? Will the Minister consider introducing a statutory duty for schools to prioritise cost considerations and value for money for parents when deciding uniform policy, and a ban on compulsory branding if this means families incurring additional costs?
Well, the Department's current guidance on school uniform does place an extra emphasis on the need for schools to give the highest priority to cost consideration. No school uniform should be so expensive as to leave pupils or their families feeling unable to apply for or to attend a school of their choice due to the cost of school uniform. If she has examples of particular schools that are not abiding by this guidance, then I'd be very grateful if she could let me know.
I called a distinguished head teacher. I've got to call again a distinguished nurse. Anne Milton.
Speaker, the correlation between good education and good health has long been known, not least by Professor Sir Michael Marmot in his 2010 report. With that in mind, surely it is now the time to give further education the long-term funding that it needs.
Well, I know that my right honourable friend is passionate about this and campaigned on it. It's certainly by setting out a 3-year deal for schools, I appreciate that's raised everyone's expectation right across the education sector for 3-year deals for everyone. It's something we continue to look at. It was vitally important that we got the extra £400 million for 16 to 19, and we continue to have discussions as to how we can set out a longer-term future for all sectors in the education market.
Order.
Point of order.
I will come to points of order in due time, and I shall bear those honourable members in mind. Colleagues, I would like to make a personal statement to the House. At the 2017 election, I promised my wife and children that it would be my last. This is a pledge that I intend to keep. If the House votes tonight for an early general election, my tenure as Speaker and MP will end when this Parliament ends. If the House does not so vote, I have concluded that the least disruptive and most democratic course of action would be for me to stand down at the close of business on Thursday October the 31st. Least disruptive because that date will fall shortly after the votes on the Queen's speech expected on 21st and 22nd October. The week or so after that may be quite lively, and it would be best to have an experienced figure in the chair for that short period. Most democratic because it will mean that a ballot is held when all members have some knowledge of the candidates. This is far preferable to a contest at the beginning of a parliament when new MPs will not be similarly informed and may find themselves vulnerable to undue institutional influence. Want anyone to be whipped senseless, would we? No. Throughout my time as Speaker, I have sought to increase the relative authority of this legislature, for which I will make absolutely no apology to anyone, anywhere, at any time. To deploy a perhaps dangerous phrase, I have also sought to be the backbencher's backstop. I could not do so without the support of a small but superb team in Speaker's House, the wider House staff, my Buckingham constituents, and above all, my wife Sally and our 3 children, Oliver, Freddie and Jemima. From the bottom of my heart, I thank them all profusely. I could also not have served without the repeated support of this House and its members, past and present. This is a wonderful place, filled overwhelmingly by people who are motivated by their notion of the national interest, by their perception of the public good, and by their duty, not as delegates, but as representatives, to do what they believe is right for our country. We degrade this Parliament at our peril. I have served as a Member of Parliament for 22 years and for the last 10 as Speaker. This has been, let me put it explicitly, the greatest privilege and honour of my professional life, for which I will be eternally grateful. I wish my successor in the chair the very best fortune in standing up for the rights of honourable and right honourable members individually and for Parliament institutionally as the Speaker of the House of Commons. Thank you. Colleagues, you really are a very, very generous bunch of people indeed. And thank you on both sides of the House for the expressions of support, which I richly appreciate. I love this place, you love this place, and we look forward to the future with interest, anticipation and enthusiasm. Point of order, the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to put on record my thanks to you as being a superb Speaker of this House. My thanks to you as a colleague in Parliament, and my thanks to your family for the way in which they've supported you through often very difficult times when many of the media have been very unfair on you. And your two sons are getting good at football. I did some kicks with them in the Speaker's Court the other day. I was very impressed, actually. They're coming on well. And I know you support the same club as me. But, Mr Speaker, in your role as Speaker, you've totally changed the way in which the job has been done. You've reached out to people across the whole country. You've visited schools, you've visited factories, you've visited offices, you've talked to people about the role of Parliament and democracy. And I've never forgotten you coming to sit in Islington College in my constituency and spending the morning with me talking to a group of students, all of whom had learning difficulties, and we discussed with them the roles of democracy and Parliament. And you've taken absolutely on board the words of Speaker Lenthal, that you're there to be guided and act on behalf of our Parliament. This Parliament is the stronger for your being Speaker. Our democracy is the stronger for your being the Speaker. And whatever you do when you finally step down from Parliament, you do so with the thanks of a very large number of people. And as one that has made the role of Speaker in the House more powerful, not less powerful, I welcome that. And as somebody who aspires to hold executive office, I like the idea of a powerful Parliament holding the executive to account. It's something I've spent the last 35 years doing myself. So, Mr Speaker, enjoy the last short period in your office, but it's going to be one of the most dramatic there has been. And I think your choice of timing and date is incomparable and will be recorded in the history books of parliamentary democracy. Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Labour Party, I thank you for your work in promoting democracy and this House. Thank you.
Thank you. I just say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, he's very much more experienced and senior than I, but I think that as backbenchers in our respective parties, we did have quite a lot in common. Certainly speaking for myself as a backbencher and frequently as an opposition frontbencher, I found that I had a relationship with my whips characterised by trust and understanding. I didn't trust them and they didn't understand me. And point of order, the Minister for the Cabinet Office and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Mr. Michael Gove.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to, perhaps for the first time, associate myself wholeheartedly with the comments of the Leader of the Opposition. Since you entered the House of Commons in 1997, it's been clear to everyone who has seen you work as a diligent constituency MP, as an effective backbencher, and also as a tenacious frontbencher in your time, that you love this House of Commons, you love our democracy, and your commitment to your principles and to your constituents is unwavering and an example to others. It is the case that this evening I shall vote with many of my colleagues for an early general election. I hope you won't take that personally, Mr. Speaker, because I have no wish to prematurely truncate your time in the chair. Because it is the case, however controversial the role of a backstop may be in other areas, your role as the backbencher's backstop has certainly been one that's been appreciated by individuals across this House. I've spent much, though not all, of the last 10 years as a member of the Executive, but I have also been a backbencher in this House, and I have personally appreciated the way in which you have always sought to ensure that the Executive answers for its actions. And I think that history will record the way in which you have used the urgent question procedure and other procedures to hold the Executive to account, have restored life and vigour to Parliament, and in so doing, you have been in the very best tradition of speakers. Now, it is the case, as a member of the Executive, that from time to time, those of us on this side of the House might have bridled or chastened at some of the judgments that you've made. But I have never been in any doubt, Mr. Speaker, that you have operated on the basis that the Executive must be answerable to this House in the same way as this House is answerable to the people. You have done everything in your power in order to ensure not just the continued, but the underlined relevance of this place. Your love of democracy is transparent in everything that you say and do, and in such, I want to, on behalf of myself as an individual and on behalf of the Conservative Party, to say thank you. And as a fellow parent of pupils at a distinguished West London comprehensive, can I also say how important it is that discipline is maintained in this House, and your energetic efforts to do so are appreciated even by those of us who may not always be the best behaved in class.
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman. That was characteristically generous and gracious of him. At the risk of inflicting some damage upon his otherwise flourishing political career, I have on more than one occasion paid public tribute to the quality of the right honourable gentleman. One of the reasons why he doesn't complain about urgent questions being granted, to which he has at short notice to answer, is that the fact is that the right honourable gentleman is quick enough, bright enough, sharp enough, fair-minded enough, articulate enough and dexterous enough to be able to cope with whatever is thrown at him. I don't want this to become a mutual admiration society, because I'm not sure whether it would be more damaging to him or to me, but I thank him for what he said, for the way in which he said it, and for the spirit that his remarks embody. Yes, of course. Point of order, Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't for a minute...
No, I'm saving him up.
Oh, you're saving him up. Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't seek for a minute to challenge your decision, not least because you'd rule me out of order, but I have to say that I regret it and respect it. And I say that for this reason, that when the history books come to be written, you will be described as one of the great reforming speakers of the House of Commons. And the reason is because you have indeed been the backbencher's friend and supporter, but in every decision you have made, you have put one consideration above everything else: your wish to enable the House of Commons to discuss matters and to express a view. And there have been occasions when some in the House have taken umbrage at decisions that you have reached, but you have stood by your beliefs and your principles, and there are many, many members of this House who are eternally grateful to you for having stood up for our rights, to enable us to debate and then to vote on something. The fact that the Speaker decides that something should be debated is not that the Speaker is saying the House should agree it is the Speaker saying that we should be able to cast our vote. And that is why we will regard you in that light for many, many years to come. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Point of order, my next-door neighbour and very loyal next-door neighbour and very brilliant next-door neighbour in constituency terms of over 20 years, Mr David Liddington.
Mr Speaker, could I, as an elector in the Buckingham constituency, not least, offer an expression of thanks to you for your work as a constituency member of Parliament over the last 22 years. Talking to neighbours and acquaintances in all parts of the Buckingham constituency over the years which you have represented it, I've been struck by the fact that men and women of very different political persuasions, and indeed those of no particular party affiliation, are united in their appreciation of the fact that you have never allowed your considerable duties as Speaker of the House detract from your responsibility to represent their interests in Buckingham and to respond to the concerns which they raise with you. And while colleagues in all parts of the House will speak about your record as Speaker, those of us in Buckinghamshire will know how you have continued to speak on and champion local interests and local issues. I know, too, that you will be missed amongst the somewhat eclectic team of honourable and right honourable members representing the county of Buckinghamshire. It is perhaps a good measure of the fact that in this place, despite frequent clashes and disagreements, we can still manage to get on. That those Buckinghamshire parliamentary meetings bring together not just you and I, but my right honourable friend, the member for Cheshire and Amersham, and both my right honourable friend, the member for Beaconsfield, and my honourable friend, the member for Wickham, in a spirit of harmony, at least on county matters. So I thank you for what you have done for us locally, and also, if I may, Mr Speaker, as a former Leader of the House, for what you have done to communicate more to people, and particularly to school children and students around the country, about how this place works and the constitutional significance of Parliament in defending the liberties and debating the interests of the next generation.
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman for what he said, and I just want to observe, and I think that others will bear testimony to this in the light of what he's just said, that the right honourable gentleman was frankly an outstanding leader of the House of Commons. He is one of the most cooperative and collaborative colleagues whom one could hope to meet. He gets things done, he's extremely personable, and I think it's fair to say that he works on the basis of periodic political difference, but continuing personal amiability. If others of us were able to model ourselves on the way in which he's gone about his work over the last 27 years as a Member of Parliament, we would probably be doing better. I thank him for what he's said. We must proceed before too long, but I do apologise very sincerely to the right honourable gentleman, the leader of the third party in this House, for failing to see him at an earlier point, which I should have done. Point of order, Mr Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I say on behalf of those of us in these branches that we will be sad to see you leaving of the office at the end of October. I think it's fair to say that you have shown considerable grace and courtesy, not just to us, but to members across this House, and we are eternally grateful for the way that you have conducted yourself, particularly over these last few months, at a time of, let's be honest, of constitutional crisis for all of us. And the way that you have facilitated backbenchers in particular, been able to hold the executive to account, and indeed be able to make sure that those of us that are sent to this place are able to do our job to best endeavours representing their interests. Like the Leader of the Opposition, I think we can say that we are grateful that you will be with us until the end of October, and we look forward to the guidance and supervision that you give to our affairs over the course of the coming weeks. You have been a great friend to many of us in this House. We wish you every good wish to you and your family for the coming period. You will always get a friendly welcome in Scotland, and indeed we would love to see you up in Ross Sky and Lochaber. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much on behalf of all of us.
Thank you. Point of order, Dame Cheryl Gillan.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, at the beginning of this parliamentary term, you asked me if I would propose you for the chair, and I was very pleased to do so. I think I made the immortal statement that I think you annoy members on all front benches from time to time, which is probably a testament to your even-handedness. And I think there was not a dry eye in the House, because that was true. However, I have to add my voice to that of my colleague in Buckinghamshire, for the simple reason that as a colleague in Buckinghamshire, you have been absolutely superb. And speaking as the only female representative of a constituency in Buckinghamshire, I sometimes find it necessary to keep some of you boys under control, because you don't always quite see eye to eye with me. I just want to rise to my feet to say a big thank you to you for something else that you've done in your time as Speaker. You've hosted events for more than 1,000 charities in Speaker's House over the time. And you have been a true champion of people with autism. And today, as the All-Party Parliamentary Group publishes the report of 10 years since the Autism Act, I want to pay tribute to everything that you have done, particularly for charitable works, but also for people and families with autism. Yeah. I have one great regret, knowing that you are going to be standing down, that I will lose a great champion in my fight against HS2. And I very much hope that when you go into retirement from this House, whatever you do, you will continue to join me in the fight against HS2 and continue, most importantly, to champion those people with autism and their families. Thank you very much.
Can I thank the Right Honourable Lady for what she said, but also for all the good fellowship that she and I have enjoyed over the last 22 years that I've been in this House with her. Yes, a matter of seniority, really, as well as a magnificent tie. Point of order, Mr. Barry Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, I remember when I first met you, I went home to my wife and I said, I've met this really bumptious, self-opinionated, right-wing, objectionable character. And I could say that you haven't changed, but the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, you have been an exemplary Speaker. Yeah. You've been Parliament Speaker. I have been here quite a long time, so I've seen people organising the Speaker's election, usually the whips. You broke that tradition, we broke that tradition, cross-party, we wanted you, we denied the whips who they wanted, and we got you. And I certainly, and those of us who have been around this place for some time, don't regret for a moment that we got Parliament Speaker, and you really have proved that we were right in our choice. Can I just say one thing? You have been magnificent in the way you've got around. I remember the day you said we planned it well in advance, but we chose the day that when you'd come to the whole day in Huddersfield. Unfortunately, it was the day after the referendum, and it was quite an interesting atmosphere. But I do remember you getting to Huddersfield and say, "This is an awfully long way, isn't it, Barry?" But you did get about. You did see how constituents work. You did come to the Huddersfield University. You actually did the job well. And I also have to say, you also, as a Speaker, have been the champion of the backbencher. These people here on the whips, on the front benches, love it to have their own way. You were determined to let people like myself, a backbencher, and other backbenchers to have their say. And you've renewed. There's been a renaissance of Parliament under your speakership. I only hope we get someone half as good as you when we actually single-mindedly, happily, diversely, democratically choose your successor. Thank you for everything you've done for parliamentary democracy.
Bless you, Barry, for what you've said. Of course I will come. Will the honourable gentleman forgive me? Mr Dominic Grieve.
Yeah. Mr Speaker, as another Buckinghamshire MP, I couldn't fail to rise to say words to you of thanks for what you've done. You may recall, and it's perhaps worth recalling, that when you were first elected Speaker, I think I was the only person in the chamber who didn't stand to applaud you. And I have to say that was for two reasons. One was because I rather disapprove of these displays, and secondly, because I have to say that my preferences lay elsewhere. But I think I also indicated to you subsequently that I would do my very best to support you. And I have to say that as the years have gone by, I have come to appreciate that in the extraordinary times in which we live, your leadership of this House has been, in my judgment, exemplary in terms of the way in which you have stood up for the rights of backbenchers. It will undoubtedly go down as such, and I think it will set a benchmark which in future, built on by future speakers, will enable this House to operate very much better. And as for Buckinghamshire, Mr. Speaker, you will undoubtedly be missed. I sometimes think in the troubled times in which we live, it's time to return to those 17th century practices of setting up county associations and deciding to keep the rest of the world out, because we would then find that we agree with each other 100%.
Well, I thank the right honourable lady and gentleman for what he said. I regard him as a quite exceptional parliamentarian, so to receive a tribute from him means a great deal to me, and I think he knows that. Yes, a point of order, Angela Eagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm one of those that did originally support you when you stood in quite troubled times and unexpectedly as the Speaker, and I did so because you had already demonstrated to me and others that you were open-minded enough to have gone on a journey. And people have not expressed this particular part of you yet in these points of order, but your commitment to equality for women, LGBT people, and the disabled, to ensure that there's proper inclusion for everyone in our country, in our politics, is the thing I think perhaps that has most impressed me. Now, we've worked together behind the scenes because I was shadow leader of the House, and I know how committed, in very difficult times, wrestling with rather a conservative and hidebound institution, that you have been. And I think that for that reason alone, for your determination, for your judgment, for your confidence in your judgment, for your deep understanding of the way that our Parliament works, for your willingness to stand up for the rights of backbenchers against some of the most ferocious behaviour by government, you will be remembered as one of the great reforming speakers. And I hope that as you get your evenings back, and as you be able to make a choice about which chair you sit in and for how long.
And go to the toilet.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't going to mention your bladder.
It's a good bladder.
And I'm still not. But I hope that as you look back and reflect on all of these tumultuous times, you will look back with satisfaction on the role you have played, because you deserve to. You have been an outstanding speaker, and I wish to add my thanks to some of the spontaneous tributes that we are hearing now. Thank you.
Well, I thank the right honourable lady. Put simply, I've been very lucky. And I think if you do for a living something which causes you to jump out of bed in the morning looking forward to the day ahead, then frankly, you're blessed. Point of order, Mr. Peterbone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have been an extraordinary speaker and an outstanding speaker. Over the last few weeks, I very much disagree with your interpretation of certain standing orders. But for 14 years, you have transformed this place while I have been here. You used to sit behind me on the benches over there, heckling like mad the government. And then I hear the nerve, sir, of you telling us off for heckling. But I hope when we forget the Brexit period, you'll be remembered for completely transforming this place and allowing backbenchers to do their job, and for new members who come here, an opportunity to fulfil a career as a backbencher or not necessarily want to be a minister?
The honourable gentleman speaks from personal experience as a parliamentarian who is always ready to speak truth to power. I identify with him, and what he said, not least in light of some of his recent disagreements with me, is big of him. Point of order, Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to associate myself with everything that has been said so far, perhaps except the HS2 remarks. Could I just add a couple of other points that haven't been mentioned? The first is that without your family-friendly reforms to this place, particularly with the nursery opening, your willingness to introduce proxy voting, allowing babies and young children to go into the lobbies, without of those reforms, I and many others in this place, mothers and fathers alike, would not have been able to carry out our duties and to carry on being members of Parliament. So I want to thank you enormously for those changes and reforms. The other thing I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, I think in your time as Speaker, probably the most difficult event of that period was the murder of our friend Joe Cox. And I think the way in which you gave leadership to this whole place and to our collective grief, to the grief of her community and her family visiting her constituency the day after her terrible murder, I know her family would want me to thank you from the bottom of their heart for your leadership at that very, very difficult time for this House.
Thank you. As everybody here knows, Jo was very special, and she'll remain in our hearts for as long as we live. Point of order, Steve Baker.
Mr. Speaker, as a Buckinghamshire colleague, it's been a huge pleasure and privilege to work alongside you to further the interests of our constituents. I do say our constituents because I fondly remember occasions on which I've needed to speak in this place on your behalf, and it's been my privilege and pleasure to do that. And it would be graceless of me, of course, to refer to anything where I might possibly have disagreed with you, but I will just say, it's perfectly plain to me that you love this place and this Parliament, and I'm grateful for all of your service.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman. He's a conviction politician, and that deserves respect. Point of order, Jo Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to express thanks from the Liberal Democrat benches for your decade of service in the chair. I think that very often to those outside, Parliament can appear stuffy and out of touch. And some of the initiatives that have come in on your watch, the right reforms with topical questions, and indeed your own willingness to grant urgent questions, has meant that when people are talking about issues outside of this place, we can be discussing them in a timely way in this House, and that has been important. I was very moved by your tribute to your wife and children, because I think all of us in this place who have our families put up with a lot for us to do the jobs that we do. And I would echo the comments of the Honourable Member for Manchester Central about the reforms that you have made possible through the parliamentary nursery, babies being able to be in voting lobbies, and indeed your forbearance in not asking me to leave when I brought baby Gabriel into this House. And indeed the proxy voting reforms, which have already made such a difference for members with small babies during these rather intense few months of parliamentary debate. Those reforms have been truly important, and you have been a truly modernising Speaker. There is, of course, I'm sure you would agree, much more to do, and I hope that whoever is your successor will continue in that tradition. And the final thing I would say, Mr. Speaker, is you have been an absolutely unstinting guardian of parliamentary democracy at a time when people feel the need to take to the streets to argue to defend our democracy. I think back to my first term in this place between 2005 and 2010, I'm not convinced, if you'd asked me at the time, for me to pinpoint the most important vote that I cast in that 5 years, that I would have chosen that vote in 2009. But I think that in choosing you to be Speaker of this House, arguably that was the most important vote cast for the future of our country and our parliamentary democracy, and I'm very glad that I and the others in this House made that choice.
Thank you. Point of order, Sir Edward Lee.
So far we've mainly heard from distinguished members of the two front benches, or immediately prior members, but just on behalf of the permanent or semi-permanent backbenchers, who either by their own wish or because nobody in my case has ever asked me, have not in recent years joined the front bench, may I just say that although personally I haven't followed you in your political journey, Mr. Speaker, and I have to say on many occasions you've absolutely infuriated me, I have to say one thing, that there's one thing that on behalf of backbenchers nobody can ever take away from you, and that is that you have been determined to give a voice to those people in this place who want to ask real questions of the executive. And for this, we will always be grateful. Thank you.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. He was, of course, a talented minister, but I've always thought, because I know that his career came to a premature end, that he suffered from the notable disadvantage as a member of the government of not only holding opinions, but feeling inclined, with notable frequency, whether wanted or not, to express them. And that seemed to me why he was removed from the government. But I think the executive's loss was Parliament's gain. Point of order, Mr. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also add our party's thanks to you, Mr. Speaker. You have always been the backbench champion. You've called me in this House as often as you've called the honourable member for Huddersfield. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that you often perhaps gently chastise me in the word you. Can I say you, Mr. Speaker, have done excellent for the backbenchers in this House, and I am trying very hard not to use that word on other occasions. I know you've brought me to count a few times, and you've gently, with your humour, with your kindness, with your goodwill, have enabled me to learn the protocol of this House in a way that hopefully will be here for time to come. You also, Mr. Speaker, in my speeches in this House, even with the Ulster Scots and my accent, you always seem to understand what we were doing. The one thing that's very important, and you mentioned it today, and I'm going to say it as well, you mentioned about Sally and about your children. And the most important thing for us all in this House is the sanity we have when we go back to our families. And they are incredibly important. One closing point, Mr. Speaker, to say to you as well. As you know, I turn up to the adjournment debates every night, and you're always here as well. If you're not here, Mr. Speaker, I will miss you. And hopefully, in the future, Mr. Speaker, whatever you do in this world, I know you'll do it well. And I wish you well. I wish your family well. And Godspeed and God bless.
Colleagues, I hope you'll forgive me if I just say this very publicly to the honourable gentleman, the member for Strangford. I bet others have noticed it. I certainly have, ever since he came into the House and we got to know each other. The honourable gentleman is a person of strong religious faith. As it happens, I'm not. I've always been proud of my Jewish roots and my Jewish identity, but I am not a practising religious person. What I admire about the honourable gentleman, and I think makes him a most lovable figure in the House of Commons, is that he radiates warmth, empathy and compassion. And he is one of those people of faith who doesn't spend time preaching it, he lives it. Indeed. Point of order, Sir John Hayes.
Mr. Speaker, such is the length of our relationship and the friendship about which I think we can now come clean. It's long been suspected. That I rushed here from Lincolnshire when I heard the news of your imminent departure. Mr. Speaker, in an age of technocratic turgidity and mechanistic mediocrity, you have brought colour and style to this place. No one could deny your eloquence, nor your extraordinary encyclopedic grasp of facts, of which we are all jealous, frankly. I mean, how you manage to remember not only facts about our constituencies, but our birthdays, our wedding anniversaries, our children's names. What don't you remember, Mr. Speaker? And you have given life to this place in a way that few could ever have managed, and few of your predecessors have achieved. You've made this place, if I might say so, far more interesting than it would have been without you. But there's something else, Mr. Speaker, that's rarely said about you, and it is this. I fully recognise your sensitivity and your humanity. There are countless acts of kindness which you've shown members of this House, never publicised because they wouldn't be by their nature, which I think it's only fair now to draw attention to. When members have had difficulties of one sort or another, the trials and tribulations, the inevitable consequence of life here, you've always been there for them. And that work as our Speaker, needs to be recorded and celebrated as well as acknowledged today. So I will not only miss you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence, of which I have been a frequent beneficiary, as you well know, but also for your character and style. And that will last long after you leave this chair, as I hope our friendship will too.
Our friendship will endure for a long time to come, I say to the right honourable gentleman. Amongst other things we have in common, we share a passion for and a slightly obsessive preoccupation with historical statistics relating to tennis. By the way, I've never lost any sleep over a work-related matter because it's not worth doing. The nights without sleep that I've tended to experience over the years, and doubtless will do so in the future, have ordinarily been during either the US Open or the Australian Open, when my normal practice, as the right honourable gentleman knows, is to forgo sleep if the alternative is the opportunity to watch my all-time sporting hero, Roger Federer. Point of order, Anna Soubry.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you and I first came across each other well over 40 years ago when we were both members of the Conservative Party as students. And I couldn't possibly repeat the language of the Honourable Member for Huddersfield, but I do endorse the right-wing bit. And I, of course, was what was known then as a proud wet, and certainly on the pink Liberal wing of the Conservative Party. And though our journey has been somewhat and our route different, I rather suspect that we are back together in our new place. And that's going to be interesting in all that follows. But I remember that when you were a student, you had a huge passion for politics, for Parliament, and of course you were hugely eloquent even then. And all of those things served you well for many years. But most importantly, they have served this place hugely well as a member of this place, but also in your role as Speaker. I won't repeat, just endorse all the fine tributes about the great reforms that you've made to this place, especially on behalf of women and also on behalf of all the young people in my constituency and the children who have come to this place in a way that certainly previous generations didn't, have learned so much and felt engaged. And finally, I'd like to apologise on behalf of a small group of us who, by virtue of our appalling behaviour, Mr. Speaker, found ourselves as founder members of the 3 Bs. And when I come back, which I think I will at some stage, yes, that's right, before, if we have any such general election, I'll bring you the little badge that I have with the 3 Bs, which stand for bollocked by Burko. I'm very proud of the membership of that club, but on behalf of my merry band, and indeed all of us, thank you for everything you've done and the great service you've given to this place.
Bless you, and thank you. We are running out of time, and We've got till October from home from a sedentary position, but first of all, we must hear from Mr. David Lammy.
Well, Mr. Speaker, much has been said, obviously, by members of Parliament in this place, but I just want to put on record, I suspect, a deep thanks in huge parts of this country. And I was in this House after the riots of 2011, and I thank you for helping to recall the House to debate that very, very important subject. And most recently, after a scandal that involved people from Caribbean backgrounds, thank you for granting my urgent question that led to the revelation of that scandal. There are so many issues that have concerned minorities in this country who could so easily, as has been the case in previous decades in our country, remained on the fringes. Thank you for putting them at the centre of the action in this Parliament. And thank you also for appointing Rose Hudson-Wilkin as the chaplain when the establishment might have preferred a different choice. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, the role of Speaker is being part of the establishment. It takes a giant, and of course you aren't a giant, to stand up to that establishment and never be cowed. The next Speaker has very, very big shoes to fill.
Well, that's extraordinarily eloquent and generous, but I don't want to comment on anything the Honourable Gentleman, the Right Honourable Gentleman, has said about me, but I want to endorse in triplicate what he's just said about the Right Reverend Rose Hudson-Wilkin, chaplain to the Speaker of the House of Commons, great servant to Parliament, in her place, the undergallery now, and a source of comfort and inspiration to me for the last 9 years. There has not been a single day when I have not felt delighted and reinforced in my insistence, and it was my insistence that Rose would be appointed to that role. There is always scope for legitimate difference of opinion, but there were people, part of what I have to say outside of this place, I will call the bigot faction, who volunteered their views as to what an inapposite appointment I had made, with all the force and insistence at their disposal, which sadly from their point of view were in inverse proportion to their knowledge of the subject matter under discussion. They hadn't met Rose, they didn't know her, they couldn't form a view. They had a stupid, dim-witted, atavistic, racist and rancid opposition to the Reverend Rose. I was right, they were wrong, the House loves her. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Point of order, Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just say a huge thank you for all that you've done for backbenchers and for democracy, especially throughout this time as we discuss Brexit. I also want to thank you for all the firsts that you've done in the House. Stonewall, a list of LGBT+ employers. Parliament has moved up to now 23rd. I think we were down in the 70s and the 80s before. Parliament has been ranked the best 100 employers at the Race Equality Awards. That's because of your guidance and leadership, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for appointing Reverend Rose. I think she's in the corner crying, actually, with the rest of us. So thank you so much. She has been amazing, as with you, Mr. Speaker. The first Muslim Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Speaker. The first female clerk of the House, Mr. Speaker. All of the fact that young people are allowed allowed to debate in this chamber has come under you, Mr. Speaker. All of the charities that you have held in the Speaker's House, the BSL, Windrush, being able to raise the flag for International Women's Day outside Parliament for the first time, Mr. Speaker, Black History Month. I could go on to all that you've done to modernise this place, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, Mr. Speaker. And I hope you can just bear with me, because equality is a theme that you have championed, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to raise a point of order. Following last week's resignation, I'm deeply concerned that the position that I shadow for Minister for Women and Equalities remains vacant. And with more than half of the current cabinet opposed to equal marriage, I'm concerned that this brief has been undermined deliberately to roll back the hard fought for rights and protections. And Mr. Speaker, being a bit of a girly swat myself, I have calculated that when the following person is appointed, they will be the 10th to be appointed to the brief since 2010. It has moved departments 4 times, and if we have a new minister, it will be the 5th minister that I would have shadowed in just 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the government may groan on the other side. You don't even feel half the pain that we feel on this side of the House. Trump recently described Boris Johnson as Britain's Trump, which he was grinning like a Cheshire cat. And Mr. Speaker, in the United States, we have seen what can happen when you place a racist and a sexist in charge of the country, implementing a Muslim ban for people arriving and leaving this country, banning trans people from serving in the military, pushing to allow businesses to turn LGBT customers away, or making it easier for LGBT people to be sacked, or telling the Squad, a group of 4 elected congresswomen of colour, to go back to their countries. Our Prime Minister is modelling his campaign on his mate Trump, and is proven by the fact that Number 10 recently carried out a so-called culture war on polling on trans people. It's a disgrace, Mr. Speaker, to equalities, and it's so obvious that the Tories don't care about this brief. Women have suffered 87% of the cuts, and we have seen a 375% rise in hate crime. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this kind of hateful and divisive politics to continue to infect the UK. If any government is in need of a minister to fight against racism, sexism and homophobia, it's this one. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if you can just shed some light with your commitment to equality. I just wonder if you can shed some light, if you know when the Prime Minister will stop passing this vital, important brief around just like an inconvenience, and whether the Prime Minister will start treating the Women and Equalities brief with the respect that it deserves, and appoint a full-time Secretary of State to the brief and a department just like Labour has pledged to do.
Well, let me just say to the honourable lady that she said what she thought, and it's on the record, and people can make their own assessment of it. Let me just say that I do regard the portfolio as a matter of the utmost importance, and one of the encouraging phenomena of recent years has been the emergence of an apparent consensus across the House as to the importance of this set of issues. That's precious. It should be cherished. It would be perilous if it were lost or put at risk. I very much hope, in the very difficult circumstances that we now face, that there will be a replacement minister soon. Not a matter for me, but I feel very confident that appointment will be made before very long. These issues have to be focused upon with a relentless tenacity. You cannot just take them for granted or think job done. And sadly, all too often, we observe people in very, very, very senior positions around the world who do not appear to be adequately conscious, if conscious at all, of the scale of their responsibilities. With power comes responsibility. And we don't want to hear, for example, and the government rightly criticised it, we don't want to hear, and we utterly deprecate as a political tool, the use of language such as go back. It's unacceptable, and it shouldn't be ignored. It has to be called out, and you need a focus for these issues, and the existence of a minister is a part of that focus, mirrored by the select committee which scrutinises the minister's work. We have an excellent Women and Equalities Committee, which it's to the great credit of the government that it established, and it is important that it should have a minister to scrutinise. Point of order, Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thankful to the member for Brent on our front bench, sort of slightly changing the tone because I have an actual point of order. But I wish to associate myself with all of the comments. I have been called over the years to both criticise you, Mr. Speaker, and also defend you. Had I known what I have found out today about HS2, the latter would have been harder. I had no idea that you were against HS2, which will obviously revolutionise the place where I live. Anyway, that's not my point of order. Mr. Speaker, I know, because of everything that has been said today, that you encourage people like me to stand up and say when we think things are wrong and we think things can be improved about Parliament. And I love Parliament just as you do, and I wish for it to be in its healthiest form so that people can once again trust us, because there is a lack of trust in the country of this place at the moment. So I wonder if he could help me understand why, in cases where members of this House may be have found and proven to be found, regardless of whether they do it on parliamentary time or not, to have committed what I would call, in certain cases, violence against women and girls, or in fact, if a member of this House were to be in court for crimes that are violent or abusive, what protections do we in this place put in place for the vulnerable people who will go and see them in their surgeries? Because when I worked in the voluntary sector, if I was a teacher, if I was a doctor, if I was a police officer, I would not be allowed to see the public during a period where there was an investigation going on into me with regards to vulnerable people and potential abuse of them. And I have deep concerns about the safeguarding of our country and how it looks that seemingly the laws around vulnerable people do not apply to this place.
I take very seriously what the Honourable Lady has said. I think it bears solemn reflection, and rather than giving some ill-judged response on the hoof, I would prefer to discuss the matter privately with the Honourable Lady, which I make the genuine offer in the near future to do. We do a lot of things much better than we did, but as the leader of the Liberal Democrats pointed out, and I nodded vigorously as she made the observation, there's still a lot more to do. I like to view, I say this not least to those who are observing our proceedings, the cup as half full rather than half empty, but there's a fine line between being proud of what has been achieved and being satisfied. Being proud of what's been achieved is very often justified, and we shouldn't rubbish ourselves. Being satisfied is usually a very, very bad idea, because it's the shortest possible route to complacency, for which there is no justification. We need to do better. Let me just say to the Honourable Lady that I've come to know her over the last 4 years, and I've learned a lot from the Honourable Lady. She is one of the most authentic politicians and best communicators one could hope to meet. And apart from anything else, and I hope I carry my colleagues with me in making this observation about the Honourable Lady, she has got guts and character to burn.
Point of order.
Point of order. Yes, oh, very well. The Honourable Lady was the loudest. She was the loudest, as well as having the biggest smile. Point of order. Thangham Debonair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think so many things have been said about you that I hope you'll accept that I will make my tributes to you privately, and I hope that we can continue to be friends, even though I am a whip and you have said some rather interesting things about whips. I actually wish to make a point of order, which is that the Leader of the House last week, when I asked him to apologise for comparing someone who is a whistleblower, who felt that it was in the national interest for him to reveal details details about the impact on possibly very ill people of the no-deal Brexit. I'm so sorry for not giving you advance notice of this. And comparing him to a disgraced former doctor, who made up evidence about the MMR immunisation, and he refused to do that. Now, the MMR, as a result of immunisations going down, herd immunity in this country for measles has gone down. That is a deadly disease. It is a deadly disease, and the Leader of the House has since apologised in public, but that's, of course, not on the record. So, making my point of order, I hope to put on record that he has apologised, but I really wish to seek your guidance on whether or not he can be asked to come to this House and put on record with equal measure his apology for what he said in this House about a very distinguished man to whom we should be grateful.
Well, what I want to say to the honourable lady is that she's made her point with vigour and alacrity, and it's on the record. If she wants to obtain, almost in real time, an electronic copy of what she said and to deliver it to the Leader's office, she may well elicit a response. The Right Honourable Gentleman Member for North East Somerset, the Leader of the House, is somebody I've known for a very long time. I have sometimes agreed with him and sometimes not, but I have found that the Honourable Gentleman, though he has delivered himself of some extremely waspish and widely objected to comments on this occasion, has invariably been widely regarded as courteous.
Yeah.
He's a polite man, and he's a gracious person. And I think his characteristic and generosity of spirit could serve him well here. He's apologised outside the House. That was my understanding from the media, and it would be perfectly open to the Right Honourable Gentleman to do so in the Chamber. It's not for the Speaker to instruct him to do so. It is incumbent upon a member who has erred in this House to correct the record. Now, this is a matter of opinion rather than of fact, but if the Right Honourable Gentleman has apologised outside the House and can be cajoled, exhorted, charmed or persuaded by the Honourable Lady and me to beetle along to the Chamber to give us a sample of his contrition and humility, who knows, he may well be widely praised. Point of order, Liz Saville-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Yfarydd. And it's, I am very saddened to stand on my feet on behalf of Plaid Cymru to make this address to you today. We are eternally grateful to you for the fact that you have made a point of ensuring that the multifarious voices of this House are heard. There is such a variety. You mentioned earlier on the importance of members of Parliament and their role. We need to remember in this place, I hope, that every member of Parliament who is returned here is returned in exactly the same way by their constituents. Whichever party they stand and speak for, we are all here equally. I only hope that your successor will follow in your footsteps, because it's meant much to us. Dyn ni'n ddiolchgar I chi o waelod yn clonau ni. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you. That was a very beautiful tribute, and I appreciate what the Honourable Lady has said. Point of order, Ian Paisley.
Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to, on behalf of all of the Unionist members of this House, not to say a huge and hearty Ulster thank you to you, sir, for the work that you have done in this House, both as chairing of these proceedings and, of course, as your 22 years as Member of Parliament in this House. We do thank you. We thank you for your kindness outside of the Chamber as well as inside of the Chamber. You obviously have called one member from Northern Ireland more than anyone else in the whole House. He obviously catches your eye better than the rest of us. But we thank you. I know the member for Strangford has already thanked you. But indeed, could I also pass on to your staff a huge thank you, because you've opened up the facilities of this House to members of Parliament for charitable groups, for other personal activities that they're engaged in, that they bring them to you, and that your staff have been very, very obliging in assisting members of Parliament to ensure that issues that are important to them are properly advocated in this House. Your comments were very Burkean, in that you said it's not for us just to give of our industry, but of our judgment. And each of us have different judgments in all sorts of matters. You, sir, have been able to respect those judgments, even though at times they'd be very different from the views that you hold, and indeed very different from the views that we hold as members of this House. I know that members from nationalism in Northern Ireland who sat in this House would also like to be recorded publicly. A thank you to you also. Even though nationalists no longer take their seats here, which is a shame, those nationalist members who previously represented their constituents in this House, I know would like to have a word of thank you to you also, sir, for the work that you have done as Chairman and Speaker of these proceedings. On your many visits to Northern Ireland, I know that you have a soft spot for Belfast and for the people there. You'll be very welcome back. On many an occasion, I'm sure that you will receive a rousing reception in some places and a less rousing reception in other places. But you will, sir, be welcome back in Belfast, many places. I know that the one thing that will probably disappoint you most is that you're not the Speaker who will oversee the R&R of this building. I know that that is a personal passion of you, sir, but maybe as we enter into a new dispensation, free from Europe, we will have a fresh new Parliament to sit in. Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman for what he said, but above all, I'm enormously appreciative of his remarks about the team in the Speaker's office to whom I referred. They have been steadfast, unwavering, efficient and magnificent. All of them. And I've worked with many of them for several years in succession, a point of absolutely no interest to the bigot faction, who form their view and don't want any facts to get in the way. They won't write about it, they'll scribble their bigoted drivel, because that's what they do. I mean, they'll tell their grandchildren, what did you do for a living? Well, I scribbled my bigoted drivel from some down-market apology for a newspaper, calling it a newspaper is probably a breach of the Trade Descriptions Act. But they won't mind. They're probably very proud of the sort of, trashy articles by trashy journalists for trashy newspapers. I mean, it just goes with the turf. It's down market, it's substandard, it's low grade, there's no intellectual weight to it, but that's what they'll do. And it will always be about ad hominem attacks, because that's what makes their world go round. But the fact is that the people who work in my office have been outstanding. I know their worth. We know the strength of our relationship. And the person standing on my left who's worked with me, he's one of several who's worked with me for many, many years, has worked with me throughout the 10 years I've been in post as Speaker. He was in the office for a decade before. He was educated at the University of Life. There isn't a pompous bone in his body. He wouldn't know the meaning of the word snobbery if it hit him over the head. But he is absolutely brilliant, and I'm grateful to him. Peter Barrett. And point of order, Dr. Sarah Wollaston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being one of the great reforming speakers. It's you that is trying to take back control for this Parliament, and others should learn from your example. You've also been a great champion of select committees, and I'd like to thank you as chair of the liaison committee for that. And also, you've been a champion of allowing backbenchers to hold the powerful to account. And that's my point of order now. Further to the previous point of order, NHS staff are not only entitled to raise genuinely held concerns about patient safety, they have a duty to do so, and they must be able to do this without fear of intimidation or bullying from people in positions of power, including members of this House. Last week, the Leader of the House made highly offensive comments about Dr. David Nicholl, and I would just reiterate that unless he comes to his place and makes an apology from the floor of the House, what message does that send to NHS whistleblowers, and what does it mean for patient safety?
The honourable lady, for what she said, she's an extremely distinguished denizen of the House, both in respect of her constituency work and of her chairing of very important committees, chairing the Health Select Committee and chairing the Liaison Committee. And I think she speaks with very considerable authority and gravitas by virtue of those roles and the reputation that she's garnered. I don't want to pick an argument with the Leader of the House. He and I get on extremely well, but points have been made and the Honourable Lady has underlined them. If she's dissatisfied, my advice to her is the advice I regularly give to members wanting to know how they can take a matter forward. And the word begins with P and ends with T. Persist. 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 There's nothing to stop the Honourable Lady returning to the matter when we come back after the conference recess. On the Conservative benches, the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for New Forest East, who's not in his place, I think he's chairing various committees this afternoon or attending committee meetings, taught me decades ago that in politics, quantity, persistence, and above all repetition are at least as important as the quality of your argument. It's not good enough to have a good point and make it once. You have to keep going, or if I may say so, at the risk of causing some disquiet on grounds of courtesies, I would suggest to the Honourable Lady that she should follow the Churchill adage in pursuit of her cause. KBO, keep buggering on at all times. And point of order, I will come. Jonathan Ashworth, point of order.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker, and I, of course, associate myself with all the remarks that we've heard about you stepping down. I shan't embarrass you by throwing more compliments at you. Can I reinforce the point that my humble friend from Bristol West has made, and the chair of the Select Committee? The Leader of the House last week was quite frankly disgraceful and irresponsible in his comments about Dr. Nicholl. He should come to this chamber and apologise from the dispatch box. That would be the courteous thing to do. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, do you agree that if the government are confident that they have a system to ensure our constituents and patients will get timely access to medicines, then they should publish the analysis now so we can scrutinise that analysis in this House of Commons in the time that we have left?
Meaning that we will return to both issues ere long if the legendary indefatigability of the Honourable Gentleman doesn't desert him in the weeks and months ahead. It won't, and therefore we'll hear more on those subjects. We come now to a point of order, Tulip Siddiq.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most members of this House have served under you for a lot longer than I have, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to thank you for supporting me at a time when my life was in danger. I'm not going to go into too many details, but I wanted to say thank you because you provided a lot of protection for me at a very dark hour of my life, and I want to say thank you. But I also want to say thank you when we're talking about life and death, because you supported my constituent, Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, last night by giving her case a lot of priority in this House, granting urgent questions, bringing debates forward, but most importantly, you went to see Richard Ratcliffe when he was on a hunger strike outside the Iranian embassy, and I would say you also saved his life at the time. So throughout your career, you've looked after Parliament, you looked after democracy, but you, along the way, you've also saved lots of lives that people may not know about.
I appreciate what the Honourable Lady has said. Let me just say to her, I've not met Richard Ratcliffe before. Visiting him and spending a little time with him were an honour. They were an honour. Anyone who's met Richard Ratcliffe knows that it's an honour. He's a quite remarkable human being. The sooner Nazanin is freed and can be reunited with her daughter and her husband and wider family, so much the better. It is intolerable beyond words that she has been denied her freedom by an act of dictatorial barbarity. And we will go on and on and on and on and on about this issue for as long as it takes for humanity to prevail over barbarism. And it would be good if this message were repeated much more widely, not just in this place by conscientious politicians, but in parts of the media that frankly are not really terribly interested. It's about time, if they've got any sort of moral compass, that they took an interest. Point of order, Rashnara Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank you for all you've done in giving us the opportunity not only to hold our own government to account, but other governments in respect to human rights violations and for standing up for democracy. And I want to pick one example in particular where you agreed to host, at the request of the then Leader of the House and the Mother of the House, to host the Women in the World Members Parliamentarians Conference in this House, with incredibly moving contributions for women who risked their lives, who lost family members in order to stand up as parliamentarians in their respective countries. The power of this House to do good, not only in this country but around the world, remains undimmed, despite and notwithstanding our current difficulties. And it's important that we remember that this House, at its best, is a source of inspiration around the world. And that is, in no small part, thanks to all you have done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will miss you, and we wish you the warmest of regards for the future. Thank you.
Well, I think the Right Honourable and Learned Lady, the member for Camberwell and Peckham, has done huge and invaluable work on this front. She knows the issues, she feels them. She is, of course, as the Honourable Lady knows, a stellar progressive change maker. And she's charted that course since she entered the House on the 28th of October 1982. She came into the House as a very, very, very young woman indeed, and she'll mark 37 years in the House next month. And if I know the Right Honourable Lady, in whatever capacity, she will keep pursuing these issues because they reflect her humanity and her attachment to principle and the rights of the underdog and the cause of equality. She, the Right Honourable Learned Lady, like the Honourable Lady, came into politics for all the right reasons. Well, I know the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Honourable Gentleman will be very proud of what I've just said about his wife. And he's looking even happier than he otherwise would. I'll come to the Honourable Gentleman, but it would be a pity to squander him at too early a stage of our proceedings when we've only been going for an hour and a quarter or so. So I'll come to the Honourable Gentleman momentarily. Point of order, Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for breaking one of your own rules, or maybe not a written rule, but I've only just come into the chamber, as you noticed. I wanted to apologise, to explain I was off the parliamentary estate. I hadn't known the statement, obviously, that you were about to make, but as soon as I heard, I came back as fast as I could, because I wanted to thank you very seriously for your incredibly strong sense of fairness. As an MP from a party of just one in this place, it is very easy to feel somewhat marginalised from time to time, and I take from you so much gratitude that you have always included the Green Party, recognising that I'm only one MP in here, but represent a party out there. So thank you for your incredibly strong sense of fairness and justice. Thank you for your reforming zeal in this place. We still have a long way to go, but thanks to you, we are a long way down that path.
The Honourable Lady may recall that she once asked me if it was all right if she included on the dust jacket of a book she was about to publish a tribute that I had paid her. And I said to the Honourable Lady I was more than delighted for her to use that tribute on the dust jacket. My rationale was very simple. I'd said what I'd said in public. I said it because I meant it, and I meant it so I said it. And having meant it and said it, I was more than happy for it to be reproduced. And I rather trust that it will continue to be, at the Honourable Lady's pleasure. She is a superb parliamentarian, and I think that's recognised across the House. Without a vast infrastructure to support her, she is indefatigable, irrepressible, and astonishing in her productivity and the sheer range of her political interests. She's a fine parliamentarian. Also, because she is the only member of her party at the moment in this House, she's in the very happy position of being leader and chief whip of her own party, and I think of invariably agreeing with herself. Finally, and I thank colleagues, and I know we've taken a long time, but we have got time, and frankly we'd have more time if we weren't disappearing for a rather excessive period. A point of order, Jack Dromey.
Mr. Speaker, can I echo the tributes that have been paid to you? You're one of history's finest speakers with a lasting legacy. And dare I say, in addition to everything else that's been said, one plain, decent man of immense integrity. I rise on another matter. The truly right honourable member for Meriden is leaving this House not because she has suffered shameful harassment and intimidation, including threats against her personal safety and the safety of her staff. Yet, Mr. Speaker, there would seem to be in this House those who are oblivious to the consequences of their actions, using language that scars the public discourse. Absolutely. Toxic talk of traitors, collaborators, conspirators, surrender. Language that demeans democracy, fans the flames of hate and hate crime, puts the public at risk, and members of this House, women in particular, who are suffering often shameful treatment. Well said, Jack. Mr. Speaker, is it in order in our great Parliament for language ever to be used, hateful language, that can then have tragic consequences, as recent history has told us?
Well said.
There is a fine balance that has to be observed. Free speech is important, and one doesn't want to suppress the right of members to hold and express with considerable force and sometimes ill judgment opinions very sincerely believed. But each and every one of us has in this place to weigh his or her words and to understand that we are in leadership positions, and words count, words matter, words make a difference, and words can cause great personal hurt and also be the trigger for actions by others. I have become increasingly conscious in recent times from members on both sides of the House of the escalation in hostile communications to members and sometimes to their families. And I want just to underline that we have to call out unacceptable behaviour, including the issue of language which can induce threats or constitutes a threat in its own right. And we have to recognise also that there are some people who are so deprived of a moral compass that they think that because they believe a particular thing strongly about a member, that somehow justifies them subjecting that member and his or her family to vituperation, abuse, intimidation, or worse. It does not, it cannot, it will not. And I remember being shocked when the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman, the member for North East Somerset, was faced by aggressive demonstrations outside his home with people saying, a lot of people disapprove of your dad. And that could have been deeply frightening to family members and young children. There have been other members on both sides of the House who've highlighted their experiences or the experiences of their family or of their constituency or parliamentary staff. And up with this, we cannot put. We simply have to say, as a matter of principle, it's wrong, and if we need to do more and better, including the investment of greater resources and an improved mindset within the police service and the House authorities, we will do that. I hope the honourable gentleman will forgive me if I say I've done my best, but not enough. not enough, and more will need to be done in the period ahead. Some of the responsibility for leadership on that front will lie with the next Speaker, and it would be a good thing also if those who constantly prate about their rights to free speech, to publish or be damned, to say exactly what they think, would ask themselves, is what we're about to produce likely to spark intimidation, harassment or violence? Putting up pictures as though people are somehow public enemies of parliamentarians on front pages because they've dared to hold and express a view which differs from that of the newspaper concerned. Start to realise just how desperately dangerous that is and exercise a modicum of responsibility. Those people have got to learn to operate at the level of events. Thank you, colleagues. I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967, that Her Majesty has signified her royal assent to the following acts. Kew Gardens Leases Act 2019. European Union Withdrawal No. 2 Act 2019. Order. I know that the House will join me in empathising with and showering congratulations for his forbearance upon the Right Honourable and learned gentleman, the member for Beaconsfield, who has been so patiently waiting for his opportunity. I now call the Right Honourable and learned gentleman to make an application for leave to propose a debate on a specific and important matter that should have urgent consideration under the terms of Standing Order number 24. The Right Honourable and learned member has up to 3 minutes in which to make his application. Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope I may be briefer than that. The House is about to be prorogued for 5 weeks. 2 weeks after we return is the anticipated date on which we are going to leave the European Union. There is much which is left undebated, and in particular, we are not going to have an opportunity to ask the necessary questions of the government, both in relation to its own prepared documents under Yellowhammer, which it has prepared for its own use in relation to the risks of a no deal. And in addition to that, we are not going to have the opportunity to ask what I think are the necessary and unfortunately searching questions about the government's motives in proroguing this House and the potential difference between what they have said in public in this matter and what the evidence suggests is the reality. So, for those reasons, I would ask the opportunity, along with my honourable and right honourable friends and other members, to be able to debate this matter under Standing Order 24 in the terms set out, and I will not read it out here because everybody can have a copy, which includes both an opportunity of debate and an humble address to enable us to get the documents which otherwise we will have no prospect of seeing before the anticipated date of our departure from the EU. I will hope to take the opportunity in a few minutes, if the House agrees, to explain in detail why I think this is necessary, and I want to emphasise that in having done an SO24 linked to a humble address, I have not taken this matter lightly, and certainly not in a partisan way. And I will explain exactly why when I have an opportunity of developing those arguments. I think they're very serious issues to which this House must give the closest consideration.
The Right Honourable Member asks leave to propose a debate on a specific and important matter that should have urgent consideration under the terms of Standing Order number 24, namely the matter of prorogation with the imminence of an exit from the European Union. I received the Right Honourable and learned gentleman's written application. I have listened carefully to what he said on the floor of the House. I am satisfied that the matter raised is proper to be discussed under Standing Order number 24. Has the Right Honourable and Learned Member the leave of the House? No! Well, the very large number of members standing in support of the Right Honourable Learned Gentleman, I do note the very, very loud expression of opposition from the Honourable Gentleman Member for Wellingborough is testament to the existence of more than enough support. Can I just say, and well, whether I can or not, I'm going to. I do know what I'm doing in these matters.
So do we.
And I do know the standing orders, and I do listen to the advice. Sometimes you get these pop-up characters who think they understand these matters on the basis of minimal familiarity with the said standing orders and presume to say that the rules have been broken. They are entitled to their opinions, but they suffer from the notable disadvantage of being completely wrong. I know what the rules are and what they allow, and this is absolutely in keeping with the standing orders. If there are people who don't like the subject matter and would prefer it not to be aired and judge that it's inconvenient, they're perfectly entitled to their view, but it's got nothing to do with the procedural propriety. Don't tell me, young man, from a sedentary position what I can and can't say. If you're not interested, leave the chamber. I'm not remotely interested in your pettifogging objection chuntered inelegantly from a sedentary position. The position is as I've described it, and quite frankly, young man, you can like it or lump it. The Right Honourable Gentleman has obtained the leave of the House. The Right Honourable Gentleman has obtained the... the people will understand that as far as the Speaker's concerned, his job is to stand up for the rights of the legislature. I never have been, am not, and never will be in the business of being bossed around by some footling member of the executive branch. The Right Honourable Member has obtained the leave of the House. The debate will be held now as the first item of public business. And what I would say to the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman is that the debate will last for 2 hours and it will arise on a motion that the House has considered the specified matter set out in the Right Honourable Member's application. That comes after you, surely. You've got to hear okay. I now call, just before we come to the Right Honourable Lady Gentleman's debate, I now call the Leader of the Opposition to make an application for leave to propose a debate on a specific and important matter, another specific and important matter that should have urgent consideration under the terms of Standing Order number 24. The Right Honourable Gentleman has up to 3 minutes in which to make such an application. The Leader of the Opposition, Mr Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'll be very brief because the whole House wants to get on to the important debate that you've just agreed to be held. What I want to ask for is a very urgent debate on what I consider to be a matter of overriding importance and seriousness. And the motion reads that this House has considered the welcome completion of all parliamentary stages of the European Withdrawal Act and has considered the matter of the importance of the rule of law and ministers' obligation to comply with the law. I welcome the passage of the Act that has just received its royal assent. However, Mr Speaker, there is very deep concern, not just across this House, but across the whole country, at the commitment of the government to abide by the obligations set out in that Act, and the outright statements in some quarters that they will disregard or seek to evade the law that has just received royal assent, therefore is an Act of Parliament. Therefore, Mr Speaker, I'm asking you to grant an urgent debate under Standing Order 24 on behalf of the people of this country that want to live in a democratic society where government abides by the rule of the law, and specifically whether the Prime Minister will obey the law that this House has just passed into law.
Thank you. The Right Honourable Member asks leave to propose a debate on a specific and important matter that shall have urgent consideration, namely the well completion of all parliamentary stages of the European Union Withdrawal Number 6 Bill, sometimes colloquially known, probably in the pubs and clubs of the United Kingdom, as the Ben Letwin Bill, and has considered the matter of the importance of the rule of law and ministers' obligation to uphold the rule of law. I have listened carefully to the application for the Right Honourable Member. Adherence to the law. Goodness. Yes, I am satisfied that the matter raised on the last day before the prorogation of this Parliament is proper to be discussed under Standing Order number 24. Has the Right Honourable Member the leave of the House? Thank you, colleagues on both sides of the House. The Right Honourable Member has obtained the leave of the House. The debate, I advise the Leader of the Opposition and his colleagues, and indeed the House, will be held today as the second item of public business, immediately after the first SO24 debate in the name of the Right Honourable Learned Gentleman Member for Beaconsfield. The Leader of the Opposition's debate will last for up to 90 minutes and will arise on a motion that the House has considered the specified matter set out in the Right Honourable Member's application. Order! We now come to the motion in the name of Mr Dominic Grieve and others to be moved under Standing Order number 24. I remind the House that a paper with the terms of the motion has been distributed. To move the motion, I call Mr Dominic Grieve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to have to move this motion because it ought not to be necessary to do so. Mr. Speaker, when I was Attorney General, a lot of the work I had to do involved advising on law, but quite a lot of it from time to time had to do about propriety in government. We are very blessed in this country that, as well as obeying the rule of law, there is within government a deep understanding that if our constitution, which is largely unwritten, is to function, there has to be a high level of trust between different parts of government, whether it be Parliament or the administration, in how our affairs are conducted. And I'm glad to say that in my experience, if and when I ever had to step in as Attorney General to point out that I thought that propriety might be in danger of being infringed, I always had a positive response from my colleagues in government about the necessity at all times to be seen to be acting with clean hands. I will give it.
And on that point, if he's successful and the government are obliged to supply these papers, is he confident that the current Prime Minister and Executive will do so?
Seeing that this would be a humble address to Her Majesty the Queen for the documents, I very much hope that there could be no question other than that they will be provided, because it is the custom and practice and convention that such humble addresses are responded to positively by the government. Now, the reason that we have these rules is to manage difference, and because it provides a framework for our debates, which enables, because as I say, there is a high level of trust, for us to manage sometimes serious difference, as we undoubtedly have at the moment, in a moderate fashion. To be able sometimes to say strong words to each other, but to come together afterwards with a high level of appreciation of the other's point of view and an absolute certainty that one side is not trying to trick the other. And my concern is that there is now increasing and compelling evidence that this trust is breaking down, and that indeed there is cause to be concerned that the conventions are being maintained. Now, this, of course, Mr. Speaker, arises particularly because of the decision to prorogue this House. I don't think I need to go into too much history to point out that in recent years the power of prorogation has been used only for two reasons. The first is to have that short interval, usually of no more than 7 or 8 days, between one session and the next, so that a Queen's speech may take place. And it has also been used at times to extend time for a general election in order to maintain a power by which this House could be recalled in an emergency before it is finally dissolved. So the use being made of the government in proroguing this House until the 14th of October is indeed, in current times, unprecedented. It is a long period of time, and all the more startling because it takes place against the background of what is without doubt, and it's a bit difficult to gainsay it, a growing national crisis. I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Would you agree with me that what makes this particularly important is that it was open to the government to move a periodic adjournment, or as we normally call it, a sittings motion, which could have been approved by the House to achieve the same effect, but the government chose to use the prerogative power, a power which effectively enables the Prime Minister to advise the Queen to remove Parliament from the scene of action, and it is therefore obviously of the greatest possible importance what the government's motive in so doing was, and that the papers that he's describing will reveal that motive in a way nothing else can.
My right honourable friend is right on both points, and I shall move on in a moment to develop in a bit more detail the issue of the documents. Just wait one moment. The justification, of course, that has been given by the government for this length of prorogation is that we were due to adjourn for the purposes of party conferences and to return shortly before the date the government has chosen. But everybody in this House knows that the nature of the crisis that has been engulfing us in the last 2 months meant that it was clear that the House would not consent to be adjourned because it regarded its continuing sitting as being absolutely essential. And my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, knew this very well. Furthermore, it appeared, certainly at the time that he stood for the leadership of the Conservative Party and was about to become Prime Minister, that he understood very well that although suggestions had been made about proroguing the House in order to facilitate achieving a no-deal Brexit, he apparently did not approve of them. Indeed, he said publicly in the course of his leadership bid, "I am not attracted to archaic devices like proroguing." And that, Mr. Speaker, is where the trust comes in. As news emerged of the decision to prorogue, it became very clear rapidly that the government did not appear to be giving a consistent account of its reasons. And as the act of proroguing has led to litigation, it has also then followed that some, but not all, of the motives for the prorogation have begun to emerge. We have seen documents which show that although on the 23rd of August of this year, Number 10 Downing Street and the Prime Minister denied considering the idea of proroguing at all, in fact, internal government documents reveal that this matter was under consideration some 10 days before. Indeed, there is a rather remarkable memorandum from the Prime Minister himself in which he expresses total contentment with this because he finds the September sitting to be an unnecessary and rather contemptible activity. It's perhaps rather typical of my right honourable friend the Prime Minister, that he gets one matter wrong. He suggests that it is, as we now know, the product of the work of one of his predecessors, Mr David Cameron, whereas of course it was Mr Tony Blair who introduced the September sitting. It's also rather noteworthy that when we found what was under the redaction, it turned out he condemned Mr David Cameron's belief in having a September sitting as being a girly swat, which I suppose was meant to be contrasted, Mr Speaker, with his manly idleness, which seems to be his established practice when it comes to confronting the crisis which threatens to engulf us on the 31st of October, if he cannot get the deal which he promises he is going to achieve, but which it now appears from the resignation statement of the last Secretary of State for Work and Pensions that he has done absolutely no work to even commence negotiating. I give way, of course.
I thank him for giving way to this girly swat. Does he agree with me that democracy requires a certain commitment to the truth, and that there's a reasonable expectation that we've had to date in our country that when asked questions, the government will not actively lie and it will actually tell the truth, and that this loosening of the current administration's moorings from a commitment to tell the truth is a direct threat to democracy?
Yes, the right honourable lady is right, and it is this which concerns me so much, and which I think the House collectively ought to just pause and consider carefully this evening. She will be aware that the next thing which emerged was a rumour, but I'll come back to this issue of it just being rumour, that in the litigation which was being brought against the government, there was a desire to set out the reasons why prorogation was being pursued. But when the Treasury Solicitor's Department, as it would properly do in conducting litigation, sought to find a public official willing to depose in affidavit as to why the government had decided to prorogue, and I might add, asked Her Majesty the Queen to prorogue, one must assume, no such official could be found willing to swear to the affidavit. So, as a consequence, ultimately, a number of documents were simply exhibited by the Treasury Solicitor to the government's case. I'll give way.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman. Does he recall any instance when he was Attorney General of being unable to find public officials willing to swear affidavits about the government's case?
I can think of no such event, and indeed, of course, it is the Treasury Solicitor's Department and indeed the Law Officer's job to make sure that anything the government says in litigation fulfils its duty of candour and is not misleading. Then a most remarkable thing happened, Mr. Speaker, and this is where it becomes more difficult for me. But I have to say that in the course of days that followed, I started to be given information from public officials informing me that they believed that the handling of this matter smacked of scandal. There's no other way to describe it. Now, of course, that places me in a difficulty because it is simply the information that I've been given. And I want to make absolutely clear that I'm not in a position any more, I think, than any member of this House to be able to ascertain if that information is mistaken or not. I can only say that I believe those sources to be reliable, and also, in my experience, extraordinarily unusual that I should get such approaches with individuals expressing their disquiet about the handling of this matter and some of the underlying issues to which it could give rise. So it is as a consequence of that that I have drafted, along with honourable and right honourable friends and other members, the humble address concerning the prorogation documents. And I want to emphasise at the outset that in doing so and identifying named individuals, whether they be special advisers, which makes up the vast majority, or in one case, a civil servant, I am making absolutely no imputation against any single one of them whatsoever. It would be disgraceful to do so because I don't have the evidence on which to do it. But what I give way, of course, to.
Thanks, my honourable and learned friend, for giving way. He and I have worked together, both originally as pupil master and pupil, but then as Attorney General and civil servant. So we have a great deal of history in this matter. Does he agree with me that there are civil service mechanisms and systems for guiding the behaviour of civil servants? And does he agree with me that these matters are ideally best not discussed in the manner in which we're discussing them this afternoon?
My honourable friend is right about our long association, and she's also, of course, right because she's worked in the Treasury Solicitors Department, where I am quite sure she maintained at all times the highest standards of integrity. But the difficulty is this. The 31st of October is looming. We are, as a House, about to be prorogued and rendered entirely ineffective until the 14th of October. This is the choice of the government. The routes I might have wished to have taken to see this matter properly investigated simply do not match the time available for us to do it, and the fact that as trust has progressively broken down, I'm afraid I become increasingly concerned that the government may simply not respond in the manner in which I would expect it should if one was simply to ask polite questions. Of course, I give way.
I thank you very much for giving way, but can you tell the House whether he intends to put on the record any of the details of the information that he says he received? Because the worry is if he doesn't, and the government simply ignores this humble address, we will never know their contents, because the implication of what he's saying is really very serious, and it is this, and that's that the Queen was misled by the Prime Minister as to his reasons for wanting a prorogation.
Oh my goodness.
Well, don't agree. The honourable gentleman raises some very difficult points. I think the best thing I can do is simply to state openly the generality of it, and he is, I think, correct in what he says. That far from this prorogation being a desire to reset the government for the purposes of holding a Queen's speech and nothing else, that there is available plenty of evidence that what actually happened was that there was a concerted get-together within government to try to ensure that this House could be prevented from taking action to stop a no-deal Brexit, and that the origins of that long predate the first time the government mentioned prorogation. That is, I think, in a nutshell, what we are talking about. Yes, of course.
I have been, as he knows, in this House for 40 years. I've never heard of a more serious allegation against a government acting in a way that's misleading this House on one side and stopping the House from functioning on the other. Would you agree with that?
I would, but I would also emphasise, and this is why I emphasise it, that these are allegations. And in an ideal world, I would have preferred not to make allegations, even within the context of the privilege which this House provides. But I think in the circumstances, and with the time available before the 31st of October comes, and the fact we are proroguing, there really is no alternative. Now, no, I can just make a little bit of progress. So what I've attempted to do, distilling the information which has been made available, is to identify those people where I think the information may be available. And I repeat what I said, that I make no imputation against individuals whatsoever. We could have tried to be much broader, But had we been much broader, it might have looked a bit like a fishing expedition throughout government, and it seems to me only right to ask the questions as to where, in a sense, we have been directed by the information I've received and others have received, that the answers may be found. Hence the list of individuals that I have named. And as I say again, not a single imputation against any of them. What is necessary is to establish the information they possess. Of course I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable and learned friend for giving way, and we too have been friends for his entire time in this House. Having been a minister himself, is he not worried about the collateral damage that this humble address is creating? It is important that civil servants have space and safe space to speak truth to power. And I think that by his actions today, he is damaging the civil service's ability to communicate and discuss freely matters with ministers. Does he not see the damage he is doing?
Well, I understand my right honourable friend's point, and if I may say to her, that was a matter which exercised me very much before I decided to table this motion. But as against that, we also have to face up to another fact, that it cannot, those necessary protections for civil servants cannot be used and must not be used as a device to hoodwink this House and the public as to the way the government conducts its business. The government has a duty. It can sometimes have a duty not to say something, but it certainly doesn't have a right to mislead. And it is such a fundamental matter that I think we are right to pursue this issue. Of course, if it turns out, just let me make a bit of progress for a moment, and I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman. If it turns out that the information I was given was mistaken, well then in those circumstances I shall be the happiest person of the lot. But I have to say I think it is sufficiently serious in its nature and content that I would be failing in my duty as a Member of Parliament if we were not to seek to ascertain whether it is correct. So I then give way to my right honourable friend.
Grateful to the right honourable learned gentleman. Surely the only thing that matters is what was in the Prime Minister's mind, what were his reasons for making the decision he made. You cannot work that out by asking for the personal testimonies of lots of officials, some of whom met the Prime Minister on this and some of whom didn't. The matter is what was in the Prime Minister's mind, and this House has ample opportunity, which is already used, to cross-examine the Prime Minister to satisfy themselves about what they think his true motive was. But I don't see how knowing what some officials thought helps at all.
If I may say to my right honourable friend, last week, at Prime Minister's questions, my right honourable friend, the member of South West Hertfordshire, and I both asked questions of the Prime Minister seeking to elucidate an answer as to his motive and state of knowledge. And I was rather struck by the fact that he avoided answering both questions completely. There was not an attempt. My right honourable friend should go and look at the Hansard. There was not a single attempt to answer the questions. So I'm afraid I don't have much confidence that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has the capacity, frankly, to answer questions of this kind, because he doesn't appear to understand how serious they are and appears to treat them with a high level of flippancy. So for those reasons, of course I give way.
The right honourable gentleman, the learned gentleman, for giving way. Just on that point, the prorogation potentially this evening will deny the liaison committee a 3-hour session with the Prime Minister this Wednesday, a session the Prime Minister agreed to on the 14th of August.
Yes, indeed, and of course that might have provided another opportunity for asking questions. I will say this, I do appreciate that this House can sometimes be difficult and irksome to Prime Ministers and governments. But that is our job, and we are there precisely to provide scrutiny and also to hold to account. For those reasons, I don't think we are unreasonable, and it would be unreasonable of us to proceed to ask for these documents. And I believe and hope that this has been drafted in a way that is sufficiently focused that we can come swiftly to a conclusion by Wednesday as to whether or not there is anything which should be causing the public disquiet or not. Yes, I give way to my right honourable friend, of course.
Right honourable and learned friend for giving way. He's named 9 individuals here. He could have asked for the Cabinet Secretary, he could have asked for permanent secretaries. These names do appear to me to be very arbitrary. I mean, I know one of them. I think she's been only appointed for less than a week or 10 days. So what are his criteria for choosing these 9 particular individuals?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very good point. There was a time at the end of last week where the list was rather longer and did actually include, I'll say this openly, senior civil servants. But I had a reticence about that, and felt as a result of the inquiries that I made that the list could best be narrowed. And it was, I think, made quite clear from the information that I had gleaned that the origins of this story as to how prorogation came about does not lie with public officials, it lies with the special advisers to ministers. And for that reason, I think that the list is as well directed as I believe it can be. Now, I want to make progress and bring my remarks to an end. That is the issue surrounding prorogation. In addition to that, we have the papers surrounding Yellowhammer. The House will remember that the government sought to suggest when the Yellowhammer papers first started to emerge, some of them, that this was material prepared for a previous administration. But it turns out that it's another one of those little inaccuracies which now seems to creep out of number 10 Downing Street. It turns out that that is in fact incorrect. This was material prepared for the current administration and for cabinet committees to understand the risks involved in a no-deal Brexit. Now, we are going to be prevented over the coming weeks from debating those issues, and when we return, we are going to have almost no time, and I fear very much that by the time the Queen's Speech debate is over, we are going to be mired in great crisis that I would much rather see avoided. But it seems to me, therefore, that it is entirely reasonable to ask the government to disclose these documents, both so that the House can understand the risks involved and, indeed, that these can be, in due course, communicated more widely to the public. And, of course, if the document suggests there are no risks involved, then that, too, is in need of communication. I give way.
The right honourable and learned gentleman for giving way, and there are few in this House who have his knowledge of the conventions and protocols of the House, excepting perhaps Mr. Speaker. And certainly my constituents do not follow the differences between prorogation, recess, Queen's Speech requirements, etc. But they do know that my title is Member of Parliament, and that implies where I should be in Parliament. And does the honourable member agree that at this time, this constitutional crisis, my constituents expect us to be sitting in Parliament, that Parliament is not shut down, and so that this question of why we are being prorogued goes to the credibility of me as a Member of Parliament, of this House in its entirety, and for that reason the public interest is absolutely involved.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. And I do worry that this prorogation is, to my mind, a most regrettable event, because it does and is going to prevent this House from giving the proper scrutiny over what is, as I say, an evolving situation which has a critical importance to the future of our country. Of course, I give way to my right honourable friend.
I don't know if the right honourable gentleman has had a chance to look at the... Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The transcript of the evidence that I gave to the European Union Select Committee last week. In that evidence, I gave some undertakings about publications related to Yellowhammer. I just wanted to ask if those assurances, if carried out, would be sufficient for the right honourable gentleman.
I would rather hope that the assurances and the terms of this motion would prove to be entirely identical. I can see no reason why not, and such as the documents that have been revealed so far don't suggest to me that there's any material in it which touches upon essential issues of national security. It is entirely about the day-to-day life of this country in the immediate aftermath of departure. Of course, if there were national security implications, I'm sure that the right honourable gentleman, my right honourable friend, would be able to raise those, and they could be dealt with.
Before this debate concludes, I hope that my right honourable friend will have the opportunity to look at the evidence submitted to the Exiting the European Union Select Committee, and I hope that on that basis he'll be able to take those assurances as appropriate. I'd be very grateful for his indication that he would do so.
If I may say to my right honourable friend, I think not. I think the terms of the motion cannot be abandoned unless the House wishes to abandon them. I cannot believe that the terms of the motion, on the basis of what he so graciously said to the House a moment ago, are going to be significantly dissimilar. So in those circumstances, I would very much hope that we will get the documentation relating to Yellowhammer in the way in which it was presented to him and his colleagues, and on which they are taking the decisions they are of great importance to the future of our country, its well-being, and the well-being of every citizen. Yes, I give way.
On the point of the Chair of the Duchy of Lancaster's evidence to the Select Committee last Thursday, I did indeed ask him whether he would publish Operation Yellowhammer, the report. And for the information of the House, this is what the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster said in response. What I hope to do is more than that. What I would like to do is to make sure that we have Yellowhammer, once we have done the proper revision and the kicking of the tyres, alongside a publication that details the actions that the government has taken to inform people of the consequences and allows people to see the mitigations that have been put in place so that people can make a proper judgment about the changes that I need to make. Now, I think that is a full quotation. On that basis, it would seem to me that the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster would have no difficulty whatsoever with that part of my right honourable and learned friend's Standing Order 24 motion.
The right honourable gentleman is absolutely right. And if I may say, had this House more time, I would not have brought this part of the motion, because we could have waited sensibly to see. But the House will be gone by midnight tonight, or shortly thereafter, depending on how long our proceedings continue, and we're not going to be back till the 14th of October. And at that stage, indeed, because of the way in which the House starts a new session, the opportunities are not necessarily there in quite the same way, and the 14th of October is far too close to the 31st. I would suggest to the House for us to be able to accept that. And, of course, if we don't vote for this motion in this form, we have no leverage over the government. Should, for example, my right honourable friend, the member for Surrey Heath, suddenly find that he is overridden by number 10 advisers and the Prime Minister, who decides that they want to delay a little bit and that these papers might come later on. And as I say, the great difficulty that we now have in this House, and I have to say I have, and I say it with great regret, is this terrible, compelling sense that trust is eroding. And that really brings me, Mr. Speaker, to my final remark. I do wish to conclude. I want this to... unless there's something very special, I would like to get this done. I give way.
To the right honourable gentleman, and before he concludes, he's had all sorts of emollient assurances from the Minister for the Cabinet Office, but the Daily Mail are just reporting right now, quote, Downing Street not in any mood to bow to Greaves' demands. Number 10 source, quote, under no circumstances will Number 10 staff comply with Greaves' demands, regardless of any votes in Parliament. So perhaps if the Minister of the Cabinet Office would intervene on the right honourable gentleman again, he can press him to assure him that he won't see Parliament left and treated in contempt in such a way.
Well, I'm afraid this classically illustrates the problem that we now have. These extraordinary utterances, pronouncements from number 10 Downing Street that bear absolutely no relationship with the operation and conventions of our Constitution. And it's impossible to know whether they're froth, whether they're Mr. Cummings's thoughts, or whether in fact they represent some settled policy view of government, in which case this country is facing, frankly, a revolutionary situation, in which this House has to exercise the utmost vigilance to ensure that our rights and privileges are not simply trampled upon. And I would simply end with this. I'm very mindful of the fact, in this current crisis, that we're a divided country and we're a divided House. It pains me very much. I would like to try to work, even with those with whom I disagree, like some of my right honourable friends on the front bench, to try to get this matter resolved in a way which is compatible with also healing some of the divisions that we now have in our country. But this is simply not going to happen if the atmosphere of confrontation keeps on being ratcheted up, slowly undermining the institutions which are the only props of legitimacy. That's the truth for all of us, and in which everybody is happy to go into greenhouses and chuck bricks around all over the place and expect the structure to provide some shelter afterwards. Yes, I do give way to my right honourable learned friend.
I wonder whether... I've been listening with great care to my right honourable friend and learned friend's observations, and part of his drafted humble address troubles me. What legal right does the government have to require its employees to give up private email accounts and personal mobiles? And if there is no legal right, which I imagine he would contend there isn't, how on earth will the government enforce the humble address if it desired to do so?
Don't agree. These are government employees. And in the course of their work, it is their duty to observe the Civil Service Code and to comply with its requirements, including, I would respectfully suggest to my right honourable friend, the Attorney General, not using private means of communication to carry out official business. Now, and beyond that, if I may say... I'll give way to my friend. I'll give way to my right friend in a moment. And in addition to that, it is a question about what this House requests. Now, of course, I'm perfectly aware that sometimes I may say that the government may be acting abusively, so I'm the first to understand that there's a capacity for this House to act abusively. But what is being asked for, and ought to be respected by any self-respecting government employee, is that if you are asked to look and see whether you have carried out a communication or within the relevant request, which goes to your official work, you ought to be willing to provide it. It shouldn't be a question of coercion, it should be a question of willingness. And actually, if we move away from that, that is the destruction of another convention under which this country has been run, and it will be greatly to our detriment.
Yes, I know, but the point of order trumps the attempted intervention even of an illustrious law officer. Even. Point of order, Mr. Kevin Brennan.
Mr. Speaker, is it a point of order or a point of information to point out that the Prime Minister's Special Advisor Dominic Cummings asked to examine the private text messages on the telephone of a government employee?
The honourable gentleman has made his own point in his own way, and he may wish to expatiate further on that matter if he catches my eye in the course of the debate. Meanwhile, it's on the record and will be widely observed. And Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Well, my right honourable friend, the Attorney General.
My right honourable friend has just refined the humble address to confine the request for personal mobile information and personal private accounts only to communications which ought to have been carried out as official business on official accounts. That is the difficulty with the humble address. I'd invite him to consider that it is a blunt instrument, and in truth, what this humble address requires is careful refinement so that it complies with legal rules. And what the binding, say, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable friend, what the that this humble address has no binding legal effect on individuals. It has a binding, potentially, effect on the government if it observes it, but not on individuals. And the humble address, it seems to me, has a risk that it will trespass upon fundamental rights of individuals, as it's currently drafted, as refined.
I'm afraid I have to disagree politely with my right honourable and learned friend, the Attorney General. The issue is clearly defined. It relates to the prorogation of Parliament. That is what it concerns. And if I may say so, picking up the earlier point he made, I was just a little bit surprised. Because, of course, he may argue the government cannot get this information, but what number 10 Downing Street is saying is it won't even seek to provide it or try to provide it. And this, again, is absolutely illustrative of the slide we are experiencing at the moment towards a government that will not respect the conventions without which orderly government in this country cannot take place. Mr. Speaker, no, I want to finish. Mr. Speaker, for all those reasons, I believe that whilst I'm the first to recognise that any attempt at a motion of this kind will have a degree of bluntness which is unavoidable, it is in the... No, I want to finish. I give way to if my right honourable friend has a serious point, which you're always going to be serious, I give way to.
I thank my right honourable and learned friend. I'm very worried because I've been looking at the Special Advisor's Code of Conduct, and it says special advisors should not disclose official information which has been communicated in confidence in government or received in confidence from others. Does he not realise that his motion today actually sets all special advisors in conflict with the code that they have signed up to?
Not at all. Absolutely not at all. They are entitled to say correctly, I have been asked by the House of Commons in a motion under a humble address to Her Majesty the Queen to provide that information, and they should do so, if I may say so, with a public spirit and indeed a degree of pride. That's what I would do, because the request has been made of them. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to detain the House any further. As I said, I am the first to accept that this is a difficult matter, and I'm the first to accept that finding a uniquely, perfectly tailored instrument to meet the gravity of the situation that I think has arisen will always be difficult and might always be open to some reasonable criticism. But for all those things, I think the nature of what has happened and the immediacy of the crisis and the fact we are proroguing requires this motion, and I commend it to the House.
Thank you. The question is the motion as on the paper. Mr. Keir Starmer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I first just associate myself with the very many comments about your role as Speaker in this House and how you've performed it, certainly since I've been here. I didn't have the chance earlier, but I would want to associate myself with those comments. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this application in the name of the Right Honourable and Learned Member for Beaconsfield. At the heart of this application is a simple principle, that the Executive should be honest and open with Parliament so as to enable this House properly to scrutinise the government's policies and decision. That should be a given, but it's not. And I'm afraid that speaks volumes. What underpins this application are two very important decisions. First, to prorogue this House for 5 weeks at what should be the most important and intensive part of the Brexit negotiations. And secondly, to deny the House the assessment of the preparations for a no-deal Brexit, the Yellowhammer analysis. I will.
Would he agree with me that, at the very least, members of this House should be aware of the costs of a no-deal Brexit, that this information is crucial to understanding whether it's between $2 billion or $8 billion, the cost of a no-deal Brexit?
I do agree with that. Mr. Speaker, it's regrettable that we're compelled to use this process and the humble address, but the reason is obvious. And today's measure speaks to a very wide truth. It's been touched on a number of times by the Right Honourable Learned Member for Beaconsfield. And I'm sad to say it's this, the basic lack of trust that now exists between this House and the Executive. And that has changed in recent weeks. And that lack of trust arises very much from the actions of the Prime Minister over the last weeks, which have contributed hugely to it. And that alone should be a profound cause of concern to all members of this House, because this House operates, in my experience, only 4 years plus, on the basis of trust. And that trust is going day by day, and that is why this application has had to be made. And that is a concern to all of us and should be a concern to the Secretary of State. Let me take the two issues one by one. Mr. Speaker, at this stage of the Brexit process, the House should be sitting as often as possible. Yes. Frankly, we should be sitting every day until the 31st of October. Instead, we've got a 5-week prorogation. The Prime Minister and ministers say it's to allow for a Queen's speech and a new legislative agenda. If anybody believes that, they'll believe anything. And since the Secretary of State's likely to try to make that case, I say try because I don't think he'll succeed, I have two questions. Why now? Why prorogue now, at such a crucial time? What's wrong with November, when we know the outcome of the negotiations and have a decision? So why now, and why 5 weeks? There's no requirement for Parliament to be prorogued for 5 weeks. I will give way.
I thank him for giving way. He may be interested to know that in previous years I've asked the House Commons Library to provide me a list of what is going to be contained in the Government's Queen's speech in advance of it. This year again I have asked that question, and the House Commons Library have replied saying they're not able to provide me with any information about what might be in it because they haven't detected the Government announcing anything in relation to what's going to be in the Queen's speech.
Well, that intervention very much speaks for itself. I do remind the House that in the last 40 years, Parliament has never been prorogued for longer than 3 weeks. So this is extraordinary. That comes now and comes for 5 weeks. And in most cases, it's prorogued for the purposes of Queen's speech for only a week or less, and often just for a few days. So to shut down Parliament for so long a period at this stage of the Brexit process is extraordinary. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and I'm thoroughly supportive of this emergency debate and what it seeks to achieve. I think many people perhaps do not even realise that this isn't just closing down debate on Brexit, it's closing down debate on everything. So, for example, had we not been prorogued tomorrow, we would have had Treasury questions, and I would have asked a question to represent some of those people affected by the 2019 loan charge issue. All of those issues, the NHS, schools, everything now gets set on one side, and this House's voice is utterly muzzled on behalf of the people.
Well, I accept that intervention because the House is being shut down and we will not be able to do our job. And it's not just the closing down of members of Parliament. It's not us that's being shut out, it's those that we represent. The people are being shut out when you shut down Parliament, whether it's on the issues that have been mentioned or any other issues. And it's all very well for the government to say, well, we will produce some documents in relation to our analysis of a no-deal Brexit. When are we going to scrutinise them in the next 5 weeks? Because we're not going to be here. So even if the government did publish something, when do we get then to ask questions of the government? Not until it's far too late, and we're 2 weeks from the decision. So to simply say we'll publish some documents under Yellowhammer or anything else misses the point, which is there can be no scrutiny if we're not sitting. There's a wider observation I have to make, which if the purpose of proroguing is justified on the need to pass a Queen's speech, how on earth does the government think it can now achieve that? It reminds him the government's now got a majority of minus 40, and with cabinet ministers and even the Prime Minister's family resigning the Tory whip every day, can only wonder what the number will be by the time this House returns. So surely the government should now just give up on the idea of a Queen's speech and drop prorogation altogether. I will give way.
Is he aware of a recording of the Defence Secretary in which he states his view why a prorogation has really happened, and it is somewhat different to what the Prime Minister has put forward?
Well, I've seen that, but I go back. It's blindingly obvious why we're being closed down. And as I said earlier, if anybody believes it's genuinely for the orderliness of the House, the convenience of a Queen's speech, they'll believe anything. We're being closed down to stop scrutiny and an attempt to prevent this House expressing a view on no deal. The only positive from this, Mr. Speaker, is it actually galvanised the House last week to take the necessary action to prevent no deal and actually pulled together the opposition and cross-party members who spoke very strongly with the bill that's just got royal assent. I will give way.
To my right honourable friend, I'm still mystified, Mr. Speaker, as to why the Prime Minister on the 14th of August agreed to go to the liaison committee this Wednesday if he knew already he was going to prorogue the House this Monday to avoid scrutiny.
Trust again. Trust again.
Well, it's a question I'm sure, if we were sitting, that's a question he could answer, not me, because we could ask him why he said that. But of course we won't be sitting, there won't be any questions, there won't be any scrutiny, that committee will not sit at the very point when we need maximum scrutiny. I will give way.
The honourable and learned gentleman for giving way. He drew attention a moment or two ago to the difficulty of passing a Queen's speech with a government majority of -43. In such circumstances, isn't the constitutionally proper thing to do to have a general election to settle the matter, and will he therefore be voting for one, as his leader promised last Wednesday, later on this evening?
I'm sure we'll have a general election soon, but not at the cost of a no-deal Brexit, which will so damage this country. Mr. Speaker, the second issue addressed in this motion is the Yellowhammer documents. I wrote to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster on the 25th of August, a fortnight ago now, calling for the publication of these documents when Parliament returned after the summer recess. I haven't yet got a reply. Instead of publication, we've had an update with no supporting documents and no significant new information. I will.
Thank my honourable and learned friend for giving way. Now, the Yellowhammer report has been shared with the Welsh Government on a strictly confidential basis and is subject to the Official Secrets Act. Does my right honourable and learned friend agree with me? This is indeed an affront to the people of Wales not to tell them what is in that report.
I understand that the people of Wales need that information, this House needs that information, and frankly, to take the country on a route that may well end up with a no-deal Brexit, but without providing the analysis of the impact of that, is wrong, so wrong in principle that we shouldn't be where we are today, with no documents and analysis to look at, and being shut down tonight so that even if some documents are produced, we can't properly scrutinise them. All we can rely on are leaks to the Sunday papers, which show, if the leaks are right, that under the most likely scenario, the government does expect to see a return of a hard border in Northern Ireland, notwithstanding the efforts of many people to ensure that doesn't happen, that will disrupt fuel supply, will lead to disruption at UK ports, will introduce severe delays in medical supplies and cause significant disruption and impediments to the ordinary functioning of British citizens' lives and businesses. I'll give way both times, but I'll give way first.
Thank you to the honourable gentleman for giving way. As he knows, the British government are planning a £100 million propaganda campaign to sell the virtues of no deal. Couldn't they save a lot of money to the taxpayer by agreeing to the terms of the motion, which will see these documents published on Wednesday?
They could save a lot of money by coming here and putting the information in the public domain without the money attached. We could have had these documents last week. We could have the irony of a public information campaign when the impact assessments are not being made available to Parliament. And millions of pounds being spent telling the country to get ready, but without having the decency to put the documents before Parliament and allowing Parliament to sit so they can be scrutinised. I did say I'll give way, and then I'll give way in a minute.
I thank the right honourable and learned gentleman for giving way. Does he agree with me that it is reprehensible that this government has put us in the position and put the people of the United Kingdom in the position that we are having to fight every step of the way through the courts, through Parliament, just to get the very basic information about the impact of a no-deal Brexit, and that is information that should have been given to the people well ahead of the referendum. And now we're in a position where we have brinkmanship and kamikaze-like behaviour from individuals who are going to damage the lives of our constituents like mine, who will not be able to get medical supplies. And he mentioned Yellowhammer Medical Supplies. A close member of my family and a number of my constituents suffer from ulcerative colitis and are concerned about medical supplies and are concerned about their health. And it is a disease that is exacerbated by stress. This government is putting the lives and the health of our citizens under threat. Does he agree?
I agree. And it goes to this basic question of transparency. If the government wants to take us down this path that may end up with a no-deal Brexit, they should have the decency and the courage to put the analysis before Parliament so we can see what it is. I did say I would give way.
Well, and learned friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that the difference between the 100 million that the government is spending on so-called information and the information that we are seeking the publication of using this emergency debate is the difference between gross propaganda paid for by the taxpayer and factual information which ought to be in the public domain as we approach the 31st of October?
Well, I agree. The government is telling us to get ready, but it won't tell us what to get ready for. I say that really just to underline that these are not trivial documents. These are critically important documents, and they ought to be put before Parliament. I will give way.
I may be missing something here, but if his party votes for an early election tonight, then this will then be decided on the 15th of October, and he and his right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, if they have the confidence of the people, can then go and stop no deal and give the necessary notice. So why on earth are they balking at the opportunity to get this settled properly by the people of the country?
That's such an unconvincing answer to the question of whether there should be basic transparency and accountability in this House. It's unconvincing. I'll give way.
To the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and I congratulate him on really stressing the fact that this is not just a technical debate. What's at stake here is literally the livelihoods and lives of our constituents. And on that subject, does he share my concern that my freedom of information request to DEFRA was turned down when I was trying to ask about the impacts of food supplies and risks from a no-deal Brexit? DEFRA confirmed they had that information about what the impacts on food supplies would be, but apparently it wouldn't be in the public interest to reveal it. Does he share my concern about that?
I am concerned about that, and I recall that that's where we started the journey last time when we were asking for impact assessment because freedom of information requests were made but not fulfilled. I do give way.
Gentleman for giving way. Australia is currently suffering from an appalling flu outbreak which is worse than any they have seen in many years. Now, the vaccine for under 65s is more complex this year and will not be in place before the 31st of October. Does he agree with me that if we have a worse epidemic than 2017 and do not have the vaccines, which have to be kept chilled, we could grind the NHS services right across the UK to a halt this year? And if we don't have the details from Yellowhammer, how can anybody be prepared?
I'm grateful for that intervention on a very serious issue, and it makes the wider point that is that very many members of the public are extremely concerned about a no-deal Brexit in relation to the impact on their lives, which is why this application is the right application to be made. It's made because Parliament is being shut down. Preparations for no deal are not being scrutinised. I commend the motion to the House and urge members on all sides to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Lady was not seeking to intervene, but to orate. Am I right? I am right. Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to speak briefly, as I was not given a chance to make my intervention to the right honourable gentleman opposite. I wish to focus on two very brief points. The honourable gentleman that I follow mentioned the issue of irony. There is an irony, Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this debate. Every member on the opposite side that has stood up and warned about the risks of a no-deal Brexit had the opportunity to vote for a deal 3 times in this House, Mr. Speaker. And to my knowledge, I have not heard a single one of those, including from the front bench, give any kind of convincing argument as to why they did not vote for the deal negotiated by the former Prime Minister, except for the fact that it was negotiated by a Conservative. No, I'm afraid I will not give way, because there are a number of speakers who want to speak on this matter. The irony is staring us all in the face. We all want to honour our constituents' desire to leave the European Union expressed in that historic referendum. At least that's certainly what I was put into this House to do, Mr. Speaker. I was put in here to honour that mandate expressed at the ballot box. It wasn't a vote that I made, but I understand that it is my duty to carry out their wishes, not to think I know better than them. They are people. They only had one vote. And it is my intention to fight and to honour that. So that is what I am putting here to do. And my constituents are watching this with astonishment and frustration. The more we go round and round in circles with these processes that make absolutely no sense to people outside of this place, the more angry and frustrated they are, because all they can see is a House of Commons that's completely out of touch with people outside of there. And, Mr. Speaker, that is the point that I wish to make, and I'm proud to make it on behalf of my constituents in Redditch, who communicate with me on a regular basis. The second point I wish to make, Mr. Speaker, is about trust. Again, we are speaking about trust, and trust is at the heart of this argument, because the trust that people put in us as representatives of their will when they placed their vote in that referendum was that we would honour it. And all that they have seen from us in here is people trying not to honour it. I have not seen a single member on the other side putting down motions, or even on our benches, unfortunately, because this is an issue that obviously cuts across political colours, as I have said many times in this House before. Of course it does. It's obvious to all of us. But what's happening here, these shenanigans and these motions, are put down by people who actually want to stop this democratic process from happening. They want to stop Brexit from happening. They're not honest enough to admit it. If they were so sure of their argument...
Anna Soubry.
Mr. Speaker, two things said by the honourable lady. One, that people were thwarting democracy, and second, that honourable and right honourable members were not being honest in the arguments they advanced. Presumably, she's referring to the right honourable learned member who sits some 3 benches behind her.
I hope the right honourable lady will forgive me. There's no point in me pretending otherwise. I was immersed, as the chair sometimes is, in a kind of Socratic dialogue at the chair with an honourable gentleman. Therefore, I did not hear what the honourable lady said. I find it hard to credit the notion that she would impute dishonour to a colleague, and in particular to a colleague on her own benches, and certainly she shouldn't do so. So I have at this stage to declare her innocent, because there is no evidence of the guilt. But nevertheless, it is useful to be reminded of the dictate of Erskine May that moderation and good humour in the use of parliamentary language are reliable watchwords in conducting our debates. Rachel Maclean.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance, and I endeavour to follow it, and should my words have been misinterpreted, I, of course, withdraw them immediately. I made the point that there are divisions on this issue on our benches, And the people that are trying to bring forward these processes are the people who are trying to stop Brexit, and actually some of them are quite honest about that, and they've been open about that, and that's fine. That is their policy. The opposition party are now a party of Remain, and that is fine. It would be clearer if they would put that to the test in a general election, and let's see the public's verdict on it. But they're too frightened to do that, unfortunately. My final point, Mr. Speaker, on the substance of the... I will give way, of course.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I understand the passion with which she speaks. Will she accept that there are many of us who are supporting this motion, who have supported other such motions in the whole endeavour, who have, like her, voted 3 times for a withdrawal agreement, wish to see a withdrawal agreement, and have assured the Prime Minister in this House and outside it that I will personally vote for any agreement that he brings back from the EU Council?
I thank my honourable friend very much, and of course I'm delighted to hear that, and I absolutely acknowledge his support for the withdrawal agreement and for any future deals that can be brought back, and it's wonderful to hear that. So my final point, Mr. Speaker, is just on the role of the special advisers who of course have been caught up in this humble address that's before us today. I don't have a lot of experience as special advisers. I'm a junior PPS, and I've had the privilege of working with a few special advisers in the departments that I have been honoured to assist with. And I found them all, without exception, Mr. Speaker, to be dedicated and conscientious individuals doing their job to the best of their ability. Is it on this point?
Very, very grateful indeed to the Honourable Lady for giving way, and she speaks about experience of special advisers. How many special advisers has she worked with that have been found in contempt of Parliament?
Well, I think that, Mr. Speaker, this is a hypothetical point because we have not yet passed this motion. And as I've said before when I started my remarks, I have not been here very long and I have very limited experience, so of course none. However, we are looking here at an unprecedented situation for those individuals who came into public life and into politics for the best of reasons. They were motivated because they wanted to perform public service and carry out their offices. And I think that this humble address puts them in an extremely difficult position. And I do note, Mr. Speaker, that there are governments of all colours who have special advisers. It's an established role. It's not just this government that's had special advisers. The Labour Party had special advisers as well. And I think we need to be extremely careful about how we try to tie their hands and constrain the freedom that they have to advise those ministers that they work with. Because I do think we are...
Doughty. I must raise, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Honourable Lady didn't want to mislead the House unintentionally, but what she said was that it was hypothetical that the Special Advisor, Mr Dominic Cummings, had been found in contempt of Parliament. That is not hypothetical, Mr. Speaker, it's a fact.
Yes, there isn't an unpurged contempt. There isn't an unpurged contempt, and my recollection of the particular case, with the details of which I'm broadly familiar, is that he was not invited to apologise. He was not invited to apologise. But there was a contempt, and that is a matter of unarguable and incontrovertible fact. These matters came my way recently in circumstances with which I need not trouble the House, but I do know of what I speak. There was a contempt. Rachel McLean.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Speaker. The question I was asked in the other intervention was how many have I worked with, and I haven't worked with Dominic Cummings. So I was answering the question in a quite straightforward way, Mr. Speaker. But I have made my point. I will bring my remarks to a close. I will not be supporting the humble address for the reasons that I've laid out, and I think the House would do well not to support it.
Hear, hear. Joanna Cherry.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to state the Scottish National Party's unequivocal support for this application and to congratulate the Right Honourable and learned member for Beaconsfield in achieving this debate. Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous speaker, unlike the Honourable Lady who spoke previously, I'm going to confine myself to the terms of the motion. But I would just gently wish to remind her that this motion is supported from members across the House, some of whom, like her, have constituencies who voted Leave, and some of whom, like me, have constituencies which voted Remain. And when we talk of the will of the people in Scotland, the will of the people in Scotland is to remain. And so I have no shame in having that as my primary motivation. But having said that, I'm also very concerned that this Parliament and this government, for so long as I and my colleagues are here, that things are done properly. And there's very strong grounds for suspicion that things have not been done properly in relation to this prorogation. Because, Mr. Speaker, the dogs in the street know that the reason this Prime Minister is proroguing Parliament is to avoid scrutiny as he hurtles towards the 31st of October and a no-deal Brexit. And really, nobody is fooled that the prorogation has anything to do with the need to commence a new session and to have a Queen's speech on pressing domestic bills, which none of us have seen so far. And if the litigation in which I and others in this House are involved in Scotland has achieved nothing else, it will have shown that something is very much awry with the reasons given for the prorogation. Because as I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I agree with what she says, and in so many ways I think were we able to have a voice on this, many members of this House would think we shouldn't even have conference recess for 3 weeks, and actually Parliament should be here doing its job at a time of crisis, speaking on behalf of our communities.
I entirely agree with the Honourable Lady on that matter. But, Mr. Speaker, the documents lodged with the Scottish Court last week and revealed to the public against the Government's wishes, but as a result of interventions by the legal team which I and others in this House instruct, and by the BBC and other newspapers, they reveal that the Prime Minister had approved a plan to prorogue Parliament on the 16th of August. Yet, as the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman said in his opening speech, as late as the 25th of August, a Number 10 spokesperson was still denying that there was any such plan to prorogue. And indeed, in the pleadings lodged by the Government in response to the action raised in Scotland by myself and other members of this House, the British Government referred to our contention that we were in fear of a prorogation as hypothetical and academic. So there are very real reasons to believe that this Government is economical with the truth. And the memos produced by the British Government not only showed the somewhat distasteful comment about girly swats, with which I think the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman dealt with most ably earlier, but they also showed that the reason that the current Prime Minister wants to prorogue this Parliament is because he wants to avoid what he referred to as the rigmarole of this Parliament sitting in September. So if the Scottish case achieves nothing else, it has shown that the Government hasn't been entirely truthful so far. And another myth that was finally put to rest at the weekend occurred when the Right Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye resigned, because most of us were not surprised to hear her confirm that there are in fact no negotiations ongoing at present with the European Union. Now, of course, we already knew that from the former Chancellor of the Exchequer and also from a number of counterparts in the European Union. And I noted last week at the Brexit Select Committee, the Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster initially tried to give the impression that negotiations were ongoing, but when pressed on the matter, he conceded that there are no negotiations as such, merely discussions. So we heard that from the Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster last week, but it was good, Mr. Speaker, to hear it from someone who has so recently been at the heart of government and has had the decency to leave the government, given what she's seen. And, Mr. Speaker, the weight of evidence regarding the damage that no deal would do to the nations of these islands is overwhelming, and we all know that from the work we've done in select committees over the last few years, work which won't be happening over the next few weeks when Parliament is prorogued. But still, Mr. Speaker, the Government won't tell us the truth about the assessment they've made of the impact of a no-deal Brexit. and the preparations they're making for that. So it's quite right that this House seek the documentation relating to Operation Yellowhammer. But I want to concentrate on the prorogation case, because myself and a number of other MPs and peers and Joe Mon QC and the Good Law Project have raised an action in Scotland in which we argue that Parliament is being prorogued for an unlawful purpose and there to prevent democratic scrutiny, and that therefore the court should overturn the order to prorogue. And although the judge at first instance wasn't with us, we had a full hearing before Scotland's appeal court last week, and we're awaiting the outcome of that decision on Wednesday of this week. And of course, there's also been a date on the 17th of September assigned at the UK Supreme Court to hear any further appeal in the Scottish case, and also an appeal in the proceedings raised in England and Northern Ireland. And members of the public should be aware that if the courts eventually find out that the prorogation was unlawful, then they can order this Parliament to return. So even if we are prorogued tonight, all is not lost. But in the course of these proceedings, something rather curious happened last week. And I would commend to honourable members' attention a very interesting article written about this in the Financial Times at the weekend by David Allen Green, the distinguished legal commentator, entitled "The Curious Incident of the Missing Witness Statement." Because, Mr Speaker, in the Scottish case, the petitioners argue that the government had an improper motive in seeking the prorogation, and we say that the real intention was a cynical effort to close down Parliament so it couldn't block a no-deal Brexit. And usually there's a pretty straightforward way for the government or the responding party to rebut or refute an allegation of such bad faith. And if you're facing an allegation of bad faith like that, the normal thing to do in an action of judicial review would be to submit a sworn statement, an affidavit, setting out the way in which the decision was made, setting out that the decision was properly taken, and lodging relevant supportive documentation. But what happened last week in Edinburgh was that the government didn't provide any such witness statement, no such sworn affidavit, no official explanation, simply some documents heavily redacted without any covering explanation. And, Mr Speaker, the absence of such a statement in litigation such as this is, as David Allen Green says, very conspicuous.
Would she give way on that?
Yes, I will.
I'm very grateful for her giving way, and I'm certainly not a lawyer, but from general knowledge, is what the government is doing here effectively the equivalent in American terms of taking the fifth, i.e. refusing to give evidence on the basis that it might incriminate them or cause them to commit perjury?
It does rather have the whiff of that. And at Prime Minister's questions last week, the Right Honourable and Learned Member for Beaconsfield asked the Prime Minister, as he said earlier, why it's proved impossible in the course of the Scottish legal proceedings to find any official of government or minister prepared to state on oath in a sworn statement the reasons for the prorogation. And as he said, the Prime Minister didn't answer the question. And as the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman went on to say, it has been suggested to a number of members of this House, myself included, by reliable sources, that officials of the government were approached by the government legal service to swear such statements and refused to do so. Now, Mr Speaker, I can't know the reasons why they refused to sign a sworn statement. I can only speculate. And I speculate that perhaps they refused to sign a sworn statement for fear of perjuring themselves, or for fear that to tell the truth would be damaging to the government. Now, the idea, Mr Speaker, that any government official should be put in a position where they fear having to perjure themselves before the courts of either the jurisdictions of Scotland, England, or any jurisdiction within this United Kingdom is very, very concerning. And the same sources that have suggested that officials have refused to sign sworn statements have also suggested to myself and other members of this House that what has been going on is that key figures in Number 10 and the government have been communicating about the real reasons for prorogation, not through the official channels of government emails or government memos, but using personal emails, WhatsApp, and burner phones, which of course are phones that are normally used by people who are involved in a criminal enterprise in order to avoid being traced. Now, if this is true, they will have adopted a subterfuge. And there can really only be one reason for that subterfuge, and that would be to conceal the real reasons for prorogation from the scrutiny of this House, and also very seriously from the scrutiny of the courts. Now, the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman who presented this motion explained at some length what careful thought he's given to the way in which it's been presented, and so I'm not going to repeat any of that, other than to say that he has clearly applied his mind very carefully to it, and the allegations that underlie this motion are very, very serious. If there is no truth in them, then so be it. But let us pass the motion, and let there be transparency and accountability, because transparency and accountability are, I suggest, Mr. Speaker, the two things which this Prime Minister and his shabby administration fear the most.
Would she give way?
I will give way, yes.
She's making a very powerful case, and I just wonder if she would agree that the cavalier treatment by this government of parliamentary procedure and democratic principle really does underline the need not just for uncodified practices, but for a written constitution, and in particular for a citizens' assembly that could actually put the people at the heart of our democracy again.
Well, yes, I agree with my honourable friend, and I also take it further. The shabby practices of this government and the creaking of the British Constitution underline, in my mind, the need for my country to be independent of this mess. But, Mr. Speaker, even as we've been speaking this afternoon, it's been reported on Twitter, as another honourable member alluded to, that number 10 sources, unidentified number 10 sources, are saying that even if we pass this humble address tonight, they're not going to comply with it. And,
I'm extremely grateful to the Honourable and Learned Lady. Can I just very gently point out to her that as there is a significant number of other members waiting to contribute, and as the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Chancellor of the Duchy, has got every right and reasonable expectation to think that he will have 10 minutes or so to speak, I'm cautiously optimistic that the Honourable and Learned Lady is approaching her peroration. Joanna Cherry.
Mr. Speaker, you're correct. I'm drawing to a close, and I was just going to say in relation to those unattributable briefings this afternoon. I'm more of a student of Scottish history than of English history, Mr. Speaker, but our histories are bound together. And I know enough about English history to know that it was secret, unaccountable whispers of poison that brought down Edward II and Richard II. And I suspect this Prime Minister will be brought down by secret, unaccountable whispers of poison, such as that was briefed this afternoon as well. So let's make sure that this House and the courts see the contents of the secret whispers of poison that preceded this prorogation, so that we can all see the real reasons this House of Commons has been prorogued by an executive terrified of scrutiny.
Now, a self-denying ordinance would help. I think the Right Honourable Gentleman can probably deliver himself of his thoughts on this matter within 5 minutes. Mr. Owen Patterson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be extremely brief, because I had come to this debate with no intention of speaking. But I would just like to make the point that the Right Honourable Lady who's just spoken to Scott Nats, talking about poison, and secrets and poison, we're naming 9 individuals here, and some of whom have never worked for the government before, some of whom have only been working as special advisers for a week or 10 days. And this whole debate, bluntly, offends my sense of fairness. We have a long tradition of innocent and proven guilty. And spokesman of Scott Nats, Right Honourable Lady, Learned Lady, assumes instant guilt on the part of these people. Now, we all know there are probably 2 names here who she would love to flush out. But there are other individuals here, and I do think members should just think these are junior junior people. They've not worked for the government very long. No, I won't give way. There are significant figures who could have been chosen. The Cabinet Secretary, learned counsel who advises the government, the Treasury Council, people like that, who might advise the government. We got a very unsatisfactory answer to the question as to the criteria which my right honourable learned friend put down to naming these people. And I just think, before this witch hunt atmosphere continues, would members opposite like to consider they are talking about 9 relatively junior members assisting the government? There are 2 names we know who they would very much like to flush out. But can we just think of the impact on them that their private emails, their private phone to their family and friends are all going to be inspected? And who is the omniscient person, this great fount of wisdom, who will judge whether those messages are pertinent to this motion? And I would just like members, before they vote for this motion tonight, to just consider, who is that person going to be? Who is going to be the chairman of the Committee of Public Safety, who is actually going to make those decisions? And are they also prepared to put their private communications on the record? The shadow spokesman, I'm sure, has had many, many communications, right honourable learned gentlemen, with senior members of the European Commission. Mr. Guy Verhofstadt, only this afternoon, has given a great paean of praise to you, Mr. Speaker, has welcomed you. He's going to welcome you to the European Parliament. I very much doubt you, Mr. Speaker, are going to make available to us your private communications with Mr. Guy Verhofstadt. So, you asked me to be brief, and I will be very brief. Could we please just recognise that this particular motion is invidious, in my opinion, and unfair, and chooses 9 names arbitrarily, whereas I would consider if people were really on a fishing expedition, they could have gone wider and gone for more senior figures, and of course the one they're really after is the Prime Minister, and he does come to this House, and there will be many opportunities. There will be many opportunities to ask him the questions, because he is ultimately the one they should be after. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Has the right honourable gentleman finished his oration?
Mr. Speaker.
Right, we're deeply obliged to the honourable gentleman, and I think we now need very short speeches. 4 minutes, perhaps. Don't break.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will certainly do it within your 4-minute limit. First of all, so I would just like to focus on Operation Yellowhammer. So the issue about prorogation is whether the government deliberately misled Parliament. The issue in relation to Operation Yellowhammer is whether the government are deliberately withholding key documents from Parliament and from the public. Now, members of Parliament will have seen the report last month in the Sunday Times when they published the leak of Operation Yellowhammer and said that Britain would face shortages of fuel, food and medicine and 3 months of chaos at its ports in the event of a no-deal exit, and went on to warn that lorries might face delays of 2.5 days at ports and medical supplies might be vulnerable to severe extended delays, and it also said the government had expected a return of a hard border in Ireland. And of course, we haven't been able to see these documents because the government haven't been willing to provide them to us. But what we have had is a series of ministers touring studios saying, in effect, nothing to see in this document, nothing to worry about, everything is under control. But of course, at the same time, we see reports that, I'm afraid, the minister who is on the front bench is seeking to sanitise said report, and then having failed apparently to sanitise it, he has simply decided to rely on the fact that the report isn't going to be published at all. And I have sought assurances from the government that, for instance, civil servants who were, if they were asked to modify this document, in effect to sanitise it, would be in breach of the ministerial code. I've also asked whether they were going to be subject to disciplinary action if they refused to sanitise it, and finally whether, if they spoke out because they noticed that the document had been sanitised, whether they would be covered by whistleblower legislation. When I asked for this information, I was referred to the evidence that the Minister gave to the Select Committee, or was about to give to the Select Committee last week. And, of course, as members would expect me to do, I went hot foot then after he'd given evidence to see whether, in fact, he had answered any of these questions, and, of course, he hadn't. So maybe when he replies now, rather than sending me a letter referring me to evidence where he hasn't answered the question, perhaps he would like to answer those specific questions. Because we need to have this information available. Businesses are trying to prepare for no deal. The government are withholding information from them. At the same time, the Minister in charge of local government is writing to local authorities telling them they have to provide information to residents and businesses about what preparation they are doing in relation to no deal. So it does seem as though if the government on the one hand are asking local authority leaders to make that information available, there is a duty on the government themselves to make that information available, yet what we have from the government is the withholding of this critical information that would allow all of us to prepare for a no-deal scenario. Now, it may be that the government are worried that perhaps simply putting this information into the public domain might lead to, for instance, shortages of food. And to some extent, I understand that. But if that is the case, this would be less than perfect. But again, it's something I suggested to the Minister, that they might want to release the information on Privy Council terms to Privy Councillors and allow us to access that information. I would prefer, clearly, all members of Parliament to be able to see that information, but if that's one way perhaps the government felt more confident that the information could be shared, that they could do that. So I hope when we get a response from the Minister that he will be quite specific in answering these questions which so far have been avoided by government, because I think all of us would like to know the answers to those questions so that we have a degree of uncertainty about what the impact of no deal will be, so that we can all help businesses and others prepare for that eventuality.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. Again, I do beg the honourable gentleman's pardon. Yes, I think he used to make those sorts of coughing noises when he was at Oxford with my wife 30 years ago. Yes, very good. 3 or 4 minutes. Simon Hoare.
I think I can say this without peradventure, Mr. Speaker. They were happier days. I'm going to, Mr. Speaker, vote against this motion this evening. And I'm going to do so for, I think, the very clear reason that government must function. And if officials and advisers are to provide information to ministers, they should be able to do so freely and without any thought that their correspondence, whilst it's in an official capacity, will just be dragged before us. But I want to make a couple of important caveated points, if I may. My understanding is that our unwritten constitution, as crazy and as Byzantine as it often can be, can only work and can only continue to work where there is trust, where there are checks, and where there are balances, and that those three things are observed and maintained. We all hear the phrase "through the usual channels." We all know what that means. This place wouldn't function, our constitution wouldn't function, without the daily conversations between the principal parties in this place and others in how legislation is going to be delivered. I don't believe, whilst a number of honourable and right honourable members have referenced it, I don't believe that this motion matters whether one voted leave, remain or indeed abstained in the referendum campaign. It is about the functioning of government, and as a number of colleagues have already referenced, about trust. And it does matter that good practice and the rule of law are followed. I think people in this place and indeed in the country are broadly satisfied to accept a decision if and when they are confident that the means by which that decision has been arrived at is clear and fair, or what I would often call colloquially passing the sniff test. test. And it's been very interesting. I have had, as I'm sure we've all had, hundreds, if not thousands, of emails over the last month advocating position X, Y or Z with regards to leaving the European Union. But I've had no email from anybody, even those the most avowed and determined advocates of Brexit in my constituency, who have felt that proroguing Parliament has been the right thing to do. And I think hiding behind a narrative, well, we were going to rise for 3 weeks anyway for the conference recess, having had 6 weeks off already, the conference recess should not have been standing in the way or used as an argument to support the narrative of prorogation. The conference recess should not have been taking place, and the conferences should either have been cancelled or gone on in a lesser form. I don't think it passes the test, and I just think it is interesting. I have had no correspondence. Now, I probably regret saying this. I should probably be inundated tonight and tomorrow, but I have had no constituent saying I think prorogation is the right thing to do. So I urge my honourable and right honourable friends on the Treasury bench just to consider those points and to think about the very important need, particularly, I think, taking onto ourselves the humility that we were certainly last week a minority administration. I've slightly lost track of the figures. But we haven't got the muscularity of numbers where we can deal lightly with constitutional norms and trying to deal with this place. I am concerned, as was flushed out at the UQ on Thursday, that the Secretary of State, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, has still not received, as I understand, no other Cabinet Minister has received the legal advice from my right honourable and learned friend, the Attorney, with regards to prorogation. Now, we have had the legal advice of the Attorney published before. I understand that in normal times it is perfectly, and I'm not a lawyer, but it is perfectly proper for that to be lawyer-client privilege. But of course we all recall, Mr. Speaker, that we saw the legal advice of the Attorney with regards to the amendments that my right honourable friend, the then Prime Minister, the member for Maidenhead, had secured, and how it had affected the legal status of the withdrawal agreement. So there is a precedent here for the publication of legal advice. And I say, as somebody who is concerned to get leaving the European Union right on behalf of my constituents, but also as the chairman of the Northern Ireland Select Committee, I do think the legislative needs of Northern Ireland, particularly in the scenario of a no-deal exit, are being ridden roughshod over by the fact that the House is being prorogued this evening. And I do seek assurance from my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy, that the needs of Northern Ireland, in order to maintain what he and I hold to be incredibly precious, the unity of our United Kingdom, is not being dealt with in a cavalier fashion. As I say, I will be voting against this motion, but the front bench does need to think about how it deals with these matters.
Very well done. Thank you. Right, even shorter speeches, because the Chancellor must have his opportunity. A couple of minutes, I'm sure a great intellectual colossus like the Honourable Lady can express her thoughts in 2 minutes.
She's not standing.
The Honourable Lady is an intellectual giant. Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I put my name to this motion for 3 very simple things. I agree with what many of the members across this House have said about what our constituents do not understand about what is going on in this place. Many of them do not understand the concept of prorogation. Indeed, one of my constituents thought it was something to do with pierogi and thought it was something about dumplings. They don't understand why, when this country is facing a massive crisis, MPs are upping sticks and going home. And when I tell them it is not of my choosing, they ask whose choosing was it. This motion is about understanding that process. Indeed, as the member for North Dorset says, does it pass the Smith test? Because the honest truth is, everything we've seen to date says it simply doesn't. But more than that, my constituents don't really understand the machinations of official channels and the Civil Service Code, but they do get that there is a cabal of people who are unelected, who are making decisions about their future without any accountability.
And I gently say to members opposite who are concerned about this concept of being able to look at the private emails that maybe they wish to Google and revisit some of the situations this House had to deal with in 2011 and indeed in 2013, and precisely the point about civil servants and special advisers using official channels to conduct official business. I'm sure there are members on the front bench who can tell them of that time and the clarity that was given that that information would be FOI-able. So this is not about something new, it's simply about the exigency of needing to see that information when we're making decisions. And finally, the third thing that my constituents would not really understand, because they don't know what no-deal Brexit entails. Nobody really does, because we haven't yet, thankfully, experienced it. But they do know that there are doctors going on the national airwaves telling them that the government is stockpiling body bags, and then they're hearing the Leader of the House discrediting that very same doctor. And there is a simple question at the heart of this motion, which is the question that all of our constituents, I suspect whether we have Leave or Remain constituencies, have been asking us over the last couple of weeks. What on earth is going on? And the honest truth, if we want to talk about truth in this place, is that none of us can really answer those questions, because this very information, the homework as to why prorogation has suddenly appeared, the homework as to what a no-deal Brexit would actually mean, whether it is true that 85% of lorries travelling across the Channel are not ready for French customs, or that the supply of fresh food will be disrupted, or whether the simple truth is that if it's not as far-fetched as the stories in the press, then actually just publishing Yellowhammer will set everybody's minds at rest. So this motion tonight is about us being able to do what we should be able to do best, inform our constituents and hold the government and their advisers to account. I urge everyone to support it.
Right, I'm afraid there needs to be a 2-minute limit. Mr. Ian Lucas.
This motion is about trust, and we should understand the people we're dealing with. As recently as July 2019, the Electoral Commission published detailed evidence upon which it based its finding that Vote Leave committed electoral offences in the immediate lead-up to the 2016 referendum. In March 2019, Vote Leave itself admitted breaking electoral law. Electoral law was there to safeguard democracy. Vote Leave's offences, set out in detail in the July 2019 Electoral Commission findings, explained that Vote Leave conspired to break the referendum spending limits quite deliberately by channelling money to the Canadian company AIQ through an alternative funding stream. Dominic Cummings, working for Vote Leave at the time, explained in evidence disclosed by the Electoral Commission thus: there is another organisation who can spend your money. Would you be willing to send 100k to some social media ninjas who could usefully spend it in the final crucial 5 days? Obviously, it would be entirely legal. As we now know from the Electoral Commission, accepted by Vote Leave, it was entirely illegal. Dominic Cummings, in his words, said that this spending was crucial. We know that the Secretary of State for the Cabinet Office knew of these payments. In an interview with Dominic Murnahan of Sky News, he said he knew of these illegal payments, but not until after the referendum had taken place. On the 5th of August this year, following his appointment to the position of being the Minister responsible for electoral reform, I wrote to the Secretary of State asking when he knew of these illegal payments, which I believe to be a matter of crucial public interest. He has not replied. Dominic Cummings has refused to give evidence to the DCMS Select Committee, frustrating its inquiry, and he's been found to be in contempt of Parliament. When he was appointed as the Prime Minister's advisor, I wrote to the Prime Minister asking him to instruct Dominic Cummings to give evidence to the Select Committee. The Prime Minister has refused to do this. These are the people who are making these decisions, and we cannot trust them to make the right decisions. I support the motion.
Oh, what an invidious choice. Dr. Rosanna Allen-Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an absolute disgrace that tonight we go home for a number of weeks after we've already been off for many weeks already. This government are playing games. And while I am the MP for Tooting, I'm also a Tooting girl who is here voted to do her job. For the 5-year-old boy who is starving and has to go to the local food bank, he hasn't got time for games. For the mother who is waiting for her delayed cancer treatment, she hasn't got time for games. For the family who have been failed by the DWP and are starving and cannot pay their electricity bills and face another cold winter, they haven't got time for games. At a time when there has never been greater distrust between the public and us in here, we are letting them down. For the mother who has to bury her son in my patch, who knows that her other children have no opportunity, they don't have time for the games that we are playing in this house. For the people sitting in the gallery, we are a laughing stock, and leaving without a deal makes the very poorest, the most vulnerable in our communities, in our society, even worse off. So today I say, on behalf of Balham, Tooting, Fursdown and Earlsfield, this government is a disgrace. Proroguing Parliament is a disgrace. And I am here in my capacity as an MP and a regular, ordinary girl from Tooting who had never been in this place until she was elected to be here. We deserve better. Our communities deserve better. Let us be here to do our jobs.
Thank you. Mr. Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many people, I've had many constituents over the weekend in Cardiff telling me that they have simply got totally confused about what is going on. They're not interested in the procedures and the chicanery. What they are interested in is their lives and what difference the proceedings in here make to them. So why does this matter? Why does this motion matter, and why am I supporting it? Well, the gag that the government is going to put on Parliament tonight prevents us from having Treasury questions, Northern Ireland questions, the Prime Minister being put there at the dispatch box to answer questions, DCMS questions, questions to the Attorney General, whose legal advice is so crucial to this, debates on the Battle of Arnhem, in which my grandfather served and was taken prisoner of war, the pension age of our police, sanctions, refugees, climate change, EU citizens, the Middle East, fracking, Northern Ireland, chemicals, sexual violence, children. It's going to prevent the discussion and agreement on the agriculture bill, the immigration bill, the trade bill, customs bill, wild animals and circuses bill, and crucially the domestic violence bill. And yet this government has carried on with this gag, and they tell us it's because they want to set out a provision for a new Queen's Speech, a new programme for government. Who are they fooling? We know the truth. We know why this is done. The Prime Minister's own documents have revealed this. The prorogation plot was known well before. How was it, Mr. Speaker, that I was able to know about this matter in the early hours of the morning, before it was announced, before you had been told, Mr. Speaker, before the Cabinet had been told, Mr. Speaker, before the country had been informed, Mr. Speaker? How was it that journalists were able to know? How was it that I was able to know? And yet number 10 Downing Street was still denying that this gag was going to go forward. That night. They were denying it days before, and yet the decision, as was revealed, was taken on the 16th of August. So that goes to the heart of these motions today. This is about trust. It's about trust in a government that cannot be trusted. It's about our constituents' lives, the issues that matter to them, that go well beyond Brexit, Mr. Speaker. And it's about the national security and safety of this country. That is why the Yellowhammer documents should be made public, so that we all know the true risks to this country of a no-deal Brexit.
Thank you. The Chancellor of the Duchy. Go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate after a number of important, serious and passionate speeches. And it's also important that we pay appropriate regard to this humble address, standing as it does in the name of my right honourable and learned friend, and supported as it has been by 3 distinguished QCs in 2 of the 3 jurisdictions of these islands. And the important issues are raised by this humble address. There is a request implicit in this address for full information about the consequences of leaving the European Union for this House. And I would emphasise that the opportunity for not just members of this House, but citizens in this country to make sure that they're familiar with all the consequences and indeed the opportunities of leaving the European Union is at the heart of the government's information strategy. Some have suggested that it's somehow propaganda. Far from it. It is an effort to ensure that the facts are laid out in an accessible way to every citizen. So whether it is a simple matter of individuals knowing what their rights might be if they happen to be UK nationals abroad, or if it's businesses who require to know what the customs procedures are in order to accommodate themselves, not at this point, whether businesses need that information in order to export, that is all in the public domain. Indeed, that is not the only thing that is in the public domain. It is also the case, as a result of a court case that's been brought by the Honourable and Learned Lady and others, that we have in the public domain the submission that went to the Prime Minister on which he made his decision. Now, it's ordinarily not the case that submissions like this, government policy, which rests on it, are made public, but quite properly, following a duty of candour in respect of that judicial review, that information was published. And there it is in black and white, the reasons which were put to the Prime Minister for going down this course of action, and indeed the reasons that, and the reasons that led him to make that decision. Now, I would say that it's not unprecedented, but it is rare that such a degree. I'm always happy to give way to the Honourable Lady. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very grateful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for allowing me to intervene upon him. The Right Honourable Gentleman will, of course, be entirely aware that last Thursday, during an urgent question, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, who is a very good appointment indeed, made it quite clear that he had not been consulted by the Prime Minister.
Grateful.
He had not been consulted by the Prime Minister about the plan for prorogation. He was only told just before it was made publicly announced. And therefore, where we have a Secretary of State in Northern Ireland who is facing a perfect storm of the possibility of a no-deal Brexit, and also no functioning assembly and no expectation of one any day soon, how can it possibly be that the Minister is telling the House here that the Prime Minister had a paper which he didn't even share with the Cabinet?
Minister. Well, there are at least two important points that the Honourable Lady raises. The first is we are, of course, absolutely aware that whatever the impacts of a no-deal Brexit, they are likely to be more acute in a number of ways in Northern Ireland. And the Honourable Lady is absolutely right that it extends not just to the economy of Northern Ireland, but also to security considerations. And let me take the opportunity to pay tribute to the work of the Police Service of Northern Ireland, who've been very clear about what the risks are and their attempts to mitigate them. On the broader point, it is the case that submissions that would go to the Prime Minister would not normally be circulated to the whole of the Cabinet, any more than submissions that go to an individual minister would. And this goes to the very heart of what is being requested here. It is the case that that submission is already there, but we're now being asked to give this House and indeed the world not just those submissions, but every possible communication that any civil servant might have entertained beforehand in helping to advise the Prime Minister on what the correct course of action is. And it is a basic principle of good government, observed by governments, Labour, Conservative and Scottish National, that there should be a safe space for the advice that civil servants give. And the Cabinet Secretary, when he appeared before the Procedure Committee, made it clear this convention that advice should be private has applied to governments of all parties throughout the history of the civil service. And he said that the humble address, the particular procedure that we're debating today, has a chilling effect, which is to the severe detriment both of the operation of government and the public record of government decisions. That is the Cabinet Secretary's view. And it is interesting that my right honourable and learned friend, when he said that of the nine people whom he names, only one was a civil servant. 4 are civil servants, including the Cabinet Secretary, and he has been clear, as administrations of every colour have been clear, that they do not disclose this information. Indeed, sometimes, and I listened with care to what the Honourable Lady said, sometimes there are some administrations that don't even reveal legal advice when it doesn't exist. Because she told us that if we had an independent Scotland, that the rules and procedures and practices in an independent Scotland would set an example to us here. But it is the case that the First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, told the BBC that he had legal advice on the impact of Scotland being independent in Europe, and then when he was asked to publish that legal advice, he spent £20,000 of Scottish taxpayers' money fighting that and saying that there should be no freedom of information request granted. And then eventually, when the court found out what had happened, there was no legal advice at all. So I will take no lectures from the Scottish Nationalist Party about trust or transparency. No, absolutely not. And what is being asked, no, thank you. What is being asked of this House is more than just the publication of advice. It is also the case that private communications of a variety of public servants are about to be published if this humble address is published. And it is the case that the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman did not ask specifically in this... No, in this humble address for... No, thank you. He did not... I'm not scared of the truth. Alex Salmond was scared of the truth. Which is why he spent my mum and dad's money to hide the truth. No, I won't give way. Now, it is the case that if the humble address had been shaped in such a way to say that official advice was requested, that is something that the government would have sought to cooperate, I should say, with the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman about. But it is the case that this is a trawl, a fishing expedition, in which every single communication from public servants is being requested if it has anything to do in any way with prorogation. If there are officials who are communicating, if there are special advisors who are communicating with one or other about personal matters, then that would be within the scope of this humble address. It is unprecedented. It takes a coach and horses through our data protection legislation. It is questionable in the right of the Article 8 rights that individuals have under the ECHR. And it would, for the first time, say that that this House of Commons, by a simple majority vote, can say that any individual's communications should be rendered transparent. Do members realise what they are doing? It is not the case that any criminal offence is alleged. The sole purpose of this is in order to determine what may or may not have been the private opinion of civil servants and special advisers. The idea that in order to discern exactly what they thought, we will trample over data protection law, ECHR rights and the principle of safe space is an unprecedented example of those who claim to revere, those who claim, no. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the right to take any intervention I wish, and I will in a second.
Order! There's so much noise that it would be understandable if the Chancellor of the Duchy were unable to hear his right honourable and learned friend who was bidding to intervene. Whether he accepts the intervention is a matter for him. It's important that interventions that are attempted should be audible. The Chancellor of the Duchy.
I shan't take any interventions because I know that it's important that I make progress. But I wanted to underline, these are propositions being put forward by people, and I believe them, who say that they take the rule of law seriously, but in their desire to rifle through the private correspondence of individuals, they set aside legal precedent, they set aside the good workings of government, they set aside the rights of individuals. Now, let me turn briefly to the particular part.
Order.
It's a point of order, not a point of frustration, Mr. Ian C. Lucas.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker. I wrote to the Secretary of State on the 5th of August asking him a specific question when he knew about the illegal payments of vote leave. He has not answered my letter and he refuses to take an intervention. I've raised it in this debate again. How will I get a straight answer on trust from this Secretary of State?
Persist, man, persist by asking further questions or sending follow-up letters. Keep buggering on at all times. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is the case that in the Honourable Gentleman's own speech, he answered his own question. He explained that I had said to Dermot Murnaghan on Sky News exactly when I knew about these payments. So he can ask as many times as he likes for me to repeat the answer, but I gave the answer months ago. Now, talking of politicians who cannot see what is in front of them, we come to Yellowhammer. Now, the point has been made that it is critical that we share with this House as much as we can, and I absolutely committed to that. And in the evidence that I gave to the Exiting the European Union Select Committee last Thursday, in the evidence that I gave, I made clear, and I'm very grateful to the chairman of that committee for allowing me to do so, that we wanted to publish and would publish a revised Yellowhammer document. But it is also important to recognise that I'm afraid that the Shadow Secretary of State for Exiting the European Union described Yellowhammer as both an impact assessment and a likely scenario. I was clear in the evidence, which was accepted by the chairman in that committee, that it was neither an impact assessment or a likely scenario. The honourable gentleman says that he wants scrutiny of our no-deal assumptions. But when that scrutiny is given, and when the facts are in front, he either seems not to be interested, not to read, or not to know what is being said. He says he wants scrutiny, but when he gets scrutiny, he can't be bothered to take account of it. I'm happy to give way.
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. I'm sorry to take him just back to this issue about prorogation and its origins. Would he like to explain at the dispatch box why it is that no affidavit was filed by any official relating to the circumstances in which prorogation was decided upon? Because he will understand that the suggestion is that, in fact, the explanation given by the government is inaccurate, and that the decisions and work on proroguing this House to prevent us from scrutinising the Brexit process was taken earlier, and that there is evidence of it in the interchange of communications between special advisers and others in government.
Well, I know what the right honourable learned gentleman suspects, and he's been fair in laying it out clearly. But the question that this House has to ask is, are we prepared? Are we prepared? The question before the House is this. The question before the House is this. I am answering the question. The question before the House is this. We know what the right honourable and learned gentleman is concerned about, and we know what his concerns are. But are we willing, in order to satisfy his curiosity on this point, to make sure that data protection legislation, to make sure that the EHRC, and to make sure that the standard practices of government are overturned? I should say to my right honourable and learned friend that we have published in unprecedented detail, in conformity with the duty of candour, all the information required.
Resume your seat, Minister. We're most grateful to you. Yes. The question being now put, as many as other been say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is the motion as on the paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is the motion as on the paper. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes. Nick Dakin and Bambos Charalambos. You just can't get the staff these days to control, colleagues. Yeah, take a seat on the front bench. Well done. Yeah. And tell us for the noes, Stuart Andrew and Ian Stewart. Lock the doors!
The ayes to the right, 311. The noes to the left, 302.
The ayes to the right, 311. The noes to the left, 302. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Order. We now come to the motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition to be moved under Standing Order number 24. I remind the House, although I'm sure colleagues are keenly conscious of every word of it, that the motion is, and I quote, that this House has considered the welcome completion of all parliamentary stages of the European Union Withdrawal number 6 bill and has considered the matter of the importance of the rule of law and ministers' obligation to comply with the law. To move the motion, I call the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the decision the House has just reached, and I look forward to the Government abiding by and accepting that decision that the House has reached and the necessary documents being released. I want to start by welcoming the cross-party efforts of many members of this House in achieving the European Union Withdrawal No. 6 Act passing into law, particularly my friend the member for Leeds West and the member for West Dorset. Parliament has passed a law to ensure that the will of Parliament is upheld. The fact that Parliament is compelled to pass a law to ensure the will of Parliament is upheld shows what extraordinary times we now live in. The House has rejected no deal. Businesses and trade unions are united in rejecting no deal, and there is no majority for it across the country. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, the co-convener of the Vote Leave campaign, said in March this year, "We didn't vote to leave without a deal." It is clear there is no mandate for no deal. In trying to diminish the Act, the government's spin doctors have branded it the Surrender Bill, and Ministers have dutifully trotted out this phrase in the media, and the Minister who's going to reply has already replied, like Pavlov's dogs always do. Mr. Speaker, I remind the House again, we are not at war. The Prime Minister seems obsessed with this hyperbole and aggressive language. Surrender Bill, or do and die, or rather be dead in a ditch. The list goes on. Mr. Speaker, we're supposed to be having negotiations with our European partners. The lives at stake as a result of all this are not those of the Prime Minister or his cabinet. Well, indeed, my friend says, where is he? I do not keep the Prime Minister's diary. He may keep his own, but he's certainly not here to reply to this debate, where I believe he ought to be, since the motion is specifically directed towards him. But, again, I can't help my friend with that question, but others may. We learned from leaked government papers those of our constituents whose medical supplies are at risk from a reckless no deal are very worried. So I urge the government and all members of the House on all sides tone down the rhetoric and the inflammatory language and try to heal, not widen divisions within our society. I give credit, Mr. Speaker, to those who have worked in a cross-party way, and I've been happy to have meetings with all opposition party leaders. A law has been passed by this House and by the other place, and the government must abide by it. It's not complicated, it's very, very straightforward and simple. Yes, of course.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Last week I asked the Prime Minister if this, what was then a bill, became law, would he, as the Prime Minister of our country, obey the law? and he said, Mr. Speaker, that he would obey the law, and so would the government. The next day, he announced that he'd rather be dead in a ditch than obey the law. Which does my right honourable friend think it is?
Well, I don't really wish anyone dead in a ditch, even if it's their own wish. But I do think that the first answer the Prime Minister gave ought to be that he accepts the will of Parliament, a democratically elected Parliament. This is a parliamentary democracy. We don't have an executive president that can rule over us. And so I think we have to make it very, very clear that we will expect the Prime Minister to abide by the details and the specifics of the law that has been passed that does make specific requirements upon him. Yes, I give way to the Leader of the SNP.
I'm very grateful to the Leader of the Opposition. He's making some very important points. The conduct of this debate, not just this debate, but the whole discourse is important. And the Leader of the Opposition has referred to the government's characterisation of the surrender bill. Isn't it the case that the government bears a responsibility for the language that it uses? And when we see the language on the streets, and myself, the Leader of the Opposition, and many others that are told that we are traitors, and sometimes much more abusive language, the government has a responsibility to recognise the impact of its language and actions outside of this place.
I thank the member for that intervention, and he's quite right, because language has consequence. Language has consequence where people then trot out what's been said by the Prime Minister or others and turn it into the most abusive language and the most abusive behaviour against people. Surely we can have an intelligent debate in our society without resorting to that kind of behaviour, language or violence that is being threatened against some individuals. Yes, I give way to the member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition is very generous in giving way. And when talking about the rule of law, if we get to the 31st of October and one of the other European Union countries says you can't extend, would he then support coming out with a no deal because that is the law?
That is an entirely hypothetical question. The question that the Prime Minister has to answer is, an Act of Parliament has been passed. It requires him to take a specific course of action, and he, in his many statements over the last few days, appears to contradict the wishes of Parliament for him to carry out those actions. Let's not go down hypothetical roads. Let's get an answer from this government as to whether or not they accept the decision of Parliament to pass this Act into law. It's not difficult, and I'm sure when the Minister comes to reply, he will give us an answer on this. I seriously hope so. But it's not only Conservative members encouraging the Prime Minister to break the law in their numerous WhatsApp groups, but Cabinet Ministers are refusing to confirm that the government will abide by the law. One second. Even the Prime Minister himself implies he will break the law. No, I will not give way at this moment. Number 10 has briefed, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister will defy the law. So, until the government has abided by that law, I don't believe there will be a majority in this House for what the Prime Minister is proposing later on today under the Fixed Term Parliament Act. Yes, I give way.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for giving way, and I'd like to go back to the point that was just raised about what happens if we get to the end of October and one or more of the other EU countries does not give an extension. The clock is ticking towards the end of October, and surely we should be focusing on supporting getting a deal now rather than kicking it further down the can. If there is no extension, what does he suggest is done?
We've always wanted to get a deal, but what we don't want is the no-deal exit with all the dangers to jobs, living standards, supplies, and the Prime Minister and his chums taking us down the road into the arms of Donald Trump and the trade arrangements he'll make with the United States. Last week, the Prime Minister had several opportunities at the dispatch box, and on each and every occasion failed to give a single detail in response to numerous questions about what the government is aiming to negotiate in terms of a new deal with the European Union for the last time.
Thank you so much indeed. I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Just to clarify, he says how important the rule of law is, and I agree. How many paramilitary and terrorist organisations has the right honourable gentleman supported?
Fair question.
And how many murders have they committed?
Absolutely.
Well, I'm glad the member managed to read out his intervention that was given to him earlier. This is a debate about a government saying it will not abide by a law passed by this Parliament. I would have thought it's very straightforward. He should say simply, this House voted. Of course, the Executive must accept that decision. This weekend, Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye resigned. No, I will not give way anymore. Saying she has not seen any intensity of work going into negotiations with the European Union, and stated, and I quote, "I no longer believe leaving with a deal is the government's main objective." That's a pretty big statement for a member of the Cabinet to make before who's just resigned from it. Many of us have suspected that for a month or more, but a 5-week delay is par for the course for the former Secretary of State for Work and Pensions. This week, the Chancellor could give no response either to what was being negotiated, nor not one shred of evidence that the government has made any proposals whatsoever. And just this morning, Mr. Speaker, the Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar, has said that he has yet to receive, and I quote, realistic, legally binding and workable plans to replace the backstop. So, the former Work and Pension Secretary is right to be concerned that only minimal effort, at best, is going into finding a negotiated deal. Mr. Speaker, it would be unusual for a Prime Minister to lose the confidence of the House so early in his tenure. It is extraordinary that he is already losing the confidence of his own Cabinet Ministers. And if his own Cabinet members cannot have faith in his words, it explains why this House has found it necessary to legislate. For all the many criticisms I've had of the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, as Prime Minister, she welcomed scrutiny and she saw herself as a public servant, as much as I often disagreed with the policy positions she put. If the government has a position on Brexit, I hope they will publish it, because this House and the people of this country deserve to be discussing it. And I'm a strong believer that policies are improved by scrutiny. So, Mr. Speaker, no, I won't give way. I've made that clear already. Mr. Speaker, in her resignation letter, the member for Hastings and Rye said the Prime Minister had committed an assault on democracy and decency. I would go further. The Prime Minister is also threatening an assault upon the rule of law. He was asked on Friday whether he would abide by the provisions of the European Union No. 6 bill as it then was, and he said he would rather die in a ditch. I don't wish him any ill. I do have a wish that he would come to that dispatch box, set out his detailed plan for Brexit and confirm that he will abide by the law. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, the people of this country deserve, and democracy demands, upfront answers from the Prime Minister. So far, no answers have been forthcoming. I hope the Prime Minister will live up to the office that he holds, accept the decisions made of this Parliament, and carry out the wishes of that bill, that act now, to ensure that an application is made to prevent this country crashing out on the 31st of October with all the damage that will do to food supplies, medicine supplies, industrial supplies, and his longer-term ambitions of heading this country in a totally different direction, which many, many people are truly frightened of. The Prime Minister could sort this out very quickly if he just had the courtesy to come to this House and confirm he will accept all the provisions of the Act that this House has just passed.
Thank you. Order. The question is that this House has considered
the welcome completion of all parliamentary stages of the European Union Withdrawal No. 6 Bill and has considered the matter of the importance of the rule of law and Ministers' obligation to comply with the law. I seek an honourable or right honourable member on the government benches, but it is not immediately obvious that any wishes to contribute. But if the... I don't see why that's a source of such hilarity. I'm just making a rather prosaic factual observation. However, who was that chuntering from a senator? Who was that bellowing? Oh, well done. Very well done. Point of order, Anna Soubry.
Mr. Speaker, is it in order? Because I think we all want to know who is going to reply for the government. And if it's the Foreign Secretary, many of us will find that surprising. Because given the content of this motion, which is all about the rule of law, why isn't one of Her Majesty's law officers, either the Secretary of State for Justice or the Attorney, replying on behalf of Her Majesty's government? I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that you can't answer on behalf of the government as much as I suppose you would like to, but I think it is a very serious matter, and I think a law officer should be answering the arguments being put forward in this debate.
Lady's view, she may be flummoxed or irked to discover that the government does not notify me of its intentions in relation to who might or might not speak, unless there is a note which lists. I don't have any intelligence on the matter. I am advised that the Foreign Secretary is intending to wind up the debate for the government. It is open to him, fleet of foot and intellectually dexterous as he is, to leap to his feet and to deliver his oration now in substitution for the opportunity later. But he is not under any obligation to do so. And it appears... It appears that he does not wish to do so. However, Mr. Peter Bone apparently does wish to speak. He does wish to speak. Yes, Mr. Peter Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it a slightly outrageous suggestion from the Shadow Chancellor that I should speak from the government. I don't know who's more offended, me or the government. I just very briefly rise to say, Mr. Speaker, that I don't welcome the passage of a bill that's rushed through this House in a totally outrageous manner without proper scrutiny. And I have no idea whether it has received royal assent or not. And if it has, it is the law of the land. It still doesn't make it a good law, and it seems to me that the government, I think every government, will abide by the law. But the point I made to the Leader of the Opposition, the idea that we have passed an Act of Parliament that takes no deal off the table is blindingly obviously not true, because we have not got that power. And you may say that this Parliament wants an extension. That is one thing. But to say that every single European Union member country has to grant that extension is just wrong. So, of course.
Will my honourable friend confirm that actually one of the special circumstances that the European Union would decide to give an extension was if there were an election? Therefore, tonight, if the opposition were to vote for an election, and therefore then we would have maybe, potentially, if they're confident, a new Prime Minister, that would guarantee an extension. But what's being done today is not guaranteeing an extension.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and it may well be that tonight the Leader of the Opposition will see the wisdom of her words and that they will vote for a general election. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that I did a little bit of research, and 35 times in this House the Leader of the Opposition has called for a general election. 35 times. It seems somewhat surprising that tonight he's going to show support for the government by not voting for a general election. And well, on that point, yes.
Does he agree with me that, quite frankly, members of Parliament should not pick and choose the laws that they obey? They shouldn't pick and choose the laws that they obey, just like members of Parliament should not pick and choose the results of referendums that they should obey either.
Mr. Speaker, on my honourable friend's first point, absolutely any government must obey the law of the land. There is no doubt in that. But may I just deal with this point first? But it does seem to me that this House, by a substantial majority, including many members on the other side voting for it, I'm sure 8/4 was much better, and he'll probably be looking down and saying, oh my goodness, what a shower there is on both sides. And he'd do it far better than me. And he'd wear a much better tie in the process. But alas, he is in a better place. And he'll be wearing a better tie than you, sir, that's for sure. Now, I must finish the point. The really important point was that, of course, this House delegated the decision to the British people. Yep. And after 3 years we failed to do it. That is the fundamental difference between this and anything else that we are normally debate. So, yeah.
And he and I obviously disagree on the Brexit issue, but surely he would accept that obviously since that point we had a general election where the government lost its majority. The government has further lost its majority during that time. That is democracy. That is also part of democracy. And is he not disappointed that given that the Prime Minister found time to vote in the last division, and yet we all saw him scuttling off down the corridors, that neither he nor law officers are here to explain whether or not they will comply with the law of this land?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. Do I think the Prime Minister should waste his time coming to a debate, an SO24 debate, a general debate, about whether he's going to obey the law of the land? Of course he's going to obey the law of the land. Nobody doubts that point. And the honourable gentleman made another important point before that, which I've completely forgotten, sorry. Yes.
Can I just ask the honourable member, and thank him for giving way. The importance of this debate is about the Prime Minister obeying the law. And it's not just the Leader of the Opposition. Is he not surprised, as my honourable friend has just said, that law officers of the government are not here to hear the debate, given, quite astonishingly, that the Lord Chancellor himself, the Chief Law Officer of Her Majesty's Government, had to go and see the Prime Minister to seek reassurances about the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom obeying the law passed by the legislature of the United Kingdom. Does he not agree with me? That is astonishing, and frankly, the importance of this debate is reflected in the Lord Chancellor himself having doubts as to whether the Prime Minister is going to obey the law.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman might want to withdraw that remark, because I have seen no comments from the Lord Chancellor that in any way doubts the word of the Prime Minister. I think he might, on reflection, wish to withdraw that point. The truth of the matter is, this is a general debate which is being held for political purposes. It has nobody in this House for one moment thinks that any member of the government is not going to obey the law of the land. My only reason for standing was to say that I do not welcome the bill, I do not welcome the Act. It was pushed through in extraordinarily unconstitutional ways, and I say with all sincerity to the Leader of the Opposition that if he sits in this side as Prime Minister, he will regret that constitutional outrage.
Ian Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the point I want to address myself to.
Gentleman must resume his seat. I'm sorry, there's been a fair. We'll hear from the fellow in due course, but first dibs go to the Leader of the third party. My apologies to the honourable gentleman. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to Pericles, freedom is the sure possession of those alone who have the courage to defend it. Mr. Speaker, it is our freedoms, our rights and our democracy that today are under threat, under attack from a Prime Minister threatening to ignore the rule of law, a Prime Minister threatening to ignore the rule of law, ignore the wishes of Parliament and railroad against the will of the people. Mr. Speaker, today is indeed a historic day, a dark day. It will be remembered as the day that the United Kingdom government obstructed the people and plunged the United Kingdom into an unprecedented constitutional crisis. Let me be absolutely clear. The Prime Minister is not ever above the rule of law. The Prime Minister says he would rather die in a ditch than write to seek an extension to protect our economy from falling off the cliff edge. If that is the course that he chooses, Mr. Speaker, then the Prime Minister must resign. Undermining democracy at every turn. The Prime Minister simply cannot be trusted. The rule book has been well and truly ripped up, and with it democracy and decency shredded by a cult of Brexit fanboys in Number 10, unfit to govern, unwilling to govern. Mr. Speaker, what a despicable state of affairs that an unelected bureaucrat, the Prime Minister's lead adviser, is sitting in Number 10, devising and directing an assault on democracy, preventing parliamentary scrutiny and transparency. And should we be surprised? These are the men behind the biggest con in modern times, the co-founders of fake news, who lied to the public during the EU referendum and removed the facts from the table. And here they are again, ducking and diving the truth, seeking to operate government with using cloak and dagger tactics, pretending to protect the right of the people, when in reality they are crushing the rights of our citizens, strangling Parliament and gagging the voice of the people. I'll happily give way.
To my right honourable friend. And would he agree with whoever was responsible for writing a front-page article in The Spectator in 2004, at which time the present Prime Minister was the editor, and who said in that article, "Impeachment remains part of parliamentary law, a recourse for desperate times." Are these not desperate times?
Oh. Absolutely they are. And I say to the Prime Minister, be very careful. Be very careful. Do not obstruct the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, the Vote Leave campaign in Number 10 doesn't care about the rules. They didn't care in 2016 and they don't care now about the law. Mr. Speaker, we must stop them because the stakes, quite frankly, are too high. The Prime Minister and his Vote Leave cronies are not above the law. The law must stop this dictatorship, and Parliament must stop this Prime Minister acting like a dictator. Even the Prime Minister's own ministers cannot trust him. In her resignation letter, the Right Honourable Member for Hastings said, "I no longer believe leaving with a deal is the government's main objective." And it's been confirmed in today's Times that the Prime Minister's negotiating team has been reduced to just 4 members. The truth is, the Prime Minister's priority isn't to get a deal. His priority is to rip the United Kingdom out of the European Union on the 31st of October, no matter the consequences. With the House suspending tonight, it is essential that all papers relating to the advice in Parliament being prologued are published, and the determination tonight must be delivered on by Wednesday evening.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow the UK Government to destroy our democracy and operate unchecked. We need to know the truth. The public deserves to know the truth.
If he's concerned about democracy, why doesn't he vote for a general election this evening?
Mr. Speaker, this is a debate about observing the law. If the honourable gentleman wants to speak in a debate about an election, that's a debate that's taking place later on.
And let me give way.
One more time.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. We have heard today how opposition government members have said time and time again that the Prime Minister and the Government will obey the law, and yet we've heard the Prime Minister talk about how he would rather die in a ditch. Does he share my concerns that clearly there is some backroom shenanigans going on to look for a way for this Government to evade the law?
You know, my honourable friend might say shenanigans. I would perhaps prefer to use some other words that I'm prohibited from doing in this place. Just think about a government that's threatening to break the law. What signal are we sending to the citizens of the United Kingdom when the Prime Minister of this country, the highest office in the land, is telling the people it's okay to break the law? That's a dereliction of duty of the office of Prime Minister, and it demonstrates he is not fit for the office of Prime Minister. And let me say this: if the Prime Minister wants an election, he must obey the law and take a no-deal Brexit off the table. The UK Government's law officers and the Secretary of State for Justice must intervene to ensure the Prime Minister respects the letter and the spirit of the law and removes the threat of no deal. Mr. Speaker, they both have responsibilities, first and foremost, to uphold the law. And if they cannot receive those assurances tonight from the Prime Minister, then their positions become untenable. How can they look themselves in the mirror in the full knowledge that nobody is above the law and remain in office? This sorry saga should lead to more ministers asking a simple question: are they prepared to remain in ministerial post in a government that's prepared to break the law? That is a fundamental question. Mr. Speaker, the government should face reality that this House has legislated to remove no deal as an option at the end of October. They must signal tonight that they will comply with that legislation. Once the threat of no deal is off the table, make no mistake, we will move for an early election. Make no mistake, we in the Scottish National Party want an election. But we must firstly satisfy ourselves that this government will uphold the law and deliver an extension to remain in the European Union. Mr. Speaker, the people should not be shut out or silenced by this Prime Minister. They must be heard, and heard on the right terms, not on the terms of the Prime Minister's shabby and shady stunts.
Sir John Redwood.
Mr. Speaker, of course the Government and all members of Parliament must obey the law. But it is also the case that Parliament must pass wise laws and must pass them according to our traditions and practices and rules. And I wish to concentrate briefly on this question of the wisdom of this law and urge those who sponsored it to think again in the national interest. Because this is no normal law. A normal law applies to everyone in the country equally, and there are criminal penalties on those who break the law, and we wish to see the law enforced. This is not that kind of a law. This is an Act of Parliament which is a political instruction to our Prime Minister, and it is a political instruction about how he should behave in an international negotiation. Normally, this Parliament takes the view that international negotiations are best handled in detail by the Government, and we, the Parliament, judge the outturn, the result, by either approving it or disapproving of it. And I would urge colleagues then to think again, because by instructing the Prime Minister in the way that this Parliament has sought to do over this negotiation, two things follow. The first is that the EU, the counterparties to the negotiation, can see that this Parliament has deliberately undermined the position of the lead negotiator for our country, and will take note of that, and instead of giving things, will say there is no point in giving things. And the second thing, even worse, is the European Union will take note of the fact that our Prime Minister, under this Act, is to seek an extension on any terms the European Union cares to dictate. Now, how can anyone in this House say that is good law or justice or makes sense for the British people? If you are of the Remain persuasion, just as of the Leave persuasion, you must surely see, Mr. Speaker, that this is not the way to treat your lead negotiator or to put your country naked into the negotiating chamber with the European Union. It puts this country in a farcical and extremely weak position. Now, I thought the party opposite wanted us to leave the European Union, but it didn't like the withdrawal agreement. I have sympathy with that. And it doesn't like leaving without the withdrawal agreement. I have less sympathy with that proposition. And so they're looking for some kind of third way. They are presumably thinking that you could do some other kind of renegotiation. They never explained to us what that renegotiation would be like, and they never explained how the EU would even start talking about it, because the EU has consistently said you either take the withdrawal agreement or you just leave. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. But it seems to me a really bizarre position the opposition have taken, in that even if they do manage to, or did manage to negotiate a new deal with the EU, they said that they actually campaign against it. It's a really odd position for this nation to be in.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is even more bizarre. I mean, normally governments do their best negotiation, then they come back and recommend it to the House of Commons. It would indeed be fatuous if we ever got to the position where we had a government in this country that it negotiated a deal which it knew it wanted to reject. It should not waste everybody's time and just say, let's leave without a deal. So, Mr. Speaker, but we're wandering a little bit from the point of this debate, which is about the rule of law. And this House of Commons should think again. This is an extremely unwise law. This undermines the Prime Minister, but more importantly, it undermines our country. It makes it extremely unlikely that all those Remain supporting MPs who could live with our exit with a variant of the withdrawal agreement are not going to get that, because they have deliberately undermined the pressure our Prime Minister may place on the European Union in these negotiations he's trying to undertake. And even worse, they've invited the EU to dictate terrible terms for a few months' extension. And why wouldn't the EU do it? So please, Parliament, reconsider. Parliament has a duty to put through wise laws. Parliament has a duty to represent the national interest. This miserable act is an act of great political folly, undermining our country in a very desperate way.
Jo Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is truly astonishing that we are even having this debate about whether a Prime Minister is going to adhere to the rule of law. If we just think about that for a minute and let that sink in, the government has let the House of Commons be in genuine doubt about whether they will respect a law that has passed through this chamber and the other place and received royal assent. We have a Prime Minister who thinks the rules do not apply to him. He is acting like he has a majority when he has none. His majority dissolved when the Honourable Member for Bracknell joined the Liberal Democrats, and then it was made worse by his own brutal sacking of 21 Conservative colleagues who had, many of them, served their party and their country with distinction and public service over decades. The Prime Minister is on a power trip, but the truth is he does not have unfettered power, much as he would like to. There is a sense of arrogance and entitlement about this action. He acts like rules and conventions simply do not apply to him. He will stand in front of the police, in front of public servants, and make a political speech, talking with apparently no sense of irony about how he would rather die in a ditch than obey the law. This is a Prime Minister who has trampled over conventions such as observing basic courtesies and manners, roaming the world as Foreign Secretary, causing offence wherever he went. It's a Prime Minister who has refused to stand up for the traditions of our civil service, who give their advice freely and frankly to ministers and act in a neutral.
Infantino is the head of FIFA.
He's the biggest man in soccer, and we are, as you probably know, getting the World Cup in 2026 for the United States. Some of it is a partnership with Mexico and Canada, and it's coming into the United States for a large percentage of the games, and we're very excited about it. Plus, Johnny and I just had a meeting on women's soccer and what everybody's going to do to make that even better and more equitable, et cetera, et cetera. So, Johnny, thank you very much. We had a great meeting. Very big, though. We're getting the World Cup in 2026, so that's a big thing. Johnny, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, indeed, it's fantastic to be here and to boost even more soccer in this country. Soccer, which is the #1 global sport. World Cup 2026 taking place here, but we start already now. It's the biggest event ever. It's more than 4 billion viewers all around the world, and we will make it the biggest, not only sports event, but the biggest social event that we can think of. Soccer, which is a big part of this country as well, and women's soccer, where you are world champion. There is much more to do. The president was saying this to me, and he is right, and we are working on that, and we will announce very soon some new initiatives. Thank you.
Well, Johnny, we're going to have to extend my second term, because 2026, I'm going to have to extend it for a couple of years. I don't think any of you would have a problem with that, but I hope you're going to remember me in 2026.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go.
Say it. They're dead. They're dead. As far as I'm concerned, they're dead. They thought that they had to kill people in order to put themselves in a little better negotiating position. When they did that, they killed 12 people. One happened to be a great American soldier, a wonderful young man from Puerto Rico, families from Puerto Rico. And you can't do that. You can't do that with me. So they're dead as far as I'm concerned. And we've hit the Taliban harder in the last 4 days than they've been hit in over 10 years. So that's the way it is.
Why would you consider meeting with the Taliban, Mr. President?
Say it what? No, actually, in terms of advisors, I took my own advice. I like the idea of meeting. I've met with a lot of bad people and a lot of good people during the course of the last almost 3 years. And I think meeting is a great thing. I think that meeting with, you're talking about war. There are meetings with war, otherwise wars would never end. You'd have them go on forever. We had a meeting scheduled. It was my idea, and it was my idea to terminate it. I didn't discuss it with anybody else. When I heard, very simply, that they killed one of our soldiers and 12 other innocent people, I said, there's no way I'm meeting on that basis. There's no way I'm meeting. They did a mistake. And by the way, they are telling people they made a big mistake. They're saying it loud and clear that they made a big mistake, John. Well, Camp David's held meetings with a lot of people that would have been perceived as being pretty tough customers and pretty bad people. There have been plenty of so-called bad people brought up to Camp David for meetings. And the alternative was the White House, and you wouldn't have been happy with that either. So Camp David would have been a good place, but I don't want to meet under circumstances where they go around and try and make themselves a little bit more important by killing a soldier, by killing actually also a great NATO soldier, in addition to our soldier, and also a total of 12 people. I don't want that. But, Camp David has had many meetings that I guess people would not have considered politically correct. Yes, Steve? Well, we're looking at that, and we're thinking about it. As I've said, we've been policemen there for a long time, and the government's going to have to take responsibility or do whatever it is they do. I've been saying from the campaign that we want to get out at the earliest possible time. We're doing a very good job. Our soldiers are incredible, but they're serving as policemen to a large extent. I just made a statement on it. Yeah, we'd like to get out, but we'll get out at the right time. What? Well, India and Pakistan are having a conflict over Kashmir, as you know. I think it's a little bit less heated right now than it was 2 weeks ago, and I'm willing to help them. I get along with both countries very well. I'm willing to help them if they want. They know that that is out there. David? You know, I don't even know who they are, other than I know that I guess you could say no, but I don't know them. I don't know them. I would say this: they're all at less than 1%. I guess it's a publicity stunt. We just got a little while ago 94% popularity or approval rating within the Republican Party. So, to be honest, I'm not looking to give them any credibility. They have no credibility. One was a person that voted for Obama, ran as a vice president 4 years ago and was soundly defeated. Another one got thrown out after one term in Congress and he lost in a landslide. And the third one, Mr. Tallahassee Trail or Appalachian Trail. He's the Appalachian Trail, right? The Tallahassee Trail is nice too, but I think he was the Appalachian Trail. But he wasn't on the Appalachian Trail. He was in Argentina. Yeah, go ahead. Say it louder.
Are you okay with using the military as a police force on our southern border?
Well, right now, Mexico has been doing a great job for us, and frankly, we're very appreciative, but we've also been pretty rapidly changing the regulations, the rules, winning in court. We've had a lot of wins. We did it early on, but we're having a lot of wins in court right now. The courts are backing us up, and that has a lot to do with our success on the southern border. In addition, a lot of wall is being built, and every time we put up a mile of wall, that helps us a lot. So we're talking to a lot of different people on that. You know, we're recovering from the hurricane also. Florida did get hit, not as hard as we anticipated. And you look at Georgia, you look at South Carolina, North Carolina. I'm going to North Carolina right now, North Carolina, to have a rally for Dan Bishop. But before I go to the rally, we're going to be stopping at one of the sites that got hit very hard by the hurricane. So we're also recovering from a hurricane, but we have to be very careful. Everybody needs totally proper documentation because the Bahamas had some tremendous problems with people going to the Bahamas that weren't supposed to be there. I don't want to allow people that weren't supposed to be in the Bahamas to come into the United States, including some very bad people and some very bad gang members and some very, very bad drug dealers. So we are going to be very, very strong in that. Let me just explain. Large sections, believe it or not, of the Bahamas were not hit. And what we're doing is bringing the people to those sections of the Bahamas that have not been hit. We've done a lot of the USA aid. We've done a lot of work with our Coast Guard, with our FEMA people who have been phenomenal. I mean, they have been phenomenal. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Well, I saw a statement was just put out having to do with North Korea. And that'll be interesting. We'll see. It just came out over the wires a little while ago. So we'll see what happens. In the meantime, we have our hostages back. We're getting the remains of our great heroes back. And we've had no nuclear testing for a long time. Yeah. Again, what was the beginning? I think it's very unfair that he does that. I don't think it should be allowed. We'll see what happens. There's a lot of new law being made on that, but we don't think that should be happening now. With that being said, we're starting to do very well in the Ninth Circuit. We're starting to do well all over. We won the lawsuit on the wall. We won the lawsuit on a lot of different things having to do with illegal immigration. That's why a lot of our very strong points are coming out. And in addition to Mexico helping us, we're ending up with some great legal victories now on illegal immigration. That's one of the reasons we're doing so well. Go ahead, go. What? Go ahead, what?
Yesterday you tweeted that the prisoner swap between Russia and Ukraine was perhaps the first giant step towards peace. So do you think the United States should join peace talks and should join Germany, France, Russia and Ukraine within the talks called Normandy format?
I think the fact that the prisoner swap took place yesterday with Russia and Ukraine is a very big step, and it's a very positive step. If they needed me to get involved, I'd get involved, but that's really a very, very positive event that took place yesterday. Well, you're always concerned that it's temporary, but we now have much better legal protection, and we'd have total protection if the Democrats would get rid of the loopholes, which are there. They could do it in, as I say, 15 minutes, if they would get rid of the loopholes and fix asylum, but they don't want to do that. They don't want to do it. The Democrats want open borders. It means crime, it means drugs, it means human trafficking, and that's what they want. And if they want to run on that, they can run on it. But our people, a lot of the people in this country, and I would say a very large percentage of people, they don't want to have crossings illegal. They don't want to have open borders. They want to have a strong border. And I've always said, without a border, we don't have a country. And without a country, I'll tell you what, we wouldn't be, without that border being strong, we are securing the border like it hasn't been before. And when the wall is built, and it's moving rapidly right now, it's moving very rapidly, the lawsuit wins, the legal wins, we've won a lot. And we've won a lot in the courts over the last year. You know, if you look at the beginning where we were losing, we will have about 180 judges approved over the next 3 or 4 weeks, 180. When I came in, President Obama gave us a beautiful gift. He gave us 138 judges that he wasn't able to get in or didn't pick anybody or couldn't get them approved. 138, I took that, and now when you add the other ones that came through attrition and other things that have happened, we'll have about 180 judges approved very, very quickly. Well, Dan Bishop is a great gentleman, a great man. He's going to be a great, I think he's going to be a great congressman. It was a very close race. I think it's getting less close. If you look at the numbers from 2 weeks ago, and I got involved about 2 weeks ago, and the numbers have gone way up, I think Dan has a very good chance of winning the election. Again, I'm not running, but I have a lot of respect for Dan Bishop. I'm going there now to help him campaign. We're going to be doing a big rally tonight, totally sold out, as always. It's every single one, totally sold out. There'll be a lot of people outside trying to get in. But it's all in honor of Dan Bishop, North Carolina. I hope they're going to go out and vote. It could happen. It could happen, yeah. No problem with meeting. Iran should straighten out because, frankly, they're in very bad position right now. And they should straighten it out because they could straighten it out very easily. No, I know nothing about it. I see the CIA responded perfectly. So whatever the CIA said is fine with me. But I heard they responded perfectly. I know nothing. Well, we're dealing with Democrats, we're dealing with Republicans, we're talking about a lot of different things having to do with, as you call it, gun control, but we are talking about a lot of different things, but at the same time we have to protect our Second Amendment very strongly, and we will always do that. Steve? Well, my decision was to have a meeting. And I said, you know what, I don't like the concept of having it at the White House. That would be a step too far. There have been many very powerful meetings at Camp David having to do with enemies, real enemies, very big enemies, war. And I thought Camp David would be good, and I still do. The only reason I canceled that meeting is because they killed one of our soldiers, and they killed a total of 12 people trying to build up their importance because they think that's important, except to me it backfired. And they're very upset. They feel that they blew it, and they said it loud and clear. They feel they made a big mistake by doing what they did. We're looking very much at human smuggling, and if you look at trafficking, they call it. If you look at what's going on with the human trafficking, we're bringing it down to a much lower level. This should have been done for years and years, but we're bringing the human trafficking, as you can see by the numbers, we're bringing it down. Mostly affects women and children. It's a terrible thing. It's been going on for many years, and we're bringing it down.
Are you concerned about Kim Jong-un's? Are you disappointed about Kim Jong-un? Do you want not keep the promise?
Well, it just came out over the wires that he'd like to have a meeting. I have a very good relationship with Chairman Kim Jong-un, and it just came out. I just saw it as I'm coming out here. It just came out that they would like to meet. We'll see what happens. But I always say having meetings is a good thing, not a bad thing. No, I'm not. Let people go and help. The Bahamas got hit like no thing that I've ever seen. I've never seen a hurricane it was like a massive tornado more than a hurricane. It got hit like nothing I've seen. Anybody wants to help, that's okay with me. I think it's a good thing.
How do you define victory in Afghanistan?
Well,
across Europe, people are tuning into this House and watching how both the Speaker and this Parliament have fought back against the overweening power of an executive that has tried to close down debate, has tried to stop the voices of the people being heard, and that is a true democracy, which is the why we are here tonight fighting the way we are.
Okay. Well, I certainly agree with my honourable friend. I fear attempts to silence this House and close it down. And I wonder how any of us can really talk about the rule of law, how we can expect our constituents to respect the law when in such a crucial issue, those at the very top of our democratic institutions are showing such disrespect for Parliament and the law. The Prime Minister's behaviour is simply wrong. He's treating Parliament, the People's Parliament after all, with utter contempt. It's the Prime Minister and those around him who are using the language that we normally associate with repressive, dictatorial, anti-democratic regimes around the globe, in trashing the reputation of Parliament and parliamentarians and threatening to disobey the law. The Prime Minister is calling into question his fitness for office. This man led the Brexit campaign. He was the Foreign Secretary when the negotiations commenced. He's now the Prime Minister. He should be using every waking hour to conclude the deal on which he sold his Brexit plans. He shouldn't be closing down Parliament and running away from his responsibilities.
Honourable friend, give way.
I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that if we don't reach a deal with the European Union whilst we're members of it, we will inevitably have to reach a trade deal from outside, and we would be negotiating from a position of abject weakness and therefore wouldn't get a good deal?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think that's the conclusion that most rational people have come to. That seems the inevitability of where we're heading. So I was saying that it seems to me that he shouldn't be running away from his responsibilities, and we shouldn't even have to ask if the Prime Minister of this country will obey the law. It's unbelievable. I give way to my honourable friend.
This debate is about the rule of law. And we should be clear, there should be no ifs or buts about it. No matter how powerful and self-important individual might feel, everyone should obey the law.
I totally agree. Give way to the honourable lady.
Does he share my concern that today, this evening, during this debate, we have heard from the opposite benches two irreconcilable positions? We've heard that the government will obey the law, but we've also heard that the government will deliver Brexit, do or die, on the 31st of October. And those two things are self-evidently contradictory. So therefore, the conclusion must be that there is backdoor shenanigans going on to evade the law, stretching every sinew to do so.
Well, I think the terrible fear is that the Prime Minister and other members of the government are saying one thing and doing another, and that's what the resignation of the Secretary of State for Works and Pensions recently seemed to reveal. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me it's straightforward. If this man and this government carry on like this, they'll be responsible for destroying the very institutions in which the rule of law and democratic politics are based. We should all be fearful of a government that's intent on moving down that road.
Thank you. I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. To wind up the debate from the government benches, the Foreign Secretary... I do, gosh. I do beg the right honourable gentleman's pardon. A couple of minutes. Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for you for allowing me to catch your eye in this debate. I have to say that the people of this country are angry. They will not understand what this debate is all about. The people in this country voted to leave the European Union. The numerous members of Parliament on all sides during that referendum debate said that the result would be honoured. We've had a general election where the two major parties stood on a platform saying the result would be honoured. This party voted in overwhelming numbers to trigger Article 50 and voted for the notification withdrawal bill and voted for the withdrawal bill itself. They will not understand the shenanigans going on in this country. I was at the Morton show last weekend. There were people who were angry. They said, for goodness sake, our businesses are suffering, our jobs are at risk, just sort this EU problem out. We voted to leave the European Union. This is Brexiteers and Remainers. We are having a debate tonight on whether the hypothetical situation of whether the Prime Minister might break the law. It is inconceivable that the Prime Minister would break the law. But this Parliament has passed a rotten law. It has asked the Prime Minister to seek an extension on terms that we know not what they might be. We could face all sorts of terms in that extension. We could be asked to be paying billions of pounds extra. We have no idea. And yet this Parliament has mandated the Prime Minister to accept those terms, whatever they are. The people cannot understand why our democratic Parliament hasn't sorted this problem out. And I say, Mr. Speaker, to this Parliament, the longer this whole matter goes on, the more they will hold this Parliament in contempt, and the more Parliament's reputation and our members of Parliament within it are losing their reputations for representing this country properly.
Mr. Dominic Raab.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to wind up this debate, and I pay tribute to the interesting points that have been made on all sides of the House. This government will always respect the rule of law. That's been our clear position consistently, and frankly, it's outrageous that that is even in doubt. Of course, how the rule of law will be respected is normally straightforward, but sometimes it can be more complex because there are conflicting laws or competing legal advice. The government usually gets its interpretation right, but there have been many judicial reviews down the years under many different governments of different complexions. Government cannot and would not wish to prevent that. Indeed, judicial review is part and parcel of the rule of law. And when on occasion the government has lost a case, and this has been true under successive governments, on one or more contentious grounds, then of course it must correct its position accordingly and expeditiously. Now, I'm a lawyer by training. I've served twice in the Ministry of Justice, and I can reassure honourable members that I take this duty to respect the rule of law particularly seriously. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, it's true to say that the country is appalled by what it is seeing in Parliament, not for the reasons given by the honourable member for Birmingham Selly Oak. They're appalled because honourable members voted for a referendum. They promised repeatedly to respect the result of that referendum, and yet now they see the Leader of the Opposition and others have repeatedly tried to frustrate Brexit. And the Right Honourable Gentleman has now made it clear that that is Labour Party policy. The ballot paper in 2016 didn't say leave if and only if Brussels agrees a deal. It didn't require us to seek permission from Brussels before departure. It did not give the EU a veto over Brexit. Now, the Prime Minister and this government have been working hard for a good deal. The Prime Minister has been at it again in Dublin today, but it must be an acceptable deal that Parliament can pass. We'll continue that effort. But respecting the referendum must also mean that this House allows us to leave without a deal if Brussels leaves no other credible choice. And 3 years of experience to date demonstrates that taking that option off the table severely weakened our negotiating position in Brussels. And yet, Mr. Speaker, last week this House voted for another delay. And in doing so, it further weakened our position at a critical juncture in these negotiations, a point made powerfully and eloquently by my honourable friend, the Right Honourable Member for Wokingham. So, Mr. Speaker, we are now in dangerous territory. Across the country, millions of voters are concluding that Parliament is refusing to allow Brexit to happen. Because some MPs just don't like it. Because some politicians think the voters got it wrong in 2016, which was the thrust of the comments made by the Right Honourable Member for Ross Skype and Lochaber. In her contribution, the leader of the... I'll give way to the Honourable Friend. Right on, friend.
Would he also like to comment on the way in which Commons swept aside the idea that you need support for the big financial consequences of this legislation? There was no money resolution, and swept away Queen's consent, which is normal when encroaching on negotiations of an international treaty.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend. Of course, all the normal checks and balances that would apply if the government was bringing forward a piece of legislation cannot apply almost by definition, but as a result of the way this is done. So it has been done swiftly, without the normal scrutiny, and as a result it is a flawed piece of legislation, and rightly dubbed the Surrender Bill because of its impact on our negotiations in Brussels. I'm going to make a bit of progress because we're coming to the close. In her contribution, the leader of the Liberal Democrats made the case for a second referendum. But she's also said that if people voted to leave for a second time, she'd just ignore the result again.
So there's one law for one and one.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to deal. This Prime Minister, this government want a deal. And I believe it would be much better than no deal. But, Mr. Speaker, no deal,
that's a naughty word.
much, much worse than no deal, would be to destroy the confidence in the most basic democratic principle we have, that politicians respect what the people vote for, which was an argument made powerfully by my honourable friend, the member for Mid Dorset. Mr. Speaker, the country wants this mess sorted out by the 31st of October, but the House wants to delay again. Now, in those circumstances, the proper way to proceed for this is for this House to allow the voters to decide in an election who goes over to negotiate at the European Council on the 17th of October. Prime Minister or the Right Honourable Gentleman. This is constitutionally the correct course of action. Given the position we've arrived at, it's plain common sense. So what is the Right Honourable Gentleman afraid of? Just last Monday, the leader of the Labour Party said, and I quote, "A general election is the democratic way forward." It's on Labour leaflets that have been delivered just this weekend, up and down the country. So we're just clear on this. I'll read a direct quote so we get it right.
We deliver them for you.
We need a general election now. Mr. Speaker, what happened to all that bluff and bluster between the printing of the leaflets and them being delivered just 2 days ago? The public, Mr. Speaker, will draw their own conclusions if the Right Honourable Gentleman's actions conflict so starkly with his words. They will draw the inescapable conclusion that he doesn't trust the voters and he doesn't believe that they would trust him. Mr. Speaker, in those circumstances, if the House will not take that necessary decision, if the Right Honourable Gentleman will not do the right thing, then it risks further undermining respect for Parliament, not just the Labour Party. If that is the case, the Prime Minister will go to Brussels on the 17th of October. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. He will not go to negotiate a delay. He will go to negotiate our departure from the EU on the 31st of October with or without a deal. So I urge this House to vote today, not for more deadlock and delay, but for the only course of action that will break this deadlock, restore public confidence in our democracy and allow this country to move forwards.
Thank you. To wind the debate, as it is in his name, the Right Honourable Gentleman, Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is extraordinary that this House has to have a debate on whether or not the Prime Minister is going to abide by a law that's just been passed by Parliament. And that same Prime Minister who managed to be here for the division earlier cannot be here for the debate to answer the questions from members. No law officers present either. And all those that spoke raised questions. Questions about... Questions... Yes, of course, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Leader of the Opposition, who was much more courteous than the Foreign Secretary in taking an intervention in this very important debate. The Foreign Secretary alleged that the legislation which received royal assent today to stop a no deal, to stop this country going out without a deal, the Foreign Secretary has described that legislation as flawed. May I recommend to the Foreign Secretary, and indeed anybody in this House, that they listen to Radio 4, a repeat of Radio 4's interview this morning with Lord Sumption, formerly a very distinguished member of the Supreme Court. And I quote what Lord Sumption said, that there was not the slightest obscurity about the Act. I rest my case, it is not flawed.
I thank the member for that intervention. In fact, it's more for the Foreign Secretary to reply to her intervention than for me. But she makes her point very well, and if he wishes to intervene, I'd be very happy to give way at this point, but he shakes his head and doesn't wish to intervene. Mr. Speaker, the situation is simply this. This House has voted several times to say no deal must be taken off the table. This House subsequently passed legislation to prevent no deal going through. This government then refuses to accept, apparently, the decision of this House, and so this motion has been brought before the House this evening. The government's response is then to try and prorogue Parliament later on this evening so that no minister can be put under any scrutiny for more than a month, during what they themselves must accept is quite a significant point in our country's history. They've now been forced to produce Operation Yellowhammer documents by a decision taken earlier by this House. Surely, Mr. Speaker, the very least we deserve from the Prime Minister is a clear undertaking that a requirement that we ask for an extension until January to prevent crashing out must be made at the appropriate time. Why can't the Foreign Secretary say that? Why can't the Prime Minister say that? All we have left is the ability of this House to declare its view this evening, and that, I hope, is what we will do. And when the government has made it clear they will carry out the law to extend, if necessary, to prevent a no-deal exit, we will then be very happy to debate all of their policies in a general election, including ending austerity and the poverty and the misery that his government has brought to the people of this country. And I look forward to that occasion and that opportunity. But the priority is operations in hospitals will be damaged, the supply of medicines will be damaged, the supply of food will be damaged, the supply to manufacturing industry will be damaged. And if all this is a lot of scaremongering, why was the government so unkeen on presenting Yellowhammer documents which will show the truth to be the case? If they have nothing to hide, why are they hiding it? This House has forced them to bring those documents out in the public, but of course, Mr. Speaker, the House won't be sitting. How convenient is that? So I say to the government, do not go ahead with the prorogation of Parliament. Do not go ahead with your threat of no deal. Instead, look after the interests of the people of this country, which will not be served by a crashing out unless, of course, there is another agenda, which is to rush into the arms of Donald Trump and all the trade deals they want to make with them. So, Mr. Speaker, there we have it. First of all, no Tory MPs want to speak, and then they've all turned up now to have a little bit of a shouting match. That's absolutely fine. I don't mind, because, no, I'm not giving way. No, I'm not giving way. No, I beg your pardon. No, the member for Wellingborough. Thank you. I'm not giving way. I just simply say this, Mr. Speaker. The House has an opportunity tonight to express its view that its Prime Minister should obey a decision taken by both Houses of Parliament and was passed into law today. I hope members of this House will vote accordingly, and this government will learn the lesson. You cannot ride roughshod over our democracy.
Point of order, Mr. Nicholas Brown.
I beg to move that the question be now put.
Is that the question be now put? As many as other opinions say aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that this House has considered the welcome completion of all parliamentary stages of the European Union Withdrawal No. 6 Bill and has considered the matter of the importance of the rule of law and ministers' obligation to comply with the law. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Quite a lot of noisy chuntering from a sedentary position. The Honourable Lady for Mid Bedfordshire is quite beside herself in an extraordinarily irate condition, which I feel sure will not endure for very long. I was trying to explain to our French counterparts at the weekend the significance of the term chuntering from a sedentary position, and they were beginning to understand it, but I would have to reinterpret it tonight as yelling from a sedentary position, to which apparently there is no equal in the Assemblée Nationale. We come now to motion number 1 on Section 7 of the Northern Ireland (Executive Formation Act 2019. Historical institutional abuse. Minister or whip to move?
Not moved.
Not moved. Thank you. We now come to motion number 2 on Section 6 of the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act 2019. Victims' payments. Whip to move?
Not moved.
Not moved. We're grateful to the whip on duty. We come now to motion number 3 on Section 5 of the Northern Ireland Executive Formation, etc. Act 2019, human trafficking. Whip to move?
Not moved.
Not moved. Thank you, Jeremy. We come now to motion number 4 on Section 4 of the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act 2019, gambling. Whip to move?
Not moved.
The question is not moved. We now come to motion number 5 on Section 3, subsection 2, with which I'm sure all colleagues are closely familiar, of the Northern Ireland Executive Formation, etc. Act 2019. I was going to say the Minister to move, but I am underestimating the exalted status of the right honourable gentleman who graces the dispatch box. It is indeed to be moved by no less a figure in our affairs than the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Mr. Secretary Smith.
Mr. Speaker, before I start, could I pay tribute, following your statement earlier on today, to your tenure as Speaker of this House? And despite the odd moment of friction during my time as Government Chief Whip, I would like to add my voice to those who have underlined the strength and power of your service to both your constituents in this House, and particularly the work you did to establish the new education centre. Mr. Speaker, on 4th of September, I laid a number of reports before the House in line with my obligations under the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act 2019. Those reports underscore the vital importance of restoring the Northern Ireland Executive. This is my first priority, because without an executive, the people of Northern Ireland have seen the quality of their public services decline and decisions kicked into the long grass. They deserve better. Since July, I've met public servants from a range of sectors who are doing an incredible job in the absence of support from their political leaders. But they cannot take the vital decisions needed on public services or make those crucial interventions in the economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very, very grateful indeed to the Secretary of State for allowing me to intervene so early. May I just say that I am extremely disappointed and extremely annoyed that the motion to discuss historical institutional abuse in Northern Ireland was not even moved this evening. By proroguing Parliament tonight, the Prime Minister has wilfully and deliberately, and I'd say deliberately, deprived the victims of historical institutional abuse in Northern Ireland of a 90-minute debate. He has sent out a clear signal that those victims do not even merit a 90-minute debate. It's appalling behaviour. So may I ask the Secretary of State to demand that the Prime Minister comes to Northern Ireland and sits in a meeting and looks the victims of historical institutional abuse in the face and explains to them why he is so disrespectful and discourteous of the hurt and the suffering that they have had to endure.
I thank the lady for her, honourable lady for her intervention. I think, to be fair to the business managers tonight, there has been a major challenge with the number of unexpected and emergency debates. But I'm now coming on to the issues that she raises on HIA. And in doing so, I do want to apologise to the House for the change in business. This in no way diminishes how seriously I'm progressing the issues or how affected the commitments I have made.
I do thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I understand what he said about the business managers. However, I don't think the Secretary of State can get away that easily from the business statement that was made in this House on Thursday. The first and second priorities on that list, as handed out to members, was to do with the victims of historical institutional abuse. The second issue was victims' payments in relation to that matter. The matters that the Secretary of State intends to move before the House this evening are matters which are fifth and sixth on that list that we were given. Why has the Secretary of State, as the member for North Down has indicated, just set these very important issues aside that were promised from that dispatch box would be dealt with expeditiously when we came back in September?
State for his very gracious personal remarks, which mean a great deal to me. Secretary of State.
On historical institutional abuse, victims in Northern Ireland have shown incredible courage and dignity through their engagement with the Hart inquiry and throughout their campaign for redress. I know that colleagues, as has been shown in the most recent interventions, will join me today in restating our collective determination to see progress made in delivering redress to those victims as soon as possible. On 23rd of August, I had the honour of meeting representatives from the victims and survivors groups. These are people whose lives have been blighted by unforgivable, horrendous acts, yet have continued to engage patiently and respectfully with politicians and the legislative process. We can ask no more of victims. We can ask no more of the Hart inquiry. The inquiry has been undertaken. Officials have prepared the policy. The lawyers have prepared the draft law, and I have asked that this be included in the Queen's speech as a matter of urgent priority.
Secretary of State give way. I thank the Secretary of State give way. On Thursday in business questions, he did actually commit. While it is disappointing that it's not debated today, he did actually commit that not only would it be in the Queen's speech, but the legislation would be brought forward to the end of the year, and that is the most important thing, that the legislation actually comes forward.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. I also wanted to reference some of the areas where the EF Act requires new laws on same-sex marriage and opposite-sex civil partnerships, abortion and victims' payments. These are sensitive, devolved issues, and this government's preference is that they are taken forward by a restored executive. Again, I am sorry that we have not been able to discuss the important issue of victims' payments in the motion tonight that was not moved before this most recent debate. Across these issues, this House has spoken, and these duties to legislate will come into effect if the executive is not back up and running in the next few weeks. And despite the truncated debate today, may I just underscore and assure the House that I will continue to uphold the letter and the spirit of my obligations under the EF Act in full. I will update Parliament in the next session on these issues, and indeed will say a bit more on abortion law in Northern Ireland later in my speech. But now I will turn to each of the issues listed for debate today.
I'm very grateful. What can this House do to strengthen his elbow in discussion with the business managers as to what is going to be included in the Queen's speech? I associate myself with the remarks of other honourable members with regards to the victims of historical abuse. Can I urge the Secretary of State to take this message to the business managers? Many of those who suffered that horrible abuse were placed there by the state. The state let them down then. The state now looks as if it's letting them down still further. That is not good enough, and we will not put up with it.
I am confident that the business managers will look very favourably on this bill for the Queen's speech. Northern Ireland has been without devolved government since January 2017. In that time, we have seen hospital waiting lists get longer, public services deteriorate, and frustration in Northern Ireland grow. The issue of Brexit has made the need for a reformed executive ever more urgent. It is clear that Northern Ireland's interests at this time are best served by a restored executive in place and ready to take the necessary decisions. The then Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, my right honourable friend for Staffordshire Moorlands, started the latest round of cross-party talks, following on from the work of the right honourable member for Old Bexley and Sidcup, and I pay tribute to their tireless work. I also want to pay tribute to the right honourable member for Maidenhead for all she did to drive for Stormont to be up and running during her time as Prime Minister. I am also in no doubt, from the work we have done together since he became Prime Minister, that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is personally committed to the swift conclusion of these talks. The same issues have been discussed in cross-party talks for over 2 years. There are some aspects of these talks that are very close to resolution. I believe the parties could agree swiftly a programme for government, measures to increase transparency and on the sustainability of the institutions. But gaps do remain between the two main parties on rights, culture and identity. However, both the UK and the Irish government share the view that notwithstanding the importance of these issues, these topics can be resolved in short order. Political parties across the spectrum must now realise that the lack of political leadership has left public servants bearing the load for far too long. I have seen this firsthand speaking to the principal at Ashfield Boys' School in East Belfast, to doctors and nurses at Musgrave Park Hospital, and in my many meetings with all of those who serve so bravely in the PSNI. There can be no more excuses. We just have to get this Assembly and Executive up and running. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the UK Government, working closely with the Irish Government in accordance with the three-stranded approach, will now intensify our efforts to put forward compromise solutions to the parties. I urge the parties to make the most of the days ahead and to work with me and the Taoiseach to do what's best for the people of Northern Ireland. Whatever the outcome of that process, whether I can update on positive or negative developments, I will publish a report on or before 9th of October. And if I have to report that these efforts were not successful, then my next update to the House will set out the next steps to ensure adequate governance in Northern Ireland and the protection of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement.
The Secretary of State has just made a commitment that he will, in the next session or whenever, come forward with legislation or whatever. Can I just say gently to the Secretary of State that I'm disappointed that a number of motions have been struck off for quite understandable reasons. There is a massive amount to discuss in this. However we go forward in the next few months, can I just ask the Secretary of State, or whoever has that position, to consider how we can more properly, in this House of Commons, in this chamber, give Northern Ireland the time it deserves in order to discuss these matters of major importance. And I just say that because I think that's a message the people of Northern Ireland need to hear. We should be talking about this much longer than we're doing this evening.
Quite right.
Well, I agree with my right honourable friend. I pay tribute to the work he has done during his career for citizens in Northern Ireland. But I would say that two SO24 debates today have given the business managers a major challenge. Mr Deputy Speaker, the issue of transparency of donations to Northern Ireland parties is one which this government takes very seriously. We are rightly proud that we were able to secure agreement of the Northern Ireland parties and bring forward legislation to open up all donations from July 2017 to full public scrutiny. I am aware that many would like to see that transparency go further and apply retrospectively to 2014. The Northern Ireland Miscellaneous Provisions Act provides that greater transparency could be introduced from 2014 at some point in the future. However, greater transparency must be weighed against possible risks to donors Retrospective transparency should not threaten intimidation to those who have donated.
Can I just say gently to the Secretary of State, and I've listened to what he had to say on political donations, and for what is in the report, he is absolutely right, that is the position. But the report misses the fundamental distinction and difference that needs to be resolved in Northern Ireland, and that's that foreign donations are permissible. Northern Ireland remains the only part of the United Kingdom where foreign donations corrupting our politics are permissible. Is he going to take steps to close it?
Yeah, I thank my honourable friend for the intervention. I am aware that he and his party have strong views on this issue, and we are looking at all elements of this policy. Whilst many in this House have called for retrospection, we mustn't forget that the last time the parties in Northern Ireland were formally consulted on this, in 2017, there was only consensus for transparency going forward. The published data now available as a result of the legislation is a starting point for a review to consider what further transparency may be appropriate. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will turn now to the issue of higher education. Northern Ireland has made great strides in terms of higher education provision, with two world-renowned universities, Queen's and Ulster University, attracting students from all over the globe. Whilst the Northern Ireland Department for the Economy has policy responsibility for higher education in Northern Ireland, universities are independent of government. As such, it is for a university, whether prospective or existing, to decide where to base any new campus. No application has been made from any organisation to establish a university whose main campus is in Derry, Londonderry. The Government is aware that Ulster University is considering the development of a graduate medical school to be located in Derry, Londonderry, and this proposal features in the Derry City and Strabane District Council's economic regeneration plans for the region. Education is key to securing a prosperous future for Northern Ireland, and it is right that we focus on where the current skills gap lie and how they can be met.
I had the great honour of visiting Derry recently, and the University of Ulster has been dillying and dallying and delaying about that medical school's campus at the McGee College. That city needs that campus, and it will help immensely, not just with its regeneration, but with the peace process as a whole. What guarantees can the Secretary of State give that Derry will get that medical campus?
Well, on my last visit to Derry, Londonderry, I spoke about the medical campus. We're working to ensure that we do everything we can in the NIO to support it. But again, we need the executive, Stormont, back up and running to make sure the money flows to that campus. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government is unequivocal in our admiration for the armed forces, who served with heroism and bravery to protect the people of Northern Ireland, and whose sacrifices ensured terrorism would never succeed. The government will never forget the debt of gratitude we owe them. Providing better support for veterans is a major priority for this government, and the creation of the Office for Veterans Affairs is an example of the strength of our commitment. I want to be clear, I absolutely recognise the sentiment and the principle underpinning these amendments, and recognise the strength of feeling across the House on this matter. We've been clear that the current system for dealing with the legacy of Northern Ireland's past is not working well, and this needs to change. As the Prime Minister said recently in this House, it is common ground across all benches that it is simply not right that former soldiers should face unfair and repeated investigations with no new evidence, many years after the events in question. Two very important further amendments have been submitted, and I want to address these in turn.
Will the Secretary of State allow me very briefly? Dr. Julian. I apologise for intervening so soon after entering the chamber, but as it was my amendment to which he's just referred, I'll take that liberty. Will he just acknowledge one thing? When the Defence Select Committee recommends a qualified statute of limitations in the absence of compelling new evidence on the question of pursuit of people long after the events concerned, does he accept that is not the same as an amnesty and should not be ruled out in the same way as people do rule out an amnesty?
I want to take care on prejudging the work that the government has put in place cross-party and cross-government. As he's aware, the Prime Minister has set up a new focus on this issue, and I'm sure he will be inputting into that, and I will be working along with the Ministry of Defence and the Cabinet Office to move that issue forward. I absolutely recognise the sentiment and the principle underpinning the amendments on legacy, and recognise the strength of feeling across this House on this matter. We have been clear the current system for dealing with the legacy is not working well, and we will move forward in the ways I have discussed. While we want to find a better way to address these issues, to do so through the presumption of non-prosecution would pose a range of challenges and may not provide a complete solution to the issues at play. A presumption of non-prosecution in the absence of compelling new evidence would likely need to be applied to everyone involved in Troubles-related incidents, including former terrorists. However, implementing these provisions would not remove the obligations under domestic criminal law and international obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights for independent investigations of serious allegations. With regards to Troubles prosecution guidance, honourable members will of course also be aware that criminal investigations are carried out independently of government. Prosecutorial decisions and the guidance that underpins them are devolved matters in Northern Ireland.
May I just apologise for interrupting him in the mid-flow, and I know people want to get on, but as someone who served over in Northern Ireland, and just following from our honourable friend's question, which he stepped around, can I just repeat back to him that even though he's reiterating issues around criminal prosecutions and other jurisdictions, the point still remains that my honourable friend said, which is what people have been asking for, which is not to just bring somebody in on the basis of a trawl in the hope that something new will turn up. The issue here is absolutely having to have compelling evidence to then pursue an individual is critical. It does not impact on any criminal activities or any effect of future prosecutions because they would face the same issue.
I think my right honourable friend, who's spoken very persuasively on this issue for many years, makes some important points, but I return to the fact that the government is looking at all of these issues in its cross-Whitehall review. In Northern Ireland, just as in England and Wales, prosecutorial decisions are made independently of government. The Director of Public Prosecutions for Northern Ireland is not under the superintendence of the Attorney General for Northern Ireland. The Director of Public Prosecutions has a consultative relationship with the Attorney General for Northern Ireland. The former cannot be compelled by the latter. This particular feature of the relationship between these key figures is an important component of the devolution settlement in Northern Ireland, and it is not within the UK Government's powers to direct the Attorney General for Northern Ireland or Director of Public Prosecutions for Northern Ireland. Members will also be aware that what is central in these cases is not how an individual came to have a weapon, but what they did with it. And it is, of course, for the courts and not the government to determine innocence and guilt.
The Secretary of State for giving way. But does the Secretary of State accept that in Northern Ireland currently we have an abnormal situation in that all state-related deaths have been referred to the criminal justice system for examination? That does not happen elsewhere across the United Kingdom, and therefore in those exceptional and abnormal circumstances we need to find a solution to support those who served this country on the front line in Northern Ireland during the dark days of the Troubles.
I accept the Honourable Lady's point. I just return to the fact that the ways of achieving the sorts of things she's talking about are much more complex. This government is committed to finding practical, sustainable and workable solutions to establishing an improved system that works better for all and ensures that soldiers and former police officers who risk their lives to maintain peace and order and keep others safe are treated fairly. On the issue of abortion law, if an executive is not formed by the 21st of October, the government has a duty to make the necessary regulations. As I set out above, it is this government's preference that any questions of reform on these important, sensitive and devolved issues are considered in the right place by a restored executive and a functioning Assembly. However, we recognise that a majority of MPs want to ensure reform happens if we continue to see an absence of devolved government. And from the 22nd of October, the specific criminal law in Northern Ireland will fall away, and a criminal moratorium on prosecutions will come into place. I've instructed my department, working closely with the Department of Health and Government Equalities Office, to develop an appropriate new legal framework to be in operation by 31st of March 2020, if that proves to be the case.
The Secretary of State realised that the legacy of what he has just announced is complete and total legal chaos that will exist from the 21st of October through to March of next year, where there will be no regulatory framework in place, where anything goes when it comes to the termination of innocent children's lives. Is that the legacy he wants? Is that the blood on the hands that this Secretary of State wants?
Well, I will return the directness to the honourable member. If the parties get their act together, this can be a Northern Ireland solution to this issue. But the challenge for the government is there was a free vote in this House, which we do need, under law, to respect. As part of that, we have been undertaking work to analyse the range of information and examples, both international and domestic, on these reform issues. That is because we have committed to consulting carefully on this sensitive matter, and I will be updating the House as soon as possible.
I thank the Minister for giving way, but would he accept that while it may be for the parties in Northern Ireland to try and get the Assembly up and running again, that there's every incentive now on those who pushed members of this House to put through this draconian abortion legislation not to get the Assembly up and running before the law comes into force. And therefore, he can't run away and hide behind, oh, it's up to the parties in Northern Ireland, when there's one party which is essential to the setting up of the administration, actually does not want the responsibility and give the opportunity to the Assembly to overturn this legislation.
I accept that these are highly emotive and sensitive issues, and I accept that this House, having spoken, needs and wants and demands that we act. The consultation process that my department will set in place will be extremely sensitive to many of the issues that have been outlined tonight, but I come back to the fact that I will do everything I can and in my power to get the executive up and running, because I strongly believe that for this issue and for many other issues that I've spoken about tonight, Stormont and getting Stormont up and running is the best way to address these matters.
Thank you to the Secretary of State. I'm very interested in the consultation that will take place, and I just wanted the Secretary of State to confirm that organisations like the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists, the Royal College of Midwives, the Royal College of GPs and the Royal College of Nursing will be consulted as part of those deliberations.
They will be, but again, I do want and hope that we can get this issue addressed within Northern Ireland and by Northern Ireland political leaders. Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to open these issues for debate in the House. The range of issues, largely on devolved matters, demonstrates how important it is to restore the executive, and that is why I will strive over the coming days and weeks to encourage the political parties to go back into the executive and to start working for the people of Northern Ireland again, and as soon as possible.
Yeah. The question is, as on the order paper. Tony Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by making a very obvious point to the Secretary of State that had he been consulted on the question of prorogation, had his advice, had he been asked for advice, been accepted, that prorogation actually was inappropriate precisely because of the volume of work that Northern Ireland needs doing in this House, then we would have made more space more time for debates on Northern Ireland across all of the issues that the House is not going to be able to debate tonight. That's an important issue because, in the end, he has been let down by others in his government. And I need to emphasise that point because it will come up time and time again. The honourable member for North Down is absolutely right to make the point that we should have had a debate tonight on the issue of historical institutional abuse. And the Secretary of State, let me say, is right himself. He's met victims of that abuse. He knows how strongly not only do they feel, but how for many of them their lives were transformed because of what happened to them those years back. This House, this society of ours owes them an obligation, quite frankly, that whilst the Secretary of State has made it clear that he will push for early inclusion in the Queen's speech, nevertheless, we do now need guarantees that not only will we see early inclusion in the Queen's speech, we will see early movement by the government, any government, on this issue in the future. And that, Mr Deputy Speaker, also applies, of course, to the issue of victims' pensions. That would have the same import that we see early action. But if I can turn to the issue I need to race through, as the Secretary of State has done, a number of issues, and some I will have to leave for another day. This issue of abortion, the Secretary of State is right, and I would say to honourable members from the DUP, I would say through the media, that those in Northern Ireland who are unhappy with the present situation do have some capacity for resolution in their hands. If we can see Stormont up and running, if we can see an executive and an assembly up and running, yes, of course, the remedy to people's concerns about this legislation lies in their hands. And it's important that people, I will in a moment, and it's important that people do take that away and don't simply shuffle this off in the usual finger pointing. It's them over there that are doing it. And people in this House have to take their responsibilities seriously as well. Of course, give way.
Rather than throwing out what he knows is a non-solution, given that Sinn Féin have been driving the pro-abortion agenda in Northern Ireland and has been taken up by members of his own party, what has he done to try and persuade his friends in Sinn Féin to get back into the Assembly, because he knows that as long as they can remain in a position where they veto the formation of an Assembly, then the solution which he has said is in the hands of the people of Northern Ireland is not a solution at all.
Well, I would say to the honourable member that those members of his own party who are taking part in the negotiations have a duty on them. Yes, of course, that duty extends to representatives of Sinn Féin. Of course, that is equal valued. I want to see all parties get round the table. I want to see all parties, and I'll come on to this a bit later on. But the honourable member, I must say, for Anthony Meads, cannot avoid the responsibility that members of his own party have to get Stormont back up and running. It's nearly 3 years now since we've seen the absence of Stormont. 3 years of people making excuses about the fault lying elsewhere. It's now time that people accepted responsibility for their own actions. But I've got to ask the Secretary of State, or for perhaps the Minister responding to the debate. On this question of abortion, obviously the House is committed to offer safe and legal abortion to women in Northern Ireland. There also needs, though, to be confidence in the law by those that we expect to operate the way that law works. And the point raised by my honourable friend for Hull North, who's campaigned tirelessly on this issue, I think is an important one. Consultation really is fundamental to all this. Once again, though, prorogation has dealt the Secretary of State a very, very difficult hand. A very difficult hand because the House will return on the 14th of October. We know that by the 21st, the impact of this legislation will come on the 22nd, to be precise, will come into effect. That means that the capacity for this House to make decisions, to fill the legal gap that will exist between the 21st of October and the 31st of March, is a real one. Now, that consultation needs to be taking place now, but the House has to be ready to implement legislative change as soon as we're back on in the middle of October. If I can refer to this issue of veterans, The Secretary of State's made some very important points. I know he comes under pressure. Actually, the Right Honourable Member Chingford is helpful if he's saying that we are very clear as a House that illegality by members of the armed forces, like any other member of society, like members of the IRA, like members of loyalist terror groups, will have the same outcome. In other words, the law will be applied. That's really helpful, because then what we are talking about is how we move forward in a way that allows, that allows the independence of investigation, the independence of prosecution that the Secretary of State referred to take place. Because in the end, it is important that the Stormont House bodies that were agreed by all parties in Northern Ireland, by the way, are allowed to operate. Because victims, yes, of course, victims have rights in this as well. Victims who saw the loved ones killed, victims who themselves were victims of terror, have a right to know that there is a proper investigation, whoever and whatever was the cause of their victimhood.
I'm grateful to the Honourable, I didn't mean to intervene on him, but as he raised the point I'm simply making, and I think many of my colleagues are making, for those who have served, left, some of them are in their 70s, etc., and then face this unedifying process of suddenly being hauled back, not because they had evidence that was there compelling, but in the hope that as they bring them back, they may find something that was not at the time available to them at the time. Now that surely is the key issue of a lack of natural justice, and I think that has to be stamped on.
Well, I understand what the Right Honourable member has to say. And let me simply say this, that it is a shame that proper investigation didn't take place at the time. He will agree with me as a former soldier that he wouldn't countenance illegality by those that he worked with. That's, I think, every decent soldier I know of would agree with that premise, that illegality is not what our armed forces were sent to undertake in the context of Northern Ireland. So I hear what he says. I'm not sure we're a long way apart on this issue. Mr. Speaker, if I can turn to, obviously, what is the underlying issue around all this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is now 3 years since the Stormont Assembly, the Stormont Executive was last working, and we have seen its impact in areas as wide as health, education, the way in which the interface takes place. I know the Secretary of State was agitated himself over the question, the lack of powers that he had with respect to Holland and Wolf over the summer months, for example. We need to see change take place. We need to see some back together. And I pay tribute both to his predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for Staffordshire Mullins himself, for the close working relationship they've developed with the Taoiseach, Simon Coveney. It's important that there is that close working relationship between both Dublin and London. But Mr. Speaker, the biggest single threat to the United Kingdom that we face at the moment is the question of a no-deal Brexit. The biggest single threat to any part of the United Kingdom is in Northern Ireland, where the impact of a no-deal Brexit would be devastating in a way that goes beyond that which my constituents, members in England, Scotland and Wales would impact. Because the impact there is not simply economic, although it would be enormous on agriculture, on manufacturing, on services. The impact isn't even on the social mores as it developed over the last 20 years since the Good Friday Agreement was brought into operation. The capacity to cross that border on an easy and straightforward basis, not even on the question of identity, although the Secretary referred to that, and of course that is a fundamentally very important issue. The Good Friday Agreement and the St Andrews Agreement between them were important milestones in establishing peace, in establishing a very different climate in Northern Ireland. It's important that nothing is allowed to jeopardise that. A hard border, and there would be a hard border with no deal, would jeopardise that. We've seen, though, with the Yellowhammer Papers, how people are now concerned that we're drifting into that no-deal Brexit. Mr. Speaker, I note today the words of the Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar, who made it clear that Ireland is not prepared to accept, in place of legal guarantees, a promise. And, of course, the Taoiseach actually speaks for many of us on this side of the chamber as well when he said that. Mr. Speaker, we have this odd situation where Parliament doesn't trust the Prime Minister. where the Irish Government doesn't trust the Prime Minister, where the Right Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye doesn't trust the Prime Minister on this issue. Now, in that context, what I've got to say to those responding for the Government is this, is that... Let me just make one point, and I will. That we face prorogation. We now face a period when our Parliament cannot act. The Secretary of State himself has made it clear that in the run-up, and I quote, either to a deal or no deal, that the very tricky decisions can be made, and I'm sure that those will have to be made at pace. And of course, he's absolutely right. We will have to make decisions very quickly. Prorogation makes that more difficult. Good way.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way, and he talks about the threat to the Good Friday Agreement. Can I suggest to him that right now the biggest threat to that agreement and to the peace process is the fact that none of the political institutions in Northern Ireland are operating, that the North-South Ministerial Council is not operating and hasn't been now for 2 years and 9 months, and that those who brought the institutions crashing down present the greater threat to the political institutions in Northern Ireland. And it's all very well saying that we don't trust the Prime Minister. With all due respect, trust has broken down in Northern Ireland, not because of the action of any UK Prime Minister, but because one political party decided to take the ball and walk off the pitch and won't go back on until they get their way. That's where the threat comes from.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I've got some perhaps difficult news for the Right Honourable Member himself, because of course the concept of disillusionment in democratic institutions stretches across all communities in Northern Ireland. It stretches across his constituents. I talk to those people. So those who want to see Stormont work are desperately worried that the politicians, all politicians from all backgrounds, are not making the progress they need. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will conclude because other members want to speak, but I want to finish by putting some specific points to the Minister responding. Prorogation has made it difficult now for this House to make the decisions it will have to make. Prorogation means that we'll come back here on the 14th. By the 31st of October, if we have no deal, we will have 11 sitting days. Some of those will be taken up by the Queen's speech. The Secretary of State rightly has promised the House that there will be regular updates. The first update will actually take place before the House returns. We need those updates to be meaningful. We need those updates to reassure not simply this House, but the people of Northern Ireland that there is a plan and a strategy to move us forward. We need to know, Mr Deputy Speaker, and we as an opposition will cooperate with the Government in this, that there is the capacity to make the legal decisions that will be necessary to move that situation forward. But they've got to be the right decisions, and there has to be dialogue across this chamber, and there has to be an exchange of information. And Mr Deputy Speaker, there has to be as well, and this is really important, a maintenance of the dialogue between Dublin and London, so that when we take actions here, we know that there will be a support from the Government in Dublin to make sure there is reassurance for people from all communities that there is a concerted effort to bring this situation together. This, of course, will give way to the Secretary of
State. Could I just thank the Opposition Secretary of State for the remarks he's just made. I think they are very responsible remarks. I hope not to have to come back to discuss these matters with him, but I want to put on record my thanks for the comments he's just made tonight.
Well, I'm also grateful for that, because I actually have confidence that the Secretary of State means that. I hope that between us we can see us move away from this no-deal Brexit, but in the event, then we've got to make sure that we work together to avoid the kind of catastrophe that would be disastrous both for the economy but for the people and the future of Northern Ireland.
Simon Hall.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. It was William Gladstone who in his diary noted one day, quote, that he'd felled a line and pacified Ireland. And I think for many in this place, and indeed in the country, the delivery of the Good Friday Agreement was job done. Devolution delivered, and in some way Northern Ireland could then be allowed to get on with her own affairs. And that's a very lazy attitude to take. I am worried and concerned. We heard, many in the House heard from the Secretary of State last Thursday on the urgent question from the Honourable Member, the member for Rochdale, and he will have heard the concerns, and he's heard the concerns already today about the dropping or the non-moving of the motions which were on the order paper under the argument of a shortage of time. Well, it's the Treasury bench which has curtailed the timetable by prorogation, and I will return to that in a moment. There is, I think, a growing concern in this House and elsewhere that Number 10, not the ministerial team, but that Number 10 seems to care little and understand less about Northern Ireland. And, of course, I give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I think that's a very harsh comment. I think we're all working collectively, cross-party, across this House, to try and support the people of Northern Ireland while they don't have an executive.
Well, the honourable lady, my honourable friend, says it is a harsh comment. If she reads reports in the newspapers today of a senior advisor in Number 10, effectively saying, as far as he is concerned, Northern Ireland can fall into the, you can put in the expletive, can fall into the sea, that seems to me to suggest a rather lackadaisical approach to these affairs. Because if one was taking it seriously, and I only wish that my honourable friend, the fellow member of the Select Committee, was right, we would have taken far more time over these issues. She knows, probably better than even me, the growing complaints on the Select Committee and elsewhere about the ad hoc and emergency nature of legislation governing Northern Ireland. We know through our reports the growing problems with regards to the delivery of healthcare in Northern Ireland, the problems in education and the need for urgent attention in the sphere of welfare. In a moment, and we are caught in this trap of no assembly and civil servants on an ad hoc basis being able to deliver funds only against pre-agreed political policies. That is not serving the people of Northern Ireland. And that is before we face into, I don't comment upon the merits or demerits, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of leaving the European Union without a deal. But civil servants will not be able to mitigate or address any pressing social or economic concerns that arise in Northern Ireland because they won't be able to in the absence of the Assembly. And whilst we are all very keen to see Stormont back up and running, whilst Westminster continues to deliver on the socially progressive policies that Sinn Féin wishes to see, why on earth would they wish to see Stormont restored? And they get two goes for their money, because they get the policies that they want, and they are also able to blame Westminster for effectively declaring direct rule by the back door. That is not a way to deal with fellow citizens, which I, as a Conservative and Unionist, believe to be ranked pari passu with me and my constituents. And congratulate the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman and congratulate him on his passionate speech. Would the Honourable Gentleman agree with me that with the lack of a government in Stormont, that Northern Ireland families are being disadvantaged because the Children's Funeral Fund is not available in Northern Ireland, despite the best efforts of local authorities, and that parents in Northern Ireland are still having to suffer the dreadful burden of actually covering the costs of their child's funeral, unlike the rest of the United Kingdom?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her intervention and pay tribute to the enormous work that she did on that, such an important issue, and she knows that she had my support in that endeavour. She points to another example where, if we are to believe that Conservative and Unionist, and the Unionist is the key bit, is more than just a word on a badge or on the ballot paper, we actually need to step up to the plate to demonstrate that we are serious. And she draws proper attention to another issue where ordinary families in Northern Ireland are not able to rely upon the support and the interventions of the state that others have. And in a no-deal scenario, or just forget that for a moment, where we have an active devolution settlement in Scotland, ditto in Wales, the Westminster Parliament here, it is only in Northern Ireland, which is effectively, apart from a little bit of ad hoc direct rule, effectively subject to civil service managerial governance because there is no political impetus. And I say very clearly to the two main protagonist parties, who are the ones who have the fate of devolution for Northern Ireland in their hands, if they don't step up to the plate pretty damn soon, there will be other parties who will just point to them and say, you've tried them, they have failed, you have to now give us a chance. Of course, I give way to the Honourable Lady.
The people will decide that.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. Can I advise the Honourable Member that perhaps if he has a discussion with his Honourable friend, the Secretary of State, he will inform him that it is the Democratic Unionist Party that have put suggestion after suggestion on the table. I personally have put forward a number of suggestions. Sinn Féin remains adamant they are not going back into government despite many, many attempts and genuine attempts by this party to get back in and deliver for the people of Northern Ireland.
Can just have. We've got a lot of things to get in, a lot of people on the speak. I want to make sure we all get it. We've also got a maiden speech that I want to get in, because if we don't do it tonight, we will be lost. Sample.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I shall be very brief. I hear what the Honourable Lady says, and I have much agreement with her. But at some point, the patience of the population is going to run out on the he said, she said, I will, he won't, etc. Somebody is going to have to, whether it's knock heads together or make some progress on this, and I have every faith in my right honourable friends, the member for I won't give way, for Skipton and Ripon, the honourable friend for Worcester, and my right honourable friend, the member for Ruislip Northwood, to drive that forward, plus the goodwill of the main parties, knowing full well that they are now in the last chance. I won't give way. I just want. I do want to finish. I've taken up too much time. But we do have to. I urge the front bench to listen to this. Find time to make sure that we legislate properly with full scrutiny for our fellow citizens of Northern Ireland. No more ad hoc, no more emergency legislation. If Northern Ireland is a normal part of the United Kingdom, just as my constituency is, it is about time that we started treating them in that way. I have confidence that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, will do just that.
Gavin Jones. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the new Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to his place? It was Charlie I forgot to do so the other day, so I very much welcome to his place. He's got a tough job ahead of him. I can also say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that our thoughts tonight were very much with the police and the community in Derry facing petrol bombs and appalling scenes this evening, something that the community and nobody in this House wants to see, so our thoughts are very much with them. We welcome the publication of this report, the central conclusion of which states that the UK Government, working closely with the Irish Government, will now intensify its efforts to put forward compromise solutions to the parties. If that does not succeed, then the Secretary of State's next update to the House will set out next steps to ensure adequate governance on Northern Ireland and protection of the Belfast or Good Friday Agreement. Will now intensify its efforts, Mr Deputy Speaker. There should be no opportunity to intensify these efforts. The Government should be acting at full capacity and beyond to ensure Stormont's restoration. The return to direct rule would seriously undermine years of progress and successive political agreements, and the threat of direct rule risks undermining the very talks at restoring that devolved assembly. The reckless Brexit position taken by this Government is now the central instability preventing the return of power sharing, and only restored government in Stormont is capable of delivering on the priorities and needs of the people of Northern Ireland. It was revealed. I'm sorry, I won't be giving way because, as Deputy Speaker has already made clear, there's a number of speeches we haven't heard from the DUP in a contribution yet either, and we've only got about half an hour left for the debate, so apologies, but I won't be taking interventions. It was revealed last week that the Prime Minister didn't even consult with the new Secretary of State before his decision to prorogue Parliament. The decision to prorogue will have significant consequences on implementing the Northern Ireland budget, key to delivering essential public services. The new The Secretary has also strongly indicated that in the continued absence of a government at Stormont, and with Brexit requiring significant executive direction, a return to some form of direct rule will be required. This expectation was confirmed by the Right Honourable Member for Aylesbury, who has advocated for a return of some form of direct rule in the context of a no-deal Brexit. But this year marks 50 years since the beginning of the Troubles. It would be reckless beyond belief to undermine that progress with a return of direct control over decisions in Northern Ireland being taken in Westminster. This is particularly true given the current absence of any Irish nationalist voice in this chamber. A return of direct rule would also undermine previous political and peace agreements made between the two governments and the political parties. As part of the St Andrews Agreement, which paved the way to restoring devolved government in 2007, it was agreed that the 2000 Act, which returned direct rule, would be repealed. Therefore, to suspend devolution and impose direct rule again requires new primary legislation. To protect the delicate balance of relationships that exist in Northern Ireland, it is clear that the UK Government must fully consult and agree a joint strategy with the Irish Government before taking any steps that would further undermine stability. As joint guarantors of the peace agreements since the Good Friday Agreement in 1998, this is their joint responsibility, and unilateral approaches must not be initiated. On Brexit, the progress report on restoration fails to even mention the impact that Brexit has had on efforts to restore Stormont. Yet it is blindingly obvious to anyone that the threat of Brexit and the disruption it has and will cause to the carefully crafted equilibrium in Northern Ireland is undermining efforts to restore a government. This has been exacerbated by this government's pursuit of a devastating no-deal Brexit, confirmed only yesterday by the former Work and Pensions Secretary. Already we are seeing that impact. The Northern Ireland economy has entered or is entering recession, according to a survey by Ulster Bank. It suggests Brexit-related uncertainty underpinned the fall in private sector output in August, and this is just a mere taste of things to come. A leaked document from the Department of Health has outlined the potential devastating consequences a no-deal Brexit would have on the NHS in Northern Ireland. Among the issues included in the list of reasonable worst-case scenarios are shortages of vaccines and medication, including some cancer therapies, difficulties running the Children's Heart Surgery Service, and more than 1,000 NHS employees being unable to get to work or quitting their jobs. The Taoiseach last week revealed that checks would be required close to the border if a no-deal Brexit were to happen. Both the European Union and the American Congress have indicated that such a development would undermine the peace process, of which they were major players in bringing about since the early 90s. A leaked analysis and summary of the alternative arrangements groups established to figure out a replacement for the backstop protocol confirmed that at present there is no deliverable alternative available. Furthermore, the Taoiseach discussed the issue of a Northern Ireland-only backstop with the Prime Minister at their meeting this morning. If a differentiated deal can be reached for Northern Ireland to in effect remain in the single market and customs union, the same deal must be available for Scotland. It would seem, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Taoiseach didn't miss and hit the wall in his exchange with the Prime Minister today. Most cutting was his promise to be the UK's friend. It's Athena as it faced its Herculean challenge ahead. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not clear that the Prime Minister actually understood the reference that the Taoiseach was making. But it is clear that the lack of government and political direction is inevitably deepening the crisis in the Northern Ireland's public service budgets and their capacity to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. New IFS analysis showed that Northern Ireland has seen an 11% cut in real-term school spending per pupil since 2009 amidst a worsening crisis in education. The latest hospital waiting times reveals 300,000 people in Northern Ireland are waiting for a first appointment with a consultant. Only a functioning devolved government is capable of tackling these crises. It cannot be left to a dysfunctional and disinterested UK government. That prospect should and must give a renewed impetus to the parties involved in these talks to come to a compromise, one in which all the community in Northern Ireland are rewarded through the return of a local government. Previous talks have overcome divisions much greater than the issues currently blocking progress. Therefore, it must not be viewed as impossible to come to a quick and sustainable agreement in the time ahead.
It'd be almost like a free intervention.
William Miller.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by saying I think my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, is absolutely right. The best way to deal with the vast majority of the issues in these reports is to deal with them through a re-established Northern Ireland Executive, Northern Ireland Assembly. And he is also right that many of these provisions are not things that the government penned. So it's difficult to respond to them all in the way that those members that tabled them might want them to. But there is an urgency, particularly to deal with the issues regarding access to abortion. And I would just gently remind the Secretary of State of the Select Committee report that my committee put forward in April of this year, which made wide-ranging recommendations after having spoken to many people on the ground in Northern Ireland, many different political parties and many different organisations. And the honourable ladies and gentlemen opposite are absolutely right to say there is a huge cross-section of views on this issue in Northern Ireland. That is why it will be better for it to be dealt with locally. But I would just make two very short points. One is that the Chief Medical Officer for Northern Ireland told my Select Committee directly in public that doctors are not currently able to fulfil their duty of care towards patients in Northern Ireland in cases of fatal fetal abnormality. Now, not all abortions are connected with fatal fetal abnormality, but there are some situations at the moment where we're expecting women to continue pregnancies where they know their babies are going to die. And I think that is not something I would want for any member of my family. It's not something I would want for any of my constituents, and I would not want it for any other resident in the United Kingdom. This has to change. And it cannot be acceptable to the British government, to the UK government, that a chief medical officer is saying that doctors are unable to fulfil their duty of care. The law has to change, even if it is just for this particular issue. But of course, I think in line with the Honourable Lady's amendment at previous stages of this bill, a broader amendment would be preferable. The second point I'd make, Mr Deputy Speaker, in this very brief intervention is that this isn't just about legal framework. If you've had a situation, as we have in Northern Ireland, where abortion has not been readily available for any but just a handful of people in recent years, we have a significant loss of professional expertise and services on the ground. So that if the law is to be changed, as is outlined currently in the statute in March of next year, then there needs to be significant work done at all levels of the health service in Northern Ireland to ensure that it can deliver on what will be, I believe, a coherent law at that stage, because I know my right honourable friend would not allow anything else to happen. So my final question for the Secretary of State is, how is he going to make sure that there is scrutiny there for those that will be developing the services that will be needed to implement the law as it will stand as of March of next year, or indeed as will stand when a Northern Ireland Executive comes into place? Of course, if the Executive is in place, then the Assembly can scrutinise. But if it is not, then please, could my right honourable friend think very carefully about how we make sure this works properly. Perhaps the Select Committee for Northern Ireland here in Westminster could do scrutiny. Perhaps he could set up a panel of interested parties. But I do know that this is not something he can leave hanging.
Nigel Dodds. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I know many people want to get in, so I will be brief in my remarks, although there's many things that we could say. And I agree with what has been said about the curtailing of the debate. Some of these issues are extremely important, but nothing is more important than the victims of the violence in Northern Ireland and the victims of historical institutional abuse. And I think it's just madness that we have ended up in a situation where other matters are being debated and these aren't. It just is wrong, and the government should really look to itself and how this has come about. No point. People have talked about putting responsibility onto others, and it's easy to blame SO24 and all the rest of the government choices to make, and these are the choices that it made, unfortunately. Can I say about the volume of work that needs to be done to address issues in Northern Ireland, the powers that need to be taken? People have complained about the prorogation and the impact of that. Quite frankly, we have had months, if not nearly 3 years, has been said, to actually take responsibility in this House to do something about some of these issues. Some of us on these benches have been raising the need for decisions to be made in Northern Ireland across a range of issues, and the Secretary of State knows this from his previous job, the constant pressure that we put on for decisions to be made in health, education, infrastructure, housing, investment, these other crucial issues that we're debating tonight. We have constantly asked for this House and members of it to take responsibility and to treat the people of Northern Ireland properly in the absence of devolved government, and it was deliberately as part of policy, both government and opposition, the decision was taken, and these are important matters to the people of Northern Ireland, not to take any powers and not to make the necessary moves. So when people are talking about shelling out responsibility and who should take responsibility, it's a bit late now in the teeth of prorogation to be complaining about lack of time, when people have plenty of time up to now to do something about these matters but decided not to. When we do come to the issue of necessary powers being taken in the event of no restoration of the Assembly in time, let me make it very clear to the Secretary of State, and he knows this, that of course the institutions in Northern Ireland and the operation of devolved government is a strand one issue for Her Majesty's government and the parties in Northern Ireland. So we fully expect that the three-strand approach will be respected. And when the Shadow Secretary of State talks about the involvement of dialogue with the government and parties, with Dublin, let us be very, very clear that on the issue of the Assembly and powers here, if the Assembly is not restored, this is a matter under Strand 1 for the government and the parties in Northern Ireland exclusively. Strand 2 and 3 are different, but Strand 1 is very, very clear. That was agreed and has been the case for the last number of decades. In relation to getting Stormont up and running, of course we want to get Stormont up and running. We're fully committed. The Secretary of State noted that Arlene Foster proposed over 18 months ago that we get the Assembly up and running to deal with these important matters without prejudice to the issues which Sinn Féin have elevated after agreeing a programme of government which actually didn't include some of the issues that they're now preventing the restoration of Stormont on. And she offered to restore the Assembly on a time-limited basis to deal with some of these pressing issues, and that was rejected by Sinn Féin almost within half an hour, not even given proper consideration. So we want the restoration of the Assembly, but some of our members here have pointed out the incentives now in terms of getting that done have been completely switched, because people are very content on the Sinn Féin side to sit back and wait till the deadline runs out, because they therefore achieve some of the objectives that they want. Some people in this House, whether it comes to Brexit or Northern Ireland, simply prove they don't know how to negotiate. They actually hand over the incentive to the other side to sit tight and then complain to the members who actually take their seats here about the consequences. The fact that Sinn Féin aren't here in this House tonight is a demonstration of one of the problems we face in Northern Ireland. They boycott this place, they boycott the executive, they boycott the Assembly, and then we're told it's all the fault of one party or other parties and all the rest of it. We will continue to work with the Secretary of State in the coming days and weeks, and he knows this, to try to get that Assembly up and running. But as the Honourable Member for South Belfast indicated, we have put proposal after proposal after proposal, and they have been rejected. We will continue, however, to work at it, because we know the importance of the restoration of the Assembly and the Executive, and especially in the run-up to Brexit. And again, we will continue to work with Her Majesty's Government on that issue to achieve a deal, to achieve an outcome in which people can be satisfied that the objectives of leaving the European Union in a sensible way that works for the whole of the United Kingdom is achieved, one that doesn't undermine the economic integrity or the constitutional position of Northern Ireland. When people talk about respect for the Belfast Agreement, that works two ways. Not only does it work in terms of a north-south border, but it must not implement an east-west border between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. I am very glad that the Government has recognised, which was reflected in the letter to Donald Tusk that the Prime Minister sent in August, that not only is the backstop anti-democratic in the sense that laws will be made for Northern Ireland over which Stormont, even if restored, would have no say, nor would anyone here have any say. Northern Ireland would be obliged to accept whatever was handed down in law by the European Commission or the European Council through appropriate procedures. Not only is it anti-democratic, but it is also contrary to the basis of the Belfast Agreement, which is the consent of both communities, that whilst we respect the institutions north-south, you cannot undermine the position that unionists adhere to, which is that we have a single market within the United Kingdom where most of our trade is done. So we simply ask for a fair and balanced deal. And finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to bring my remarks to a close earlier than I might have otherwise given the shortage of time. I want to say to the Secretary of State, he's aware from the demonstrations and the silent, dignified marches and walks that took place in Belfast on Friday and Saturday, the tens of thousands of people who turned out in the streets to demonstrate their concern about the way in which this House has undermined the devolution settlement when it comes to abortion by having this imposed without any proper consultation whatsoever, and the fact that they remain concerned about how the consultation may be carried out going forward, and they simply want their rights to be respected. And in closing, can I urge the Secretary of State to continue to work with us, the Belfast MPs, particularly in relation to the future of Harland and Wolff shipyard in Belfast. The Secretary of State has said about the lack of powers in Northern Ireland, but there are powers at a UK level which can be used to ensure the future of this great historic shipyard and the fantastic workers, and I pay tribute to the work that's been done by the member for East Belfast in that regard. And finally, in my own constituency, the Northern Ireland Hospice, an excellent, fantastic institution which we in the DUP in Northern Ireland were happy to ensure was able to be rebuilt through the Northern Ireland Executive, with £2.1 million given to that, as well as another cocktail of funding. We want to see that rescued from its current predicament. The Chancellor of the Exchequer mentioned it in his speech. I want to see the Secretary of State work with us. Perhaps he would meet with me to discuss what can be done taking that forward. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope the Secretary of State will take on board, however rushed and however short this debate tonight, the strength of feeling that exists on these benches on these issues.
Fiona Bruce.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Ministers will understand that I am disappointed that we've been unable to discuss the reports on human trafficking and gambling this evening, given that they were reviewed as a result of amendments that I brought forward to the original bill. So I appreciate an assurance from Ministers that these will be debated in this House at the earliest possible date. Turning now to the abortion law review, I was surprised at its brevity, given that it represents a seismic change to the law in Northern Ireland, a change that, as we've heard, led to tens of thousands of people marching on Stormont and in central Belfast in recent days. It is my fervent hope, too, that any change to the law on abortion, a sensitive, devolved issue, as the Secretary of State has said, could be taken forward by a restored Northern Ireland Executive. However, if that doesn't happen, and we have to be realistic, if an executive is not reformed by 21st October, the people of Northern Ireland will find themselves in a situation where the provision of abortion from conception up to the point of viability, and that could be as far as 28 weeks, will take place in a complete legal vacuum from 22nd October, with no guarantee that anything will be put in place until 31st of March 2020. That is unacceptable. What it means is 5 months where there effectively will be no law regulating abortion at all in Northern Ireland. Abortions which take place, as I say, from conception until just before a baby is capable of being born alive. I said that we shouldn't rush through this legislation when it was originally debated, and now we see the results. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this country, there are all manner of statutory checks to protect women, including the need for clinics to be vetted and registered, none of which will exist in Northern Ireland. How is this good for the health of women in Northern Ireland? I've heard it suggested that the bodies of the relevant health professions will self-police in the interim. That is simply unacceptable. I believe this House has failed the people of Northern Ireland in this act. This bill, as I say, was rushed through. It's a dereliction of our duty to review legislation. We only spent 17 minutes debating the actual text of Section 9 of the Executive Formation Act when it returned from the Lords, which places on Northern Ireland a more permissive abortion regime than obtains in this country. It's unacceptable that there should be a 5-month period during which abortions can take place in a legal vacuum, something I suspect that most honourable members were completely unaware of until tonight. Surely it cannot be right, very briefly, but
Why does the Honourable Lady agree that, as I do, if we had the Abortion Act of 1965 in Northern Ireland, there would be 100,000 children would not be allowed today. So therefore what we have in Northern Ireland is the acceptable thing to have and no change, and that's what the people of the Northern Ireland are saying. 60% say no change whatsoever.
Thank the member for that. I just believe it is absurd to remove a law 5 months before we are required to put a new law into its place. So I have a few questions. Firstly, could the ministers give more detail on the 5 bullet points on page 25 of the review, which give inadequate information on some really key issues, like the scoping of how best to deliver the regulations? One line on that is insufficient, given we're only 40 days away from the 22nd of October and on a matter of such gravity. Secondly, given the uncertainty over the new framework, how is the health and safety of women of Northern Ireland going to be protected during the 5-month period? Thirdly, will the lack of regulation from 22nd October mean that Northern Ireland is not compliant with the Istanbul Convention's requirement for an offence of forced abortion? This is serious. The whole point made by the opposition, by those who brought this forward, was that there were human rights concerns. That is a human rights concern. Fourthly, can the Minister confirm whether as a matter of law during this interim period, and I do not say it's likely, but it may be possible, for abortions to take place up to 28 weeks in Northern Ireland? Fifthly, although the report mentions clarity for medical professions, can the Minister say how the Government will engage with them? And finally, will the Minister be seeking advice from the Attorney General of Northern Ireland, as he will be from the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission?
We're now coming to a maiden speech where there are no interventions allowed. Lisa Forbes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to deliver my maiden speech. Today's debate on Northern Ireland is an appropriate one, reminding us how important our democracy is and our roles as members in defending the rights of our citizens. Honourable members will know the circumstances of my own election, but I want to place on record that my predecessor, Fiona Onasanya, made a great difference to the lives of many of my constituents through her hard work. Just as my predecessor was a black woman when there are too few here, I know my working class background is all too unusual too. In researching this speech, I found that since 1918, Peterborough has had 6 Conservative MPs. Between them, they had 5 peerages and 3 knighthoods. There were 3 barons, 2 baronets, a marquis, a viscount, an earl and a knight commander of the Order of St Michael and St George. Like our football team, they could simply be known as the Posh. One of my predecessors also achieved an Olympic gold medal, inspiring a famous scene from the film Chariots of Fire. I suspect that my chances of achieving that are about as good as my receiving any of those other titles. But I do hope that anyone growing up in Peterborough today can look at me and my predecessor and know that whatever their gender or class, race or religion, they deserve the opportunity to succeed. Amen. Because we are a diverse city and our representation should be so too. That word is important to me. That is our duty, to represent, to understand the lives of our constituents and to change them for the better. That is politics at its best. It was back in 1790 that Parliament legislated for an improvement commission for Peterborough, responsible for paving, cleaning and lighting the streets. Now we are centuries on, yet after a decade of austerity, we face similar challenges. Research from the library shows that in the decade since 2010, our city has lost more than 1/3 of its government funding. Austerity has gone further and faster than ever before. Even the Thatcher government never dared to cut the police. Yet now residents tell me of cases where crimes aren't investigated, so short of numbers are the local police. As a member of this House, it is my job to make the law. But what use are those laws if they are not enforced? I campaigned on local issues, but these are national issues too. How can any of us rest easy knowing that there are families without homes, children without food, and services without proper funding? Even working people are forced to use food banks or survive on zero-hour contracts. I represented working people as a trade unionist, and I intend to do so again here. Because despite the damage austerity has done, Peterborough remains a city that I am proud to represent. We have a rich history, a Norman cathedral with the finest medieval painted ceiling in Europe. Part of our international links going back to the Romans, who settled the Nene Valley in the 1st century, the Saxons who settled Meadow Homestead, the monks who built the abbey, and the Danes who arrived to plunder it and later settled themselves. Over centuries, we have made and traded products from bricks to wool, built a cathedral and buried Mary Queen of Scots and Catherine of Aragon, then became a new town with new industries. I worked in a travel agency, another trade that gave the city many of its jobs, and now we have a mix of the agricultural, the industrial and the new services of our time. A Labour government built social housing for the people on a grand scale and ensured houses were available at a reasonable price. The Peterborough Development Corporation planned for the health and welfare of local people who benefited from community schools, the country park at Ferry Meadows and a public library. We need to rediscover our country's ability to make things and make things work. But because beyond our history, geography or industry, it is above all the people of Peterborough who will be my great passion. Of all the speeches I researched, I was struck by Keir Hardie's in 1901, and he said, "The true test of progress is not the accumulation of wealth in the hands of the few, but the elevation of people as a whole." Mr. Deputy Speaker, I too promise to work for the people as a whole, and I will do everything in my power to succeed. Thank you.
Very briefly, if we can, Owen Paterson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Great pleasure to follow the honourable the new member for Peterborough. Never an easy thing to give a maiden speech, particularly when an atmosphere like this evening, and I offer my heartiest congratulations. She skillfully held the attention of the House, and I think whatever the result of the vote later on this evening, I think we probably all wish her well for the future. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief, because I know others need to get in, and I'd like to just very quickly restate that every single member of this chamber supports the Belfast Agreement, which was the result of a long peace process, and we would love to see the institutions up and running, but we should never forget that that peace process and that Belfast Agreement could never come about without the conditions created by the extraordinary professionalism, skill and courage of hundreds of thousands who served in the British Armed Forces, British Security Services and the RUC. And I'd very briefly like to touch on the question of prosecutions of veterans, which were touched on by the Secretary of State and the Shadow Secretary of State. I have been going to Northern Ireland for many years. I continue to go there regularly. I've never yet met a single member of the Security Force Armed Forces who would like to see an amnesty. They put their lives on the line 24 hours a day to maintain the rule of law, to ensure that those who believed in pursuing their political aims through peaceful legal means prevailed. And they do not want an amnesty. They do not want to be on the same level as those terrorists that had absolutely a hideous refusal to respect the rule of law and pursued their aims by violent criminal acts. So, very briefly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, could the Secretary of State, and above all the Shadow Secretary of State, not change any laws, but ensure that in future no further prosecutions can come about unless there is categorically new evidence? Pursuing these old veterans time and again is wrong when there is not new evidence. And secondly, a very key feature is that can they guarantee together, working together, that the framework requires a senior lawyer to guarantee that there will be a fair trial? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Little Pengali.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It does feel somewhat absurd that there's so much to say in relation to the reports today, but so little time in which to say it. That is deeply, deeply frustrating, because I know that the people of Northern Ireland, the representatives of Northern Ireland, have so many things that they need to air and discuss, and that is being denied. We are currently in a situation of political turmoil across the United Kingdom, but that turmoil and turbulence is all the more worse in Northern Ireland due to the fact that there are no Northern Ireland institutions. I just want to very, very briefly reiterate the offer that the Democratic Unionist Party have made to Sinn Féin. That offer is because of the exceptional circumstances that we find ourselves in, to go back into government immediately, but not just to do that with blind faith, but to do that by agreement, that we will enter in and discuss the issues we are currently discussing in this talks process and cannot get resolution on. And by agreement, if there is no resolution to those, then the institutions will fall. That offer is there to Sinn Féin. We would ask all political parties to urge them to do that. There's no risk for Sinn Féin in that. They can get back into government. We can get on with talking about these issues, deal with historical institutional abuse payments, deal with the much-needed funds for severely injured victims, deal with health and education and the real policies impacting on people every day across Northern Ireland. That is the offer that is there. I believe it is an absolutely reasonable one. I would ask Sinn Féin to consider it seriously, and for everybody in this House and beyond to urge them to take that up. We live in exceptional times. We should be doing something exceptional to try to resolve it.
Sorry, Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. All of us in this chamber would like to see the Stormont Assembly restored, but we tabled these self-executing clauses because we recognise that the human rights of the people of Northern Ireland shouldn't be abandoned in the face of political indecision. It now falls to us to hold the Secretary of State to account for how he is enacting this, because we are 35 days away from the possibility that these clauses will become law. So can I ask him to give us some more detail? In particular, he talks about consultation. Can he confirm whether there is going to be public involvement in that consultation? Because I think it's really important for us as a House to be clear that just as we would not ask non-medical professionals to consult on how to conduct a vasectomy, we shouldn't be doing it when it comes to an abortion. We also need to understand the timeline that he's got for us, because I agree with the concerns that have been raised across this House about the interim period and what will happen when we decriminalise sections 58 and 59 of the Offences Against the Person Act 1861 on the 22nd of October if the Assembly isn't reconstituted. I do note that the Infant Life Preservation Act will remain in place, so the idea that there won't be any regulation at all simply isn't true. And in this debate we must deal with fact, not scaremongering. But still, can he say and confirm that he's talking to the Royal Colleges, the actual medical experts? He also says in the report that there is a cross-departmental government working body. Can he tell us who is on that body and what their remit is? He talks about talking to the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, but it's the Equalities Commission that would have any jurisdiction in terms of that consultation. So when has he spoken to them? With those 35 days to go, what is his message to women in Northern Ireland who will need an abortion on the 22nd of October, whether because they have a fetal abnormality or indeed are a victim of rape or incest, or simply do not want to be forced to continue an unwanted pregnancy? And how will he make these reports CEDAW compliant? His own report says that there isn't a clear path. Can he tell us a bit more about how he's going to set that out, the international models that he's looking at? When he's managing this interim process, above all, can he give us the confidence tonight that the mother of a 15-year-old girl who is facing a prosecution because she got abortion pills for her daughter who was in an abusive relationship will not face a prosecution from the 22nd of October? Because if we do one thing in this House this evening that is constructive, let us take the stress and pressure off that family. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the government said they wanted more time. That's why they amended this clause in the House of Lords. Everybody here has talked about the importance of dealing with that interim period. It won't be dealt with by law, it will be dealt with by regulation. So can the Minister set out precisely what regulations he is looking at now so that when we get to that 35-day period, actually we can shorten it and give everybody comfort here that the human rights of the women of Northern Ireland will continue to be upheld?
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I just speak very, very quickly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in relation to the abortion component of the report? I'm still aghast at what Section 9 of the Executive Information Bill actually proposes. In Northern Ireland, we have developed a different approach to abortion, which robust statistical research suggests means that around 100,000 people are alive in Northern Ireland today who would not be had we embraced the 67 Abortion Act. 100,000 lives is a lot of people. And in this context, it's no great surprise that our approach is dearly held. The democratically elected Northern Ireland Assembly considered this matter as recently as 2016. It voted not to change the law in any way. It's no surprise that on the 9th of July, every Northern Irish member who takes their seat in Westminster voted against an attempt to overturn our law. What, however, is particularly shocking is what is brought out clearly in the report before us today is something I don't think has dawned on most members of this House with great respect. When we asked to consider what was then the entirely new clause in 9 on the 18th of July, is that it introduced something that was not present in the provision we debated on the 9th of July. What is now Section 9 does not just overturn our legal tradition, it quite astonishingly does not require anything to be put in place for 5 whole months, and that goes against what the Honourable Lady had said just before me. If the Northern Ireland Assembly is not restored by the 21st of October, then on the 22nd of October, all our law governing will disappear until the point at which a child is deemed and capable of being born alive. And I want to put on record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that 60% of those in the national opinion poll in Northern Ireland said they didn't want any change. And what I'm saying to this House today is not to make the change against the wishes of the people of Northern Ireland. We had a rally at Stormont on Friday past. 25 to almost 30,000 people walked to retain the rights of the unborn, of the baby in the womb. That has to be preserved.
Paisley. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is a matter of profound regret that the Secretary of State has not been able tonight to introduce legislation to this House as promised on the institutional historical sex abuse cases. Indeed, in a letter that he sent to the members of the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee no later than the 6th of September, he indicated that he would be seeking to make swift progress. I would hate to see slow progress if this is what is swift progress, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Indeed, members of Survivors Together have already responded that this is an appalling disgrace, and other victims' groups have indicated how disappointed they are. The member from Walthamstow quite rightly said that she wanted to have detail about issues to do with abortion legislation. It is right and proper that the House gets the detail, that they see for themselves the stark reality that comes into play from the end of October this year. I would like to ask the Secretary of State, who will be performing order? Under what rules will they be performed?
I'm sorry, I've now got to put the question, Mr. Paisley. I do apologise, but it's now the time. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the clock.
Parliamentary Buildings, Restoration and Renewal Bill. Consideration of Lord's Amendments.
No.
No. We'll begin with Lord's Amendments 1, with which it will be convenient to consider Lord's Amendments 2 to 12. I call the Minister to agree with Lord's Amendments 1. Minister Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House agrees with Lord's Amendment number 1. Given the wide consensus that this bill has attracted, I don't propose to go on too long and say that the government committed to bring the spirit of... it's nice to be liked, isn't it? The government committed to bring the spirit of several amendments that were supported in this House at report stage to the other place, with appropriate wording and at the appropriate place in the bill. We are pleased that these amendments were also supported in the other place and are now included on the face of the bill. This includes an amendment on heritage, which was brought forward by the member for East Worthing and Shoreham. It requires that in exercising its functions, the sponsor body must have regard to the special architectural, archaeological and historical significance of the Palace of Westminster. As agreed in this House, the bill now places a duty on the sponsor body to require the delivery authority, when considering the award of a contract in respect to the carrying out of the parliamentary building works, to have regard to the respective contractors' policy relating to corporate social responsibility and their policies and procedures relating to employment, including in relation to the blacklisting of employees. I am especially grateful for the collaborative approach and constructive contribution the member for the City of Chester made in formulating this amendment. The bill now also provides that the reports prepared by the sponsor body must be laid before Parliament and must include information about persons to whom contracts in respect to the carrying out of the parliamentary building works have been awarded, in particular as regards their size and the areas in which they operate. I'm particularly grateful to the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch for her collaboration in formatting this amendment. Lastly, in exercising its functions, the sponsor body must now have regard to the need to ensure opportunities to secure economic or other benefits of the parliamentary building works are available in all areas of the United Kingdom. I'd particularly like to thank the member for Airdrie and Shotts for collaborating on this amendment and for his work as a member of the shadow sponsor body. I'm sure this House welcomes the fulfilment of the Government's commitments to this House that these amendments will be included in the bill at the appropriate place and appropriately drafted. Other amendments have passed in the Lords and are now also included in the bill, which I consider echo the will of this House, particularly as they build on the recommendations of the Plea-Legislative Joint Committee. There are also minor technical amendments which ensure consistent references to the parliamentary building works in Clause 2.5 of the bill. Mr Speaker, in summary, this bill has benefited from close scrutiny both by the Joint Committee and its passage through both Houses. I hope this House, having considered the amendments passed in the other place, will concur with them and support the passing of this bill as it stands, so we can progress with these important works and secure the home of this United Kingdom Parliament for future generations.
Order. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I start by paying tribute to you and your excellent role as Speaker. It's been I was one of the people that actually dragged you to get into the chair, and you have been absolutely outstanding. I'm going to come on to your role with the Education Centre, but I don't know how to describe it. You've been a stalwart in terms of equality and ensuring both in your efforts to help me in my role as Shadow Leader of the House. You've been absolutely exemplary. And I think I've missed business questions, and particularly your jibes at all of us. But thank you for everything you've done to uphold the parliamentary system. It's been very, very good. Can I thank the Minister? That was for you, Mr Speaker, by the way. Can I thank the Minister for moving the motion and bringing this bill back? And can I thank all honourable members and right honourable members who've taken part in all the debates on restoration and renewal, and I'm pleased it's come back. And I do want to pay tribute to the right honourable member for Aylesbury, who started the push towards getting the restoration and renewal bill forward. I too want to deal with some of the amendments, and I think it's important to get them on record, and I want to deal with them, Mr Speaker, in three different chunks: one relating to the sponsor body, one relating to the physical aspects, and the last lot, the future. Amendments, well, we've got a sponsor body who has a single client, which will be a single client on behalf of both the Houses, which is a good way of working, and they will form the delivery authority as a company limited by guarantee. Amendments 10 and 12 require the sponsor body to lay its reports before Parliament. One of the key things that members wanted was the accountability of the sponsor body to Parliament, and that amendment ensures that. Amendment 11 ensures that we know about all the contracts that are awarded to different companies and the people who operate around the estate. Amendment 1 is fairly important because it allows the prospective contractors' policy relating to corporate social responsibility and the prospective contractors' policies and procedures relating to employment, which is about the blacklisting of people. Many lives have been destroyed by the blacklist, by people being blacklisted and not being allowed to take part in the contracts, and that's extremely important. And I want to thank my honourable friend, the member for Chester, for ensuring that that has been passed. Amendment 9 requires the sponsor body in exercising its functions to have regard to the need to ensure that there are opportunities to secure economic or other benefits throughout the United Kingdom, and that is key. Certainly on our side, it's one of the reasons why we supported this wholeheartedly, this bill, because we wanted to make sure that any benefits weren't just confined to one part of the United Kingdom, but the whole of the United Kingdom. The physical part, as the Minister touched on, it's important to ensure that the historic, archaeological and other significance of Parliament continues, and that was Amendment 8, remembering that it was 900 years ago and the Anglo-Saxons who were first involved in this place, and some might still be here. Amendment 5 seeks to ensure that after the completion of the parliamentary building works, all parts of the estate are accessible to people with disabilities. And I know that the Honourable Member for Airdrie and Shotts and East Worthing and Shoreham were involved in this and certainly raised it at third reading. Now, if we look at what happens at York Minster, we know that you can combine accessibility for people with disabilities and bringing the building up into its historic significance. As to the future, Amendment 4 and 6, it strengthens the reference to parliamentary building works in regard to ensuring the safety and security of staff and the public, as well as to education facilities. And Amendment 7 secures your legacy, Mr. Speaker, of the Education Centre and makes sure that Parliament's education and outreach facilities and programme are ensured, and that they become a core part of the parliamentary estate and benefit a greater understanding of Parliament and our democracy. My honourable friend, the member for Glasgow North East, mentioned the craft school that they have in Scotland, and I know that Historic England are aware of this and want to carry on with us. This could be an outstanding way of ensuring that all our crafts, ancient and modern, are secured for our future. Amendment 2 places a duty on the sponsor body to promote public understanding of the purposes of restoration and the renewal programme, and Amendment 3 ensures that the views of members, staff and the public are in front of the mind of the sponsor body. Everyone across the nation should feel a part of this project, because this place is in the heart of the nation. Now, the important part is that we don't have a deadline as they did for the Olympic Authority, and so it's important that we make sure that there is a deadline and that members' tolerance and the public purse is not elastic. And again, I join the Minister in saying that it's important that this is all secured for future generations, and we support the bill.
Thank you. Extremely grateful to the honourable lady. Mr. Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief as well. I want to take the opportunity also to pay tribute to you following the announcement you've made. You were a huge source of support and encouragement to all of us elected as SNP MPs in 2015, and particularly to myself since becoming the Chief Whip. I do remember being admonished back in 2015 for clapping in the Chamber, but that reform seems to be progressing forthwith. And of course, you have been a reforming Speaker, and as the spokesperson for the shadow leader from the Labour Party said, much of the R&R will be a way of securing the legacy of some of those reforms in terms of making this place much more family-friendly and much more accessible. And perhaps in the tradition of the rooms in Portcullis House. There will, in the restored and renewed Parliament, be a Berko room in which people can reflect on that legacy. The SNP have always recognised the need for reform and renewal of this place. We have our own views about how much money should be spent and where the Parliament should be located, but we accept the progress that this bill is making now. My honourable friend from Airdrie Shotts has been a member of the Shadow Sponsor Board. He's engaged significantly on this bill, including helping to secure what has become Lord's Amendment number 9, which we welcome, so that the money that is spent on this will benefit the whole of the United Kingdom and its constituent parts. He can't be here today, my honourable friend from Airdrie Shotts, because this morning his wife Carrie gave birth to twins, Emmy and Freya, and we congratulate him on that. I also hope that under the proxy voting rules, that means I will be entitled to cast 2 votes on his behalf when we come back from recess. We do hope those young girls will grow up in an independent Scotland, but we look forward to them being able to visit the House of Commons once it has been renewed. And the biggest question on everybody's lips, I think, is whether the revised and renewed chamber will include reclining chairs for the likes of the Leader of the House to make sure, and indeed my honourable friend from Central Ayrshire, who need to make themselves comfortable. So with that, we have look forward to seeing this bill progress to the Norman French Royal Assent later this evening.
Order. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With the leave of the House, we will take Lords Amendments 2 to 12 together. I call the Minister formally to move to agree with Lords Amendments 2 to 12. I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendments 2 to 12. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I am immensely grateful to the honourable gentleman. Point of order, Mr. Stephen Doughty.
Speaker, it's become aware to me in the last few hours that the government are already seeking to circumvent the terms of the resolution that the House passed earlier on about the release of documents relating to prorogation and Operation Yellowhammer. Mr. Speaker, would you be able to advise, or would you advise how we can find out how those papers could be laid during this period? Because obviously there are a number of ways in which the government can lay them, including the publication of command papers, the release on websites, and surely, given the House has now clearly passed that by a majority, the government should release the information.
Well, and I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I'm sorry that one or two people, in response to the rising of the honourable gentleman from his seat, yelled yawn. And I just wonder whether people observing our proceedings think that that's a proper way for one colleague to show respect for another. It's not a matter of yawn, it's a matter of serious issues being raised and a responsibility being incumbent upon the Chair, in this case, to seek to respond. It's not yawn, it's serious politics. And the honourable gentleman has raised a very legitimate point. The simple answer is that the government must comply with the humble address passed by the House. That is the reality of the matter. A debate has happened, a decision has been made, and it is incumbent upon the government to comply manifestly with what's been decided, the spirit, purpose and content of which are entirely clear. Understanding order, this is not about game playing and machination. It's about doing what Parliament wants, which is what most people would expect their elected Parliament to do. I don't require any help from somebody chuntering from a sedentary position in evident disregard for the procedures of the House and the purport of the inquiry of the honourable gentleman. Understanding Order Number 158, presentation of command papers. If papers are commanded by Her Majesty to be presented to this House at any time during the existence of a Parliament, which includes periods of prorogation, though not of dissolution, delivery of such papers to the Votes and Proceedings Office shall be deemed to all purposes the presentation of them to this House. At least to me, at this point, that seems clear, and I hope it is not beyond the capacities, the very considerable intellectual capacities of some members of the government. Yes, indeed. Point of order, Mr. Chukaramuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering whether you might be able to assist, Mr. Speaker. Under the Civil Service Code of Conduct for government special advisers, who are government employees paid for by the taxpayer, a special adviser may not undertake work for a political party during office hours. They should also not use official resources for party political activity. Based on widespread reports, it appears that the Prime Minister's chief special adviser, Mr Dominic Cummings, almost certainly has undertaken work for the Conservative Party whilst carrying out his duties. And with that in mind, I submitted a Freedom of Information request.
It's a perfectly reasonable inquiry. Whether it's something upon which I can adjudicate remains to be seen, but I'll only know that if I hear it, and hyena noises render it rather more difficult for it to be heard. The honourable gentleman will persist, I hope, with his point of order. Mr Chukaramuna.
With that in mind, I submitted a Freedom of Information request to the Cabinet Secretary on the 13th of August, asking for details of government special advisers, and in particular who they were employed by and whether they were paid out of the public purse. And in the case of Mr Cummings, I asked if he is not paid by public funds, whether he has security access to Downing Street and is treated in the same way as a special adviser paid out of public funds. Mr Speaker, this is an incredibly important matter of public interest, particularly given we are about to prorogue and potentially thereafter enter an election period. The Cabinet Office, when we were doing points of order earlier, replied saying that they would not provide a response to my Freedom of Information request, which is due tomorrow, until December. That is clearly unsatisfactory. I tried to raise it with the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster earlier, but he refused to take any interventions. Given we're about to prorogue for 5 weeks, what would you advise we do to ensure that public funds are not being misspent and used for Conservative Party purposes in this way?
I'm sorry, but I have to resort to my usual advice to quizzical members in these circumstances. Persist. 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 Write. Seek a meeting. Press again and again and again in pursuit of a response to an entirely legitimate question. Don't take no for an answer. It's a very long time since I was a special adviser. In those days, the rules were extremely strict, and what the honourable gentleman says resonates with me entirely. I have no reason to suppose the rules have changed. I can't possibly say what is or isn't done by way of conduct on the part of particular individuals now, but that it is a legitimate matter of public interest rather than something simply to be treated as the subject of cheap badinage and ribaldry is entirely obvious to me. The honourable gentleman's got a fair inquiry and he should pursue it and not put up with those who sneer and smirk and think it's all a sort of jolly wheeze and a game and doesn't matter a damn. It does matter a damn, and I hope the honourable gentleman will pursue it. If there are no further points of order, and I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, I hope he is suitably emboldened and fortified in pursuit of his efforts. We now come to the motion on an early parliamentary general election. To move the motion, I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, may I join honourable members in thanking you, Mr. Speaker, for your long and distinguished service to the House. And though we may not always have agreed on everything, I believe you've always acted in what you judge to be the national interest, Mr. Speaker. So, with Mr. Speaker, with permission, I beg to move the motion standing in my name under the Fixed Term Parliament Act. Last Wednesday, the Right Honourable Member for Islington North became the first leader of the opposition in the history of our country to show his confidence in Her Majesty's government by declining the opportunity to have an election with a view to removing the government. Though when he spoke last week, it seemed that he might recover his nerve tonight, and I wait to see how he responds. Referring to his surrender bill, he said, and I quote, last week, "Let this bill pass and gain royal assent, and then," he said, "we will back an election." Well, the surrender bill, the Surrender Act has now passed. It has gained royal assent. He has done his level best to wreck this country's chances of a successful negotiation. By his own logic, he must now back an election. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am retabling the motion for an early date general election. I don't want an election. I hope this step would be unnecessary. Yet I have accepted the reality that an election is the only way to break the deadlock in the House and to serve the national interest by giving whoever is Prime Minister the strongest possible mandate to negotiate for our country at next month's European Council. Labour, too, have accepted this reality. In their own leaflets this weekend. This weekend, they say, we need a general election now. We need a general election now. That's what it says. And yet, throughout the weekend, the right honourable gentleman's cronies, together with those of other opposition parties, have been trying to disguise their preposterous cowardice by coming up with ever more outrageous excuses for delaying an election until the end of October or perhaps November, or when hell freezes over. In the dither, delay and procrastination that has become the hallmark of the opposition. Why are they conniving to delay Brexit in defiance of the referendum, costing the country an extra £250 million a week for the privilege, £250 million a week for the privilege of delay, enough to upgrade more than 5 hospitals and train 4,000 new nurses? The only possible explanation is that they fear that we will win it, Mr. Speaker, that I will win it, and secure a renewed mandate to take this country out of the EU, a policy they now oppose. And that is the sorry tale of this opposition in this Parliament. For the last 3 years, they have schemed to overturn the verdict of the British people, delivered in a referendum, which, in a crowning irony, almost all of them voted to hold. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they didn't just vote to hold it. Some of them even... I'll give way with pleasure to the honourable lady.
Thank you for the Prime Minister for giving me way. I'm really pleased that he's chosen to give me an intervention. But he's here reading off the fact that the amount of money that is being spent going into Europe could pay for nurses and could upgrade our hospitals. But may I say, 9 years of austerity has led to our NHS being fragmented. 9 years of austerity has led to our education services being failed. 9 years of austerity has led to 4 million children living in poverty. So all you need to do, Prime Minister, is move forward, because we will call an election when it is time.
Well, if that's what she thinks, why doesn't she have a word with her right honourable friend in front of her and tell him to reverse his absurd policy of spending an extra £1 billion a month to keep us in the EU, and worse, spending £1 billion on 20,000 more police officers on the streets of this country, Mr. Speaker. But some of them, the Liberal Democrats, also called for a referendum on our membership of the EU, and once they got it, and by the way, they lost that referendum, of course, they did nothing but try to overturn the result, arrogating to themselves the authority to decide which democratic elections they respect and which they reject. Now, Mr. Speaker, where are they, the Liberal Democrats? There they are. They want a second referendum, but they're already planning to campaign against the result. When asked whether she would implement Brexit if the people voted for it a second time, the party's new leader replied no. So every time the Liberal Democrats lose a referendum, they just call for a new one over and over again. And I must say, it turns out that Honourable member for Dunbartonshire East is as it were, the new leader of the referendum party, the Jimmy Goldsmith of our times. But they are models of coherence by comparison, Mr. Speaker, with the leader of the opposition. His strategy, mysterious as it is that by some process he becomes Prime Minister, but he went without an election, since he's against elections. He then goes to Brussels and negotiates a new deal, presumably keeping us in the customs union and in the single market. He then comes back and passes that deal through the House, then takes it to the country in a second referendum, whereupon he campaigns against his own deal and that's the plan, isn't it? But perhaps he clarified, and urges the nation to reject his own handiwork. Mr. Speaker, we know the real reason why Labour don't want a general election. We know why they don't want a general election under his leadership. Most of them don't want a general election because they fear that their party will lose. But there is a small, terrified minority of Labour MPs who don't want an election because they actually think he might win, ladies and gentlemen. And as for the Scottish Nationalist Party, the SNP, last week the First Minister for Scotland correctly said, and I quote, "It's starting to feel like Labour doesn't want an election at all." She then issued a clarion call to her own assembled armies in Westminster to, and I quote, "force an election." And what are they doing? How do those brave stalwarts of Scottish separatism propose to force that election? By heroically abstaining. And the common thread joining all these parties is that there is their extraordinary belief that the national interest requires them preemptively to protect the British people from the consequences of their own democratic decisions. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, they only believe in democracy when it delivers the results that they want. Her Majesty's loyal opposition have a constitutional duty, Mr. Speaker.
Noise in the chamber. The decibel level needs to reduce. The Prime Minister shouldn't have to shout in order to make himself heard, and the same will apply when the Leader of the Opposition gets to his feet. The Prime Minister.
I'm grateful. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Her Majesty's. Well, they say they can't hear. How's that? How's that? Mr. Speaker, Her Majesty's loyal opposition have a constitutional duty. There they are. They have a constitutional duty to oppose the government and to seek to replace it. For this task, Mr. Speaker, they are handsomely paid. They are handsomely paid to the tune of almost £10 million of taxpayers' money. They are. That's what they're paid to do by the taxpayer. The leader of the opposition himself.
Point of order, Anna Soubry.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the microphone being placed so close to the Prime Minister means he can't hear that some of us over here are trying to intervene and have something that he and his backbenchers don't want, which is a debate, because we all want to know whether he'll abide by the law that this Parliament has passed.
Yes, I say as much for the benefit of the watching public as for anybody else. That is an example of what I call the norm. Superficially a point of order, but entirely bogus. The Honourable Lady's made her own point in her own way with suitable alacrity, and it's on the record. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, may I thank you on your characteristically impartial judgments. The leader of the opposition. The leader of the opposition, there he sits. His party paid £10 million by the taxpayer. The Leader of the Opposition himself is entitled to over £140,000 of taxpayers' money, and yet today we have the extraordinary spectacle of the entire opposition collectively deciding to abrogate their most fundamental responsibility. Mr. Speaker, they have their job. They know what they should be doing. In this era of creative litigation, are there not grounds for legal challenge to compel them to do it? The Leader of the Opposition, honourable members can have their say in a minute. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding my remarks. Sometimes he says we should leave the EU. Sometimes he says we should have another referendum. Sometimes he says we should negotiate a new deal. Sometimes he says he would accept whatever Brussels offers. Over the past few days, the Labour Party has said that it wants to delay Brexit, then negotiate a new deal, then have another referendum, then campaign against their own deal in that referendum. Perhaps their next policy will be to have a referendum on whether to have a referendum. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition cannot lead, he cannot make a decision. He cannot work out whether he is for Brexit or against it, for a referendum or against it. The only options he likes are dither and delay. And I say to the opposition benches,
Order! I'm immensely grateful to the Prime Minister for his ready compliance with the procedures of the House. A point of order from Mr. David Linden, which I hope... Order, Mr. Swire, I don't require any assistance from you. You wouldn't have the foggiest idea where to start. What I'm seeking to establish is whether it is a point of order. When I've heard it, I will know. Until I have, I can't. Mr. David Linden.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, people observing tonight's proceedings will see that the annunciator shows that this is the second time that this House has been asked to approve this motion. Given that the Prime Minister is displaying somewhat of a contradiction by saying that he wants to ask this question of the House again, but not allow the people of Scotland an independence referendum, can you outline, Mr. Speaker, is this hypocrisy on the part of the Prime Minister?
Well, an ingenious effort, but let me just say to the honourable gentleman, this motion wouldn't be on the paper unless it was orderly. And I'm happy to conduct a seminar for the honourable gentleman's benefit outside the chamber at a later date. It is at this time, given the context, orderly. He's made his own point, but it's a different one and it doesn't meet the needs of the case. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so I say again to everybody on the opposition benches, if you really want to delay Brexit beyond October the 31st, which is what you seem to want to do, then vote for an election and let the people decide. Let the people decide if they want to delay or not. And if you refuse to do that tonight, then I will go to Brussels. I will go to Brussels. Our government will go to Brussels on October the 17th and negotiate our departure on the 31st of October. Hopefully with a deal, Mr. Speaker, but without one if necessary. I will not ask for another delay. I will not ask to delay.
Order. I apologise for having to interrupt the Prime Minister. Look, I will take these points of order, but I hope that they're genuine. Order. I hope that they're genuine. And the Prime Minister will then proceed with his speech. Point of order, Patricia Gibson.
Mr. Speaker, I am keen to have your guidance, given that we are supposed to be debating whether or not to have an early general election, whether the Prime Minister in that context is willing to share with the House whether or not he is willing to obey the law of the land.
Yes, that's a political observation, not a matter for procedural adjudication by the Chair. Dr. Sarah Wollaston, point of order.
Speaker, I have a point of order on behalf of the Liaison Committee, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister gave an undertaking that he would appear before the Liaison Committee this Wednesday at 3:30. The Liaison Committee have met today and we have read to the Prime Minister to ask whether he will still appear because...
Order. What I would say to the Honourable Lady, I recognise the sincerity and the strength of conviction. If she wishes to contribute to the debate in an orderly way, on her feet, in a speech, because she catches my eye, she can, but she shouldn't use the device of a bogus point of order. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat my point.
Point of order, Geraint Davis.
The Prime Minister has just informed the House
that on the 31st of October he'll go to Brussels and ensure that we leave with or without a deal in contravention of the motion that we've just passed, that we will obey the law in compliance with the law that's just been passed. Is that out of order?
I'd be immensely grateful if the honourable gentleman didn't feel it necessary to keep pointing at me. I know he feels strongly, but it isn't a point of order. I would say, in terms of the seamlessness of these proceedings, come on, let's have fair play. The Prime Minister is entitled to make a speech and be heard, as will the Leader of the Opposition be. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to repeat my salient point that I will not ask for another delay. The people of this country have had enough of the delectable... The people of this country, Mr. Speaker, have had enough of the delectable disputation.
Order! This is profoundly disorderly. Members mustn't be shouted down in the chamber. They mustn't be shouted down in the chamber. There are standards to be upheld, and they must be. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is plain from the turbulent reaction of the benches opposite that they simply want another delay. And I will not have that. The public have had enough of the delectable disputations of this House, and I must warn members that their behaviour in thwarting the will of the people is undermining respect for this House in the country. Mr. Speaker, if honourable members want another delay, the only proper way to do it is to ask permission from our masters, the people, from our masters, the voters, and I commend this motion to the House.
The question is that there shall be an early parliamentary general election. I call the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only point of any importance that the Prime Minister has just included in his speech is his clear indication that he does not intend to follow the law that has just been passed that requires him to ask for an extension under certain circumstances. He also, Mr. Speaker, gave no answer to the two decisions this House has already made today concerning the publication of Yellowhammer documents and his own behaviour as Prime Minister in respect of laws agreed by this House. Because the Prime Minister has failingly seemed to grasp that opposition benches have actually been very clear that the House, Mr. Speaker, has expressed its will until the Act has been complied with and no deal has been taken off the table. No deal taken off the table. We will not vote to support the dissolution of this House and a general election. Now, I want an election, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister pointed out. And the Conservative Party has very generously broadcast footage of me and my friends saying that we want an election. I don't retreat from that at all. We're eager for an election. But as keen as we are not prepared to risk inflicting the disaster of no deal on us, our communities, our jobs, our services, or indeed our rights. Mr. Speaker, no deal would not be a clean break. It would not mean just getting on with it. It would start a whole new period of confusion and delay. But this time, Mr. Speaker, set against a backdrop of rising unemployment, further deindustrialisation and of deepening poverty all across this country.
Order. I said a moment ago the Prime Minister should not be shouted down. Let me say to people who are shouting their heads off, it will be readily obvious to people observing our proceedings that's exactly what they're trying to do, including some extraordinarily stupid and noisy yelling from people secreting themselves behind the chair and thinking they're being clever. It's very low grade, it's very down market, it's very substandard, it's very boring, it's very predictable, and if the whips operated any sort of discipline, they would tell those people to try to get a life. The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the point I was making was that it will be in a backdrop of unemployment increasing, deindustrialisation and deepening poverty within our society. Not very surprising that the government was so keen to hide the Yellowhammer documents, their own documents, which would demonstrate this to be the case. We have no faith that the government is seeking a deal in good faith. Indeed, the former Work and Pensions Secretary said in her resignation letter, I no longer believe leaving with a deal is the government's main objective. EU leaders have received no proposals. Government ministers have offered no explanation of the deal they are seeking, even if there is such a deal they're seeking, let alone any worked-out proposals presented to Parliament for scrutiny. No wonder they're so keen to prorogue so early to avoid any scrutiny of what they're doing. The only conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the only conclusion that can be reached, and it is backed up by all the leaked reports in the press, is that the government's pretensions to negotiate are nothing but a sham. The Prime Minister knows full well there is no mandate for no deal, no majority support for it in the country, and no majority support for it in this House. But he refuses to rule it out and refuses to set out any proposals to avoid it. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue. The Prime Minister is running away from scrutiny, running away from scrutiny with his blather and his shouting. Many people, Mr. Speaker, including the member for Hastings and Rye, are in conclusion that no deal is his only answer. But he has no mandate for that, and the last general election gave no mandate for no deal. The 2016 referendum gives no mandate for that. And, Mr. Speaker, the co-convener of the Vote Leave campaign said in March this year, and I quote, "We didn't vote to leave without a deal." He is now the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. No deal is opposed by every business group, every industry group, every trade union, and has been opposed in votes in this House. I want to turf out this reckless government. This government that is driving up poverty, deepening inequality, scapegoating migrants, whipping up divisions and failing this country. A general election isn't something for the Prime Minister to play about with for propaganda points or even his very poor quality posts on social media. So perhaps the Prime Minister can, which could be the last time in this session of Parliament, answer some questions. Firstly,
Order, Mr. Philp. You're very loud and rancorous. Calm down, young man. You're getting very overexcited. Very, very overexcited. very overexcited. Very overexcited. You can do a lot better than that. You must try to do so. Jeremy Corbyn. We're great.
Questions, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, to the Prime Minister, where are his proposals for renegotiations? Where are they? When were they published? What is their content? Secondly, since if he seeks a no deal, why doesn't he argue for it and seek the mandate for it that it so far does not possess? There is not a mandate for no deal. No, I'm not giving way. Thirdly, if as he claims, he is making progress.
Mr. Speaker, if the right honourable gentleman really wishes to avoid a no-deal Brexit, can he explain why he is unwilling to call an election, go to Brussels, and seek to...
Order! Mr. Doherty Hughes, calm yourself. Is the Prime Minister Is the Prime Minister satisfied that he's made his intervention, or does he wish to complete it?
Complete it? Yes. Well, I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable gentleman wishes to avoid a no-deal Brexit, why does he not call an election, get a mandate, go to Brussels and negotiate a deal himself? What's his objection to that?
Because, Mr. Speaker, we're the responsible party in this room. We don't want to crash out with no deal. And there is also, Mr. Speaker, the issue, of course, of trust in a Prime Minister who is unable to answer any questions and is desperate to suspend Parliament to avoid any scrutiny. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, if he is making progress, as he told the House last week, why did the Taoiseach tell the Prime Minister only this morning he was yet to receive realistic, legally binding and workable plans? That was only this morning. The Prime Minister must be able to remember it. Perhaps he could explain why the Taoiseach felt the need to say that. I realise the desperation of the Tory party when all they can do is rearrange the mics on the Titanic. And finally, since Mr. Speaker, he didn't bother to turn up to the... Mr. Speaker, if I could just inform, with great respect, the members opposite, I've no intention of giving way to any of them, OK? And finally, Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister didn't bother to turn up for the previous debate, will he respect the law and implement the EU Withdrawal No. 6 Act if he has negotiated an agreement backed by this House on the 19th of October? This Parliament is not a platform for the Prime Minister's games. No, it's a chamber in which the elected representatives of the people hold the executive to account. That is what parliamentary democracy is about. The Prime Minister has been asked 4 simple questions. Mr. Speaker, I'm not giving way.
Order. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is talking up no deal to one wing of his party and talking up getting a deal to another wing of his party. The sad reality is he's not preparing adequately for the first and not negotiating at all for the other. On Sunday, Mr. Speaker, the 15th, it's UN International Day of Democracy, when the UN celebrates governments being held accountable to their national parliaments in a democracy. This government is only interested in shutting down Parliament to avoid any scrutiny. His obfuscations and evasions are being rumbled, both at home and abroad. And that is why he doesn't answer questions. And he's so keen to avoid any scrutiny. Tonight, he will be attempting to prorogue Parliament for one of the longest prorogations there have ever been, shutting down Parliament, shutting down democracy, avoiding questions, taking this country over a cliff of a no-deal exit, with all the damage that will do to many of the poorest and most vulnerable communities in our society, and all the damage it will do to trade and jobs, all because he wants to take this country into the direction of a trade deal solely with the USA rather than anybody else. Mr. Speaker, we are not walking into traps laid by this Prime Minister.
Mr. Jeremy Lefroy.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be extremely brief. And that is simply, and if I could ask the Right Honourable Member who will be concluding on behalf of the Government, just one or two questions. If we do vote for a general election tonight, it will mean that we enter into new types of rules. There will be purdah, there will be other things, there will be rules upon the civil servants. What I would like to know, because I've heard from his very lips, the Prime Minister's strong contention that he is in favour of a deal, is negotiating hard for a deal, and I absolutely believe him in this. What I would like to hear from the government is how this can be pursued and prosecuted in the course of a general election, in which I believe also that the opposition would have to some extent be at least kept informed. That is all I want to ask, because I think it's a very important point at a time during a general election when everybody is so consumed with campaigning, quite rightly. How are we going to be able to prosecute these negotiations and also deal with the matters of keeping everybody, including the Leader of the Opposition, informed?
Thank you. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Stafford, and let me commend him for the way that he has behaved with dignity in his intervention tonight. Can I say to the House, this is an absolutely crucial time for all of us. It's an absolutely crucial time for all our constituents. Of course, there are strong opinions, and there should be. Of course, we should have robust debate. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, I am utterly appalled and ashamed at what we've witnessed in this House this evening. And, you know, I can see members laughing, but all of us have a sense of responsibility. And remember this, we had the death of an MP a few short years ago. Too many members in this House are receiving death threats. Too many members of this House are getting verbal abuse outside this place. The leadership that we show, how we all conduct ourselves in this place, is very important. And I appeal to everybody to show restraint, to act in a dignified manner, and to show respect to each other. We owe that to all our constituents. I will give way to it.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and I do believe he says what he says with total sincerity. And in that spirit, was he ashamed that a member from his benches, when the Prime Minister was on his feet, shouted out the words, "You're a liar"? And another member from the Labour benches shouted at the Prime Minister, "You're a thug." Does he agree that those things bring the House into disrepute?
Mr. Speaker, I'm appealing to all members to behave in a way which is respectful to colleagues and respectful to our constituents. You know, I have to say I listened very carefully to what the Prime Minister said. I will not ask for another extension. I will not ask for another extension. Mr. Speaker, just dwell on these words. Because the Prime Minister is saying with those words that he's going to ignore an Act of Parliament, that he is going to ignore the law. And I would simply say to the Prime Minister, be careful. Be careful. You occupy the highest office in the land. And what you're demonstrating to the people of the United Kingdom is that the law doesn't matter. That's a very serious situation to be in. And I ask the Prime Minister to think again, to think very carefully, or be prepared to pay the consequences of ignoring the law of this land.
Would he give way on this point, briefly? Because doesn't he agree with me that if this was the head of government in a country, say Georgia or Moldova or in Latin America, Tory MPs would be lining up to pontificate about that country being a failed state. But because a union flag has been wrapped around it with the usual Tory jingoism, they think it's all A-OK.
Well, look, I am deeply concerned about what is happening, and I'm deeply concerned about the proroguing of Parliament and the fact that the government has pushed through this proroguing of Parliament on the votes of 3 members of the Privy Council, against the express wishes of the majority members of this House. That does concern me, and as Democrats it should concern us all. Mr. Speaker, I said last week, and I'll say it again, the SNP wants a general election. We want the opportunity to bring this government down, and we're going to take it. We want the opportunity for the people of Scotland to have their voices heard, to make their choice over their futures. And, Mr. Speaker, we want the opportunity to stop this Prime Minister from ripping us out of the European Union against our will. Can I say to the honourable gentleman...
Order. The right honourable gentleman shouldn't have to do so. You are a most statuesque figure, Mr. Kaczynski, and therefore you're very readily visible and sometimes audible. I very gently say to you, because you're generally a very good-natured fellow, that it is quite inappropriate when standing at the bar of the House also to be bellowing. Stand and look impressive rather than yell, man. That would be my advice. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want the opportunity to stop this Prime Minister from ripping us out of the European Union against our will. Members can jeer all they want, but this Prime Minister has lost Scotland.
Hear, hear.
The Prime Minister has lost the support of the old Scottish Tory leader.
Yeah.
Writing tonight in the Evening Standard, Ruth Davidson has landed a blow on the Prime Minister. Things are really that bad for the Prime Minister and for this shambolic failing Tory government. Mr. Speaker, the matter is simple. We want an election, but we don't want it on the Prime Minister's terms. This is a Prime Minister obsessed with running down the clock. A Prime Minister who cannot be trusted. A Prime Minister who is seeking to trap Parliament tonight so he can drive us off the cliff edge. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are not falling for it. The Prime Minister thinks he can treat Parliament however he wants. He thinks he can ignore the people of Scotland, to treat our Scottish Parliament, our government and our citizens as second-class citizens. Mr. Speaker, Scotland will not be ignored. Scotland voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union. Scotland voted overwhelmingly for the SNP to oppose the Tory government here in Westminster. And Scotland will have the chance to vote to say that this Prime Minister, this government, does not represent the people of Scotland and our wishes. Mr. Speaker, since the referendum, we have been treated with contempt, shouted down, our voices silent, our interests sidelined. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me put the Prime Minister on notice. The election is coming. I give way.
I thank my
the right honourable friend for giving way, but the fact he fails to tell the House, and I've said it before, in 2016 there was more people in Scotland voted to leave the European Union than voted for the SNP in the 2017 election.
What happened in 2016? We had election to the Scottish Parliament, and the SNP won its third election on the trot. And we did that with the manifesto commitment that if there was a material change in circumstances, then the Scottish people had a right to have a referendum for their future. So my message to the honourable member from Ayr, to the Prime Minister: respect the will of the people of Scotland. Speaker, once the threat of a no-deal Brexit is removed from the table, the SNP will act, and we urge others to act to bring down the Tories, oust this Prime Minister and let the people have their say. Once we're safe in the knowledge that we're not leaving the European Union on Halloween, the days of this government will be over. When we return in October, we expect the opposition to work together to bring this government to an end. We've had enough of this dictatorship, enough of the deceit, the fake news, the sham fighting, the games and the stunts. We've had enough. So I say to members, I say to people at home, across these islands who are feeling lost, forgotten, anxious and worried about the future, our time is coming. We will keep fighting for you. Where we can, we will work in the interests of the people across Scotland and the UK to protect our economy from the Brexit catastrophe. And we will create the circumstances, find a way to strip this government of power, end the democratic... Can I say to the honourable gentleman, if you wish to speak in the debate, you might try and attract the eye of the Speaker. Shouting out like this, shutting down Scottish voices is not the way to go. Mr. Speaker, end the democratic deficit and give the people back control. An election is coming, and the SNP will assure that post the suspension period, when no deal is off the table, that the people of Scotland will have the opportunity to choose their future, to choose to be citizens who want to be part of Europe, to choose to live in a country that is outward-looking and welcoming, to choose to live in an independent Scotland focused on opportunity and fairness, free of broken Brexit Britain. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is warned. His days in office are numbered.
5,000. Sir Alan Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, I had no intention a few moments ago of speaking in this debate, but I would just like to say three things which I hope the House will take on board. The first is to appreciate the constitutional catastrophic significance of the Fixed-Term Parliaments Act. I tried in a 10-minute rule bill to repeal it in 2015, and we all understand why it came into being. It was to be the glue in the coalition government after the election of 2010. But it should have had a sunset clause. And the effect of this act is now to trammel this government and our Prime Minister in a very, very Kafkaesque trap, that he's finding it very difficult to govern, but is unable to call a general election. And I very much hope that the first act, probably of the next Parliament, will be to abolish the Fixed-Term Parliaments Act. The second point is this. It's just to issue a word of caution about the danger that comes with mixing up the difficult and complicated, unresolved issue of Brexit with a potential general election. A general election is, by its very nature, general. We are all up for grabs. and all policies in a manifesto are also there for debate. But this has been, Brexit, the most divisive, poisonous, difficult issue of our life. And if we go into a general election with an unresolved Brexit, there is no way that a clear answer on Brexit can be said to emerge from that process. And quite possibly, because of the nature of Brexit and the way that it is pushing our entire post-Victorian party system into near collapse, and we may have four-way competitions in almost every constituency, we may find that it doesn't actually resolve the problem of government either. So I would ask this House to appreciate that we are in a dreadful bind, and that the binary politics of largely Labour and Conservative may be behind us, if not forever, at least for a very, very long time. And the third point is this. I've told my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, that despite some of our past differences, although we work together very closely in the Foreign Office, I will stick by the government. But I very much regret, and it's very painful, that 21 of the most decent members of Parliament, who I very much regard as kindred spirits, have lost the whip. And I would just ask the House to sort of imagine the scene. A slightly grotty Victorian building that passes as the headquarters of the local Conservative Association. Portraits on the wall of Disraeli, Churchill, Thatcher, then perhaps a couple of blank spaces. And the chairman is there and the phone rings. And someone says, look, I'm a bloke from number 10, you've never heard of me, but I'm afraid your MP has been sacked. You must strike him off all the records, or her. You cannot talk to them now, and we're going to re-select someone straight away. The only response a self-respecting chair can give is, can I thank you very much for your call, young man. Now bugger off. So we must appreciate that still the constituency is an essential unit of our democracy. It is the building block which makes this House what it is. And there may, of course, be party rules, but we should be very careful about letting party rules be superseded by the control at the centre. So I very much hope that although many of the 21 will be standing down and it matters less to them, one second, it is not the case for some whose career should rightfully be ahead of them. So I very much hope that my right honourable friend and our party system, through our chairman, can appreciate that a route should be found back for those who wish to stand again, and that all immediate selections for an alternative candidate should be suspended so that it can be known that they have a chance. So, no, I'm not going to wait to anybody. So, Mr. Speaker, no. So, Mr. Speaker, those are the 3 points that I simply want to make. And I hope that as this House goes through what is a very difficult and painful process as we approach the election, that when it is recomposed after that election, we can appreciate the importance of legislation in this House and pay it proper attention so that members of Parliament can see that making law is probably their most important role as members of Parliament, and that political combat should take a second place. And if we do that, we then, I hope, will never again have the folly of the Fixed-Term Parliament Act.
Oh, very well. Point of order, Mr. Paul Scully.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I fear that my right honourable friend might have inadvertently misled the House in terms of the fact that actually every single member
of this party that has lost the whip is still a member of the Conservative Party, unless they have chosen to cross the floor. And so the situation that he's described is not actually the case. And actually, I think it's important. So therefore, it's important to actually realise that the discussion that we're having is that we need to be in the place that we should be talking about.
Well done. Well done. I don't wish to be unkind to the honourable gentleman because I recognise that he feels that he's got a serious point. But it's not a matter for the chair, and the right honourable gentleman member for Rutland and Melton has, if I may say so, made a speech whose meaning is perfectly clear. So if the honourable gentleman wants to disagree with him, he can do so elsewhere. But it's not a matter that requires my adjudication. I was absolutely clear what the right honourable gentleman was saying, and I don't think the House feels misled, if I may very politely say so. Jay Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is a delight to follow the right honourable member for Rutland and Melton, who I think made a thoughtful contribution to this debate in what is an important time for Parliament, and may I say in some stark contrast to the beginning of this debate, which I'm afraid I do not believe was a very edifying spectacle for our constituents who are watching this and who are, many of them, worried about what is happening in our country right now. The braying, the bluster, Britain deserves better. I also want to commend the Right Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye for the brave decision that she took at the weekend. We are in exceptional times, and in the face of a Prime Minister who is prepared not only to shut out of his party more than 20 individuals who have given it great service, he is prepared to shut down Parliament, potentially flout the rule of law, and inflict on the British public the consequences of no deal as outlined in the Yellowhammer report. I think it is time that others in the Conservative Party also examine their consciences about what they can do and the role that they are playing in all of this. The Prime Minister, in his speech, goaded those of us on the opposition benches who disagree with his dash for an election, and he said it is because we are afraid that he will win. Well, I'd say to the Prime Minister, people in this country are afraid. They are afraid of a no-deal Brexit. They are afraid of a no-deal Brexit that his own government analysis, that he is trying to keep secret even in the face of this House voting for it to be published, says that there will be food shortages of fresh food and prices will rise, that there will be delays and disruption to fuel supplies in the southeast, and that there will be severe extended delays for medical supplies. So it is no wonder that people are afraid, and he should treat this matter with more seriousness.
Would she give way?
I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Would she agree with me that instead of the government spending £100 million of taxpayers' money on propaganda, they should disclose a Yellowhammer and spend £100 million promulgating that to educate the public about the horror that faces us if we have a no deal?
Well, it's very clear that the government should release that report, and they have been instructed to do so by this House. I want to scotch the myth that he is putting about that a no-deal Brexit is in some way an end to this whole Brexit issue. As indeed Leo Varadkar made clear today, that would be a case of being back to the negotiating table, that a no-deal Brexit is just the beginning of many further years of negotiations. If people really want an end to this Brexit mire, the way to do that is to stop Brexit. I'll give way.
The Guardian, of which I'm an avid reader, says that the Lib Dems are poised to back revoking of Article 50 entirely. Is that correct?
I mean, the honourable gentleman cannot be surprised that the Liberal Democrats are a party that wishes to stop Brexit. And in a general election where we will stand to secure a Liberal Democrat majority, such a Liberal Democrat majority government would indeed revoke Article 50. I do not think he should be surprised by that position. Perhaps he should pay more attention. But this government and this Prime Minister have no mandate for a no-deal Brexit that they are trying to force on the British people. It is clear also from the resignations of the right honourable members, both for Orpington and Hastings and Rye, that he has no plans for securing a Brexit deal. He is not entering into this in any spirit of seriousness, and I think that the speech by the honourable member for Stafford made this point exceptionally well. Because how does the Prime Minister seriously think that with the previous occupant of that role having tried to negotiate a deal over the course of 3 years, that he and he alone can achieve in 4 weeks what she failed to do, and he can fight a general election at the same time? What arrogance! If he were serious about getting a deal, he would be negotiating hard in Brussels, not running away from the responsibility of the job that he now holds, that he said he wanted for such a long time. Now, the Right Honourable Member for Rutland and Melton, I think, made the excellent point that a general election cannot be guaranteed to resolve this issue one way or the other. The best way to do this is to hold a people's vote on the Brexit deal. That is the best way to resolve this crisis. To give people that choice of no deal, or to give people the choice of the Brexit deal that has been negotiated, or to remain in the European Union. I do not believe there is a majority for any specific type of Brexit in this country, and we could determine whether that were the case or not in a people's vote. The Liberal Democrats are crystal clear. We want to stop Brexit. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman for Cheltenham.
Very grateful to the honourable lady for giving way. The honourable lady says that she wants a second referendum, but the problem for the British people will be this. If the answer she gets is one that she doesn't agree with, the stated position of the Liberal Democrats is simply to ignore it. That's not democracy.
I think he might do well to pay rather more attention to his constituents in Cheltenham and what they would like to see happen. But can I say an answer to his point? Of course, I want us, Liberal Democrats want us to stay in the European Union. Of course we want that to happen. And we want people to have the choice to choose that option in a people's vote. We have argued for...
Order. There were points of order earlier in our proceedings about conduct that was very intimidating for members and in some cases members' families. I know that there are inflamed passions, but I just ask members to consider this. The Honourable Lady is trying to deliver a speech and doing so with a customary eloquence and fluency. No, with her customary eloquence and fluency. She shouldn't be shouted down, and she won't be. Stop it. Jo Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that others in the House would like the Liberal Democrats to be silenced, and that will not happen on my watch, because we are crystal clear on Brexit. We want to stop Brexit, and that's why thousands of people across the country are joining the Liberal Democrats, including MPs from both the Labour and the Conservative parties. Now, whether it's votes in this House or ministerial colleagues, the Prime Minister is making a habit of losing. And although I believe that a people's vote is the best route to resolve this, I say to the Prime Minister, he can have his general election as soon as he secures an extension. Because otherwise, we risk the scenario where there is a general election where we might crash out of the European Union without a deal, either during or in the immediate aftermath of such an election, and with Parliament not sitting at those crucial moments, it would be the height of irresponsibility to dissolve Parliament at that time. Any general election must be undertaken in a period of calm, with an orderly approach, not in a period of national crisis. The Prime Minister is playing at this. In his speech tonight, he made it sound like this was sport, like this was a game. This is not a student debating society. This is about the national interest, about being sure that we avoid the risk of a no-deal Brexit, and that's why we will vote down his motion tonight.
Andrew Selous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In normal circumstances, parliamentary democracy serves our country well. But in the last 2 and a bit years, I have been ashamed of the behaviour of this Parliament. A Parliament in which academic analysis referred to by the House of Commons Library points out that 409 out of the 650 constituencies had Leave majorities, and that was on an 80% turnout, far higher than any turnout that we are elected on at a general election. So over the last 2 and a bit years, we have a Parliament that thinks it knows better than the public this Parliament explicitly gave the decision to. We have a Parliament that thinks it is acceptable to use representative democracy to defeat direct democracy. A direct democracy explicitly agreed and voted for by this Parliament. We have a Parliament that has totally failed to work across party lines to find an acceptable way forward. And we have a Parliament that is very good at saying no, but is bereft of ideas to come up with anything better. And we also have a Parliament where an increasing number of MPs were elected with often significant majorities for one party, who then declare for another without any agreement from their constituents. So if we value our democracy and everyone who took part in the referendum, we must honour the result and everyone who voted, all of whom were told that the result would be respected. And democracy requires that the losers accept the result. So we should honour the referendum by returning powers over our money, laws, borders and trade in a way that is orderly and supports jobs. And I want to see our negotiations turbocharged. We need a government with a mandate and a new Parliament that will actually vote for something for a change, a new Parliament that will work in the national interest for a good deal that respects the referendum result.
George Howarth.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman for South West Bedfordshire. And I find it a little strange that he criticises the House for not working on a cross-party basis. That is why we are here tonight. That is why so many of the parties in this House of Commons are going to oppose the government's motion. I think what he means is he wants cross-party working, so long as the cross-parties work with him rather than between themselves. Mr. Speaker, in my time in this House, I've seen 7 Prime Ministers come and go. We are now on the 8th.
The last few years.
I had enormous differences with many of them, but in every case up until now, I've always accepted that they acted in good faith and what they perceived to be the national interest. Before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, I should point out that what I'm about to say breaks 2 rules that I've set myself during this time in the House, my time in the House. The first one is to try to play the ball, or rather than the man or woman, and the second is never to take issue with the chair. I'm not about to break the second one, Mr. Speaker, but I will comment. On the role of the chair, Mr. Speaker, all of the speakers I've served under, I think that you're the 4th, have always upheld the rights and privileges of members of this House, which you have done as well. And they've always behaved to uphold the constitution of our country and the rules and so on of this House, and they've all done it in their own distinctive way. I want to pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, to the way you've conducted yourself. You have stood up for the rights of this House, and often in the face of criticism from sometimes, usually on the government benches, you've shown great courage in carrying out your responsibilities, and I pay tribute to you. The second rule, which I am about to break, brings me to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip. He is, as everybody would agree, often entertaining. He does have, as I know from some experience with him, an enormous amount of stamina. But political leaders need to have three additional qualities. First, it's essential that they exercise good judgment. Secondly, they need to be trusted to follow a course of action that they genuinely believe is in the best interests of our country, even in circumstances when it might not be universally popular to do so. And thirdly, and I find this the most troubling part of the Prime Minister's speech tonight, they need to be absolutely clear that on no occasion would they contemplate breaking the law of the land. As sadly has been demonstrated in his short time as Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Gentleman has shown neither good judgment or any sense that he's willing to put what is in the best for our country ahead of his own personal ambition. Now, Mr. Speaker, in normal times, the logic of the case I've just made would be that I would support the motion before us today. But these are not normal times. The Prime Minister cannot be trusted to use the vacuum created by a general election to thwart the will of this House. If he's serious about coming up with a deal that will suit all of the concerns that we have, why are we in this House this time of night debating whether or not to hold a general election? Why isn't he in Brussels trying to get a deal? Why isn't he putting the interests of this country above his own political ambition? Let me be as clear as I can, Mr. Speaker. I desperately want a general election because the people of Knowsley deserve better than this squalid, mean and incompetent government. But to shut down Parliament for a general election at this critical point in our history would require us to trust that the Prime Minister would behave honourably. Mr. Speaker, I cannot take that on trust. I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker, with some words that the House will be familiar with, and those words are, "Cometh the hour, cometh the man." Well, Mr. Speaker, the hour has come, but certainly not the man.
Mr. Kevin Hollingray.
Pleasure to be called in this debate and to follow the honourable gentleman for Knowsley. I have lost count of the number of times in my travels through the beautiful constituency of Thirsk and Malton when I've been approached by people saying, "What on earth are you lot doing down there? Why can't you simply just sort it out together?" But the reality is there are three reasons why we can't. Number one, of course, there are an awful lot of Remain MPs in this Parliament. And I speak as a Remain Member of Parliament. I voted to remain. If there was another referendum, I would vote to remain again. But I do not advocate a referendum. I've had my fill of referendums. I also voted in this place to give the people a vote to decide whether we stay or we leave. But nevertheless, if people are straightforward, when push comes to shove, there are a number of MPs in this place who do want a second referendum, whatever they might say.
The second reason, of course, is party politics. And the Leader of the Opposition, of course, is the worst culprit for this. He claims now that to leave the European Union with a wrong deal would be catastrophic, despite the fact, for decades, he's campaigned to leave the European Union on any terms possible. And the reality is, of course, that when a deal came back before this House, a deal that was a fair deal in my view by the previous Prime Minister, 90% of the colleagues on this side of the House voted to pass that deal. Only 2% of members opposite voted for that deal. 5 members of Parliament. Too much party politics got in the way of a sensible deal. And the final point is, I think it is in terms of Brexit perfection, because there are 10% of the colleagues on this side of the House, for whatever reason, either the deal was too hot or too cold, we did not vote for that deal. It was not seen as the Goldilocks deal. Some people said it wasn't Brexit. Some people said, of course, that people voted for a completely clean break. But the reality is the Vote Leave campaign quite clearly said in their manifesto, when we leave the European Union, there is a European free trade zone that stretches from Iceland to the borders of Russia, and when we leave, we will be part of it. So it is quite reasonable that people would expect when we leave there would be a deal. And that's why the Prime Minister put her red lines, set out her red lines, and brought back the deal she did, which I think did respect the terms, the promises that were made prior to that referendum. So the question being then, to settle this issue, the members opposite are often asking for a people's vote. Surely now is the right time for a people's vote, because it can put. Happy to give away to my honourable friend.
As always, we're making a brilliant point. And the only sadness about proroguing is that we won't be having the Treasury Select Committee elections very soon, of course. Can I say, my friend, is it not confusing for the public that many of them are opening their doors and finding on their doormat a Labour leaflet that says on it, we want a general election and we want it now?
Really?
Isn't that confusing for the public?
Really? And letters.
It is very confusing. And I too regret that we're not here on Wednesday to go through that final election process for the Treasury Select Committee. But nevertheless, surely now is the perfect time, because yes, the members opposite, if they're right, if the public doesn't want a deal or no deal, surely they'll vote in their favour. And they'll return a coalition government or a government that then can take their way forward. But if they also feel they do want to move down the track of deal or no deal, surely they'll vote for this side of the House, for the Conservative policy of delivering Brexit on the 31st of October of this year. Surely now is the right time to trust the people to make that choice. Is it not simply political advantage that's getting in the way of that situation? Now there is an imperative now, by keeping that deadline, the 31st of October, 2 imperatives. One is getting the deal with the European Union, the fact that there is that deadline in time of the 31st of October, but also an imperative in this House. At that point in time, when that deal comes back, which I believe the Prime Minister can deliver, that deal comes back to this House, members across this House will have a choice, either to vote for a deal or to vote for no deal, and then surely they'll choose a deal and we leave on the 31st of October.
Phil Wilson.
Speaker, first of all, can I just say that I'm sorry to see you go up, because I know you've actually stood up for backbenchers in the last 10 years, and that you've been a great respecter of the Chamber, and it's just to wish you and your family all the best for the future. I don't intend to speak very long, but suffice to say that I actually agree with the Prime Minister. He uses the same language I do when he says, put it to the people. He's considered that the people should be engaged in a final say, so let them have the final say in a confirmatory ballot on the issue of Brexit in a people's vote. Mr. Speaker, it is wrong to conflate Brexit, which is a decision for a generation, with a general election campaign, which is meant to decide a programme of government for a maximum of 5 years. I think the Prime Minister knows that. I'm not going to give way, I'm not going to speak for very long. But I also think he's been found out. It's about 8 weeks to October the 31st, but the Prime Minister wants us to take the next 4 or 5 weeks up with electioneering rather than going to look for a deal. So I have some words of advice for the Prime Minister. Go to Brussels and start negotiating. Bring back a deal you have promised this country, and put it to this House. I'll help facilitate its passage through Parliament as long as it's put back to the British people for them to decide whether they want to go ahead with it or stay within the EU in a confirmatory ballot. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost the father of the House, Winston Churchill's grandson, his own brother, and I understand in the last few days the Duke of Wellington has left the Conservative Party. The Prime Minister has actually met his Waterloo. But it's a Conservative Party now that can change its mind on no deal, but refuses to allow the British people to do the same on Brexit. It needs to have a final say on Brexit on the issue. And after 3.5 years, the will of the people on the generational decision of Brexit have the right to be asked again in the light of the fact this government is hell-bent on moving towards the EU exit door without a deal. The government will say it will be a betrayal of Brexit and of the British people if we do not deliver on Brexit. I'll tell you what is a betrayal of trust. It's leaving the EU without a deal and not telling the British people that it isn't a clean break. But like any Brexit deal, but even more so in the event of no deal, it will lead to years of uncertainty, economic wars for the majority of the people in this country, including unemployment. But of course, the main pursuers of Brexit are the ones who won't be losing the jobs. We need to resolve Brexit with the confirmation of the British people. That's how it began in 2016, and that's how it should be brought to a conclusion. The people have the right to compare the facts today with what was promised to them 3.5 years ago. Brexit started with the people and it should end with the people. Prime Minister, resolve Brexit first, then let's have a general election. I won't be supporting the motion tonight.
Mr. William Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fundamental question which faces us today about whether or not we should have an early parliamentary election is really the same question that we've been debating now for many, many years, and particularly the last 3 years, in relation to the referendum result. And the question is, who governs this country? That is the key question. That is the issue which is before us tonight. And I have to say that with the greatest concern that the Labour Party, the opposition, have taken the view that they should run away from the very question that they know they will not be able to answer unless they win the general election. And they also know that they are not going to win that general election on all the present estimates. That is the real reason why they will not answer the question, who governs this country? That is the real reason why they will not, apparently, I assume tonight, vote in accordance with the answer to the question, who governs this country, to give us a general election. And the other point, of course, is that the Leader of the Opposition kept on saying that he would only allow a general election if the bill which is being given royal assent today was passed. And of course that bill has been passed, but ironically it still hasn't answered the question which I posed at the beginning about the law of the land and who governs this country, because there is nothing in this bill to actually repeal Section 1 of the Withdrawal Act itself, which says, as the law of the land, that October the 31st is exit day, as we speak in this debate, and that the Section 1 also says that the European Communities Act 1972 is repealed. And furthermore, the commencement order has already been made. There is nothing in that bill with which anybody can properly accuse the Prime Minister of not complying with the rule of law, because the rule of law is the 31st of October. That is the law of the land, and there is nothing in this bill that says otherwise. So very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I simply say this. This is a dereliction of duty by the party opposite. They are refusing to allow the British people to decide who governs this country, and they are running away from the fact that under the European Communities Act 1972 and the European Union, we are governed by majority vote by the other countries of the European Union, and that is the way in which they are themselves letting down the very people they represent. And in those Leave constituencies on the other side of the House, there are people who know very well what is happening, and they are not interested, increasingly according to the opinion polls, in supporting the Labour Party because they are running away. They are running away from the one central question: who governs Britain, and the democracy that lies behind it. Give the people the freedom. Give the people the freedom to enable them to be able to decide instead of the rabble on the other side.
Ivan Lewis.
Mr. Speaker, in its handling of Brexit, this House has lost the respect of the country and made us a laughingstock around the world. Prolonged uncertainty, as much as no deal, can tip us into recession with disastrous consequences for jobs and for living standards. I hear high-minded speeches about protecting the Constitution and the propriety expected of government, and I accept there are a small number of members who are vehemently opposed to no deal, but would support Brexit with a fair deal. I also regret the fact that the government decided to prorogue this House, which was unnecessary as it was undesirable. But, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority on the opposition benches, when they claim support for an affirmative referendum and/or opposition to no deal, are determined to overturn the result of the referendum. They have displayed an increasing contempt for our duty as Democrats to respect and implement the result. They lecture others about democracy, accountability and our national interest, yet they are hell-bent on frustrating the will of the majority of the people as expressed in that referendum. And, Mr. Speaker, they should be honest. It is their objective to thwart Brexit in whatever the circumstances. Whatever the deal is put to this House, there are many, many people who will vote against it because they want to thwart the will of the people in terms of that referendum result. And it is many of the so-called progressives in this House who are fuelling right-wing extremism by showing contempt for the result, and the majority voted to leave. We asked the people and they gave us their decision to leave the European Union. I say that, Mr. Speaker, as a Remainer. One cannot be a selective Democrat who only respects democracy when it delivers your preferred result. And this goes to the root of the Leader of the Opposition's position tonight. He demands an election time and time again. But now, given the opportunity, he vetoes an election. Not because of the national interest or stopping no deal, but he knows he would lose that election. Not because of the vast majority of the values of decent Labour MPs and many Labour Party members, but because as a lifelong Eurosceptic, leading a party of Remainers, he's been caught out trying to have it both ways on Brexit time and time again. Because he does not have the leadership skills required at a time of so many challenges facing our country, and because his leadership has led to the party of anti-racism and equality becoming the party of institutionalised anti-Semitism. So much so, Mr. Speaker, that a majority of Jews in this country feel they would not be safe in the event of him becoming Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this House cannot stand up for the public interest or break its stalemate for over 3 years. Therefore, the national interest demands a general election. Then maybe, Mr. Speaker, a new House will be able to show the leadership that this country needs and it deserves. And it deserves to begin the process of rebuilding trust in this place and healing the scars of division in our society. And I hear some of my honourable friends saying, what about a by-election? Because that's what the momentum types in my constituency keep saying. I'm running away from the electorate by not having a by-election now I'm an independent. I'm voting for a general election tonight. I'm willing to face the people in my constituency, unlike too many of the people on these benches. And finally, Mr. Speaker, there were many tributes paid today, quite rightly, Mr. Speaker, to the way you have presided over this House. And I would like to add to that the work that you did for children with speech and language difficulties, which changed the lives of many families. But when I heard the speeches earlier, and they talked about how proud they were of this House of Commons, they're not living in the real world. My voters, my constituents, are not proud of this House of Commons. They think we've entirely lost the plot, Mr. Speaker. So the time has come for people to be honest with the British people. And that honesty means that we need to respect the result of that referendum. Otherwise, the alternative will be to fuel right-wing populism like we've never seen in the history of this country.
Mr. Speaker, nobody can argue that tonight we are not facing an impasse that affects not just the question of our relationship with Europe, but the very constitution of our country. And so the question of a people's vote, sadly I find, is not an answer. Because this question is not just one question, it is every question. The only way to answer it is to ask the British people. Ask them, who do they want as their advocates in this House? Who do they want speaking for them, not just on one issue, but on every issue? The question, Mr. Speaker, is who will stand up for the British people, will call an election, and will ask them who governs Britain.
Mike Gapes, I've never known a situation in which Mr. Gapes can't be heard. If there's some private spat taking place, it should take place outside of the chamber, not in it. Very unsatisfactory. Mr. Mike Gapes.
Mr. Speaker, firstly, can I pay tribute to you and what you have done to stand up for representative parliamentary democracy against an arrogant and overbearing executive. I don't have long. I want to make 2 points. Firstly, there is an old adage, neither Washington nor Moscow. And I say neither Uxbridge nor Islington. Yes. In this time of national crisis, this country is in a very dangerous place. And it is time that all the moderate Social Democrats and One Nation Conservatives and Liberals came together to stop the extremism which is going to damage our country for decades to come. We have to stop this process. And the best way is to recognise a general election will not resolve it, as the member for Rutland made clear. What we have to do is put the issue back to the people. As the member, others have said, we need a people's vote, which is a choice, an informed choice. We should pause this process, stop the no-deal Brexit, defend the people in Ireland and in Gibraltar, and...
The question is, thank you, the question is that there shall be an early parliamentary general election. As many as are that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the country, no. Division! Clear the lobby. The question is that there shall be an early parliamentary general election. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the country, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Ian Stewart and Stuart Andrew. Tellers for the noes. Well, in shorthand, a Brake and a Lake. Tom Brake and Ben Lake. Right. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 293. The noes to the left, 46.
That's less than last time.
Yeah.
For us, not for you.
The ayes to the right, 293. The noes to the left, 46. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. However, I say by way of explanation, for those who observe our proceedings, and the nods suggest they're well ahead of me, which I would expect, the majority does not satisfy the requirements of the Fixed-Term Parliaments Act for the purpose of engendering the election that some seek. I am simply the messenger, and I've reported the facts, and I'm glad that the matter is of interest to those who are looking upstairs, and thank you very much indeed. Order. Point of order, the Prime Minister. Unlock. Point of order, the Prime Minister.
I earlier urged the House to trust the people, but once again the opposition think they know better. They want the British Prime Minister to go to a vital negotiation without the power to walk away. They want to delay Brexit yet again without further reference to those who voted for it, handing over to Brussels an extra £250 million a week for no purpose, enough to upgrade more than 5 hospitals or train 5,000 new nurses. And most egregiously of all, not only have they refused to choose the way ahead, they have now twice denied the British people their say in an election. The House cannot choose. It will not let anyone else choose, Mr. Speaker. It resolves only to be irresolute, decides only to be undecided, determined to dither adamant for drift, and so now the House will move to adjourn and resume the state opening and the Queen's speech on October the 14th. And I hope the opposition will use that time to reflect. Meanwhile, this government will press on with negotiating a deal. While preparing to leave without one. And I will go to that crucial summit in Brussels on October the 17th. And no matter how many devices this Parliament invents to tie my hands, I will strive, Mr. Speaker, to get an agreement in the national interest. This government will not delay Brexit any further. We will not allow the emphatic verdict of the referendum to be slowly suffocated by further calculated drift and paralysis. And while the opposition run from their duty to answer to those who put us here, they cannot hide forever. The moment will come when the people will finally get their chance to deliver their verdict, Mr. Speaker, on how faithfully this House executed their wishes, and I am determined that they will see that it was this government that was on their side.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker. I think we've had quite enough of the playground politics of the Conservative Party this evening. The one thing the Prime Minister didn't say was that he was going to obey the law of this country. He did not say he acknowledged or accepted 3 votes that have taken place in this Parliament. And under his request, the House is now due, apparently, this evening to be prorogued for one of the longest prorogations in history, simply in order to avoid any questioning of what he is doing or not doing, simply to avoid discussion about Yellowhammer, particularly to avoid any discussion about the proposals he has or hasn't or do or don't exist that have been put to the European Union. Mr. Speaker, this government is a disgrace, and the way the Prime Minister operates is a disgrace.
Be quiet. Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, I hope the Prime Minister will reflect on the issue of prorogation and shutting down Parliament to avoid a government being held to account, because that is exactly what he has done today and proposes to do to this country.
Point of order, Ian Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should perhaps congratulate the Prime Minister, because at least he's been consistent. He's lost every vote he's brought to this House since he became Prime Minister. But perhaps that's the reason. Perhaps that's the reason, Mr. Speaker, that he's trying to shut down democracy this evening. The message that must go to the Prime Minister is, well, he can run for the next few weeks, but we'll be back here in the middle of October. He is the Prime Minister of a minority government, and he's been given an instruction that he's to go to Brussels and get an extension. Once that extension has been delivered, we will have an election and Boris will be swept from government. The people of Scotland will get their say, and I look forward to us securing our future as an independent Scottish government, away from the clutches of a Tory Brexit Britain, an isolationist Britain, taking us away from our partners and friends in the European Union.
Thank you. Sir Edward Davey, point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. This is a sad day, actually, for our democracy. We are seeing this Parliament shut down, Mr. Speaker, because the Prime Minister is running away from accountability, from scrutiny. A Prime Minister who said that he's not prepared to abide by the rule of law is running away from this Parliament. I offer the Prime Minister a way out. The Liberal Democrats offer the Prime Minister a way out. Put it to the people in a people's vote.
Yes, it's called a general election.
Thank you. Point of order, Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if you can advise me how I can put on record the views of my constituents. This evening, I was due to present a petition to this House forthcoming from thousands of my constituents who wish Parliament not to be prorogued. Due to the procedures, the voices of my constituents will be silenced this evening and the petition will not be placed. Could you advise me on the actions that I can now take?
There are two actions that can be taken. One is to speak on the floor of the chamber, which is what the Honourable Lady has just done, and to that extent she's found her own salvation. And the second course of action open to the Honourable Lady is to deposit the petition in the bag. And I've got a feeling that, with the fleetness of foot that will be admired in all parts of the House, that is the action that the Honourable Lady will now take. It may be a second best so far as she is concerned, but as I say, she has found a means by which to give expression to the concerns of her constituents. Point of order, Liz Saville-Roberts.
34 days during which all the checks and balances and gears of parliamentary democracy have been deliberately stalled, when the government teeters between avoiding and evading the law. This is neither normal nor honourable. We desperately need a new politics of citizens' conventions in every nation, of truth and conciliation in an informed referendum. with Article 50 revoked, if necessary, to allow this to happen. Now, I know I can't ask you to resolve this, in all honesty, but I think the time is fast approaching when we'll have to do exactly that.
Thank you. Point of order, Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The events of tonight, I think, have shown so clearly that our political system is broken. It is wrong that a Prime Minister can suspend Parliament as a mere inconvenience simply to avoid scrutiny. It is wrong that he can cynically try to use the proposal for a general election as a way of getting us to crash out of the EU while we're in the middle of a general election campaign. We cannot continue with this uncodified constitution that depends on people playing by the rules when we have a feral government that not only is not playing by the rules but isn't even going to abide by the law. We urgently need a written constitution, a citizens' convention to inform it. No one voted for less democracy. We should design our constitutional settlement so that such a cynical power grab can never be allowed to happen again.
Thank you. Point of order, Luke Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I seek your guidance because I think many of our constituents will be confused tonight. They will be confused because a Labour Party that has asked for a general election for 2 years turned it down. A Liberal Democratic Party that is acting anything but democratic. And an SNP party that is so arrogant it says it speaks for all of Scotland when no one party speaks for all of Scotland. Tonight we put a lot of people in this house have put our faith. You say about shouting people down, but you're happy to shout me down. I think not. Mr. Speaker, when we come back, a lot of people have put faith in my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, to come back with a new deal. There are concerns about time. In the time that you have left, Mr. Speaker, can you assure the House that additional time will be made for debate when we come back? If that means late-night sittings, if that means weekend sittings, we shall have it, because we need to debate a new rule, and hopefully you will help facilitate that.
I will come to the right honourable gentleman. The House is in charge of its own procedures. I note the opinion that the honourable gentleman holds. It will be shared by many of his colleagues, I'm sure, but not by others. And as I say, the House is in command of its own procedures. We don't have executive control of the House. The House can do as it wishes in these matters, and his opinion on this subject will have been heard. Point of order, Mr. Mark Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've not served in this House for as long as you. But I do recall around a decade ago that the Lisbon Treaty was rammed through this House without a referendum. That caused such ill feeling among the people of the United Kingdom that in a way that no one could have predicted at the time, within 7 years the people of this country voted to leave the European Union. My point is that the people who rammed the treaty through at the time thought they were being very clever. History proved them wrong. The people on the other side of the House who think they have been very clever tonight by resisting a general election cannot hide forever from the judgment of the people. They should ask not for whom the bell tolls, because eventually, Mr. Speaker, it tolls for them.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. Point of order, Brendan O'Hara.
On a point of order, could you advise me
how I registered my anger and deep frustration at the outrageous and profoundly undemocratic suspension of this Parliament this evening. With barely 7 weeks before the UK is due to leave the European Union, my Argyll and Bute constituents are deeply worried, understandably so, that this government, as the right honourable member for Hastings and Rye said at the weekend, have no interest in securing a deal, and rather they are hell-bent on pursuing a catastrophic policy of no deal. Along with every other part of Scotland, my Argyll and Bute constituency voted overwhelmingly to remain, and will have profound and devastating effects on our tourism, our farming and our fishing industries. Mr. Speaker, surely the least that my Argyll and Bute constituents could expect is that the Member of Parliament is able to represent them in this chamber at this most critical moment.
Fantastic. Thank you. The honourable gentleman began his attempted point of order by inquiring how he could register his anger. He has, of course, now done so. It's on the record. It will be reproduced in the official report, and something tells me that his observations in the official report will shortly be winging their way towards the local media in the honourable gentleman's constituency. If there are no further points of order... Oh, very well. Point of order, Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Scotland voted overwhelmingly to remain in the EU. And what they have...
62%.
And I seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker, because tonight, not only have they been ignored, their views have been dismissed with utter contempt. And I ask you, Mr. Speaker, what outlet the people of Scotland can have until they have... so that they can express their view about their constitutional future as being part of this moribund, and corrupt union that has been exemplified tonight.
The time when the honourable lady's constituents and more widely the electorate of Scotland might be in a position to register their views in the way she suggests could well be not long from now. No set of points of order would be complete without the product of the lucubrations of the honourable gentleman. Point of order, Mr. Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if you could advise me on process for what is supposed to be the mother of Parliament. Non-sober members opposite should maybe wished a wee bit. What I would ask, Mr. Speaker, in terms of especially those who can't hot their drink, Mr. Speaker, is if the government does not meet the obligations of a vote of the House in the next few weeks, what is open not only to members who have overwhelmingly rejected the government's position, not only in terms of a general election at this time, but more importantly of implementing the majority of members' decisions in terms of a no-deal Brexit, what is open to you as the chair of this House to assure not only myself but my constituents that a government which does not listen to the so-called sovereign Parliament is therefore undermining fundamental... The honourable member should maybe wish a wee minute. I've told him once, I'll not tell him again. The fact that he's not even be able to take a chair and is sitting in the flare says more about him than any other member in this House. If the government will not implement the law of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Ask Sasha about it.
What is open to you, Mr. Speaker, and the House to make sure that they do?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. At this stage, it's a hypothetical question because one would need to look at the specifics. But what I would say to the honourable gentleman is that if there is a dispute as to what a law means, or what compliance with it looks like, that is ultimately justiciable, and therefore it is to be expected that it would be the subject of a court ruling. These are not uncommon matters, though it would be a very high-profile situation in the circumstances with which we're dealing. But it does seem to me that members should reflect upon these matters and think about their options and the attitude of their colleagues in the cool light of day. That is not necessarily best achieved by a furious focus at 12:51 in the morning. And point of order, Kirsty Blackman.
Speaker, during the course of this process, the European Statutory Instruments Sifting Committee was set up in order to sift those statutory instruments that were required in the event of a Brexit happening. In advance of the 29th of March, the government brought forward a number of these no-deal SIs in order that they said that the UK would be prepared for a no-deal Brexit. The European Statutory Instruments Sifting Committee has sifted 240 of these statutory instruments that have come forward to it as negative instruments. There have been 580 in total. I've discovered today, Mr Speaker, that the government intends to bring forward 10 of these statutory instruments as made affirmative statutory instruments in order to ensure that we are prepared for a no-deal exit. Mr Speaker, I'm a bit confused as to why the government did not bring these forward in advance of the 29th of March, if no-deal Brexit was supposed to happen on that date, or the second date that no-deal Brexit was supposed to happen, or in fact at any time before this prorogation happened, so that the EU Statutory Instruments Sifting Committee could sift them as appropriate, and so the House would have the opportunity to have its say on whether or not these were appropriate statutory instruments to go through. Is there any recourse that we can have, given that prorogation is about to happen, and these instruments will be made without the say-so of the House?
I'm not privy to the government's thoughts on these matters. It would be perfectly open for a member of the executive branch to respond to the honourable lady if he or she so wished, but I don't detect a notable enthusiasm. I'm not aware, looking at him now and his body language, that the Leader of the House is about to uncoil. And if he were to do so, doubtless he would give a response. But he's not doing so. So although it is a matter of very considerable importance to the honourable lady, it's not something in relation to which I can offer her help now. I suggest that she takes it up in view of the important position in her party she holds with the Leader of the House, whom I've always found, I must say, in every dealing, a most courteous and agreeable individual. And I'm sure that he would be more than content to discuss this matter with her, either over a cup of English breakfast tea or conceivably something stronger. Here we go. Point of order, Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite said that he would vote for a general election tonight if royal assent was passed. But today he said that he will not because he wants to prevent no deal. Can you confirm, Mr. Speaker, that actually, if an election had been held on the 15th of October, there would have been plenty of time, had the Right Honourable Gentleman won the election, to have prevented no deal, and in actual fact, there must be another reason for him running scared.
Confirm anything of the sort. The expression "plenty of time," is an evaluative statement. It is obviously a view that she holds, and she's entitled to it. But I certainly can't confirm anything of the sort. I think essentially the honourable lady is accusing the Leader of the Opposition of tergiversation. I mean, it's not a new charge. Tergiversation. Yes, it's not a new charge. It's a charge that's been levelled many times over the centuries. No, I don't need anything further. No, nothing further required. That's the charge. No. That's the charge she's levelling. But, it's not a fatal charge. It's not a fatal charge. And it has to be said. Not only is it not a fatal charge, it's not a novel concept or without precedent in the history of our politics. And we'll leave it there. Point of order, Stephen Gethins.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has previously intimated that there may be a number of solutions and new negotiations ahead of the next European Council. Now, members on his own side might say that he's being disingenuous. No. If we are prorogued, what opportunity does this House have to consider them before the next European Council?
The House is scheduled to return on the 14th of October, and the honourable gentleman knows for what purpose we will resume, for the gracious address and the opening of the new session. But the House and its members are legendarily ingenious in ensuring that that which they wish to be attended to in the House is attended to in the House. Order. Order. The sitting is suspended until 1:10 Shortly before the sitting resumes, I shall cause the division bells to be sounded. Order. Order.